is the National Emergency Network. Please listen carefully. Widespread incidents of violent attacks have been reported across multiple cities. Authorities are urging everyone to stay inside their homes, lock all doors and windows, and avoid any unnecessary contact with others. If you encounter someone acting aggressively or erratically, do not approach. We understand this is frightening. Emergency services are working around the clock to address the situation. Stay tuned for updates, and please remain calm. You are not alone. Good morning. Well, as good as it can be right now. This is Dave, coming to you live from the studio. We've just received confirmation that what started as isolated attacks has now reached our town. Main Street is eerily quiet, and the few people still outside are either armed or running for shelter. The grocery store was raided last night, and shelves are empty. If you're listening, here's what we know. These infected, or whatever they are, seem to be drawn to noise. Keep your lights off at night, and stay as quiet as possible. If you have to move, do it during the day and only if it's absolutely necessary. I've lived in this town my whole life, and I've never seen it like this. Be safe out there, and if you have news, send it our way. I'll be here as long as I can. Hello? Is this thing even working? Okay. If anyone's listening, my name's Kyle. I'm broadcasting from an old gas station just outside of Springfield. It's been 7 days since I've seen another human being. Everyone's either gone or turned into whatever those things are. They don't just shuffle around like in the movies. They're fast. They'll chase you. I saw one take down a dog yesterday. If you're out there and you're not infected, stay low. I made the mistake of turning on a flashlight, and within seconds they were all around me. I barely got away. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. The food's running out, and I keep hearing scratching on the roof. If you're nearby, well, I could use some help. If not, just stay alive. Someone has to. This is the studio, bringing you the latest on what is being called the global outbreak. Cities across Europe, Asia, and the Americas are reporting near total collapses of infrastructure. Paris is silent. Tokyo is in chaos. In the United States, reports indicate that New York and Los Angeles have both fallen. Infected individuals exhibit behaviors that seem to vary based on their environments. In colder regions, they slow down. In tropical areas, they are even more aggressive. There are unconfirmed reports that the infection spreads not only through bites, but also through airborne particles in densely populated areas. If you are listening, avoid cities at all costs. The countryside offers better chances of survival. We will continue to bring updates as long as we can. Hold on. Humanity has survived worse.
This is Olivia broadcasting from the Appalachian Mountains. We've set up a small outpost in what used to be a ranger station. There are 10 of us here, including 2 kids. We're managing, but it's not easy. If you're nearby, you might see red arrows painted on trees. Follow them. They'll lead you to us. We've set up traps to slow the infected, so be careful where you step. We've learned a few things. They're more active at night, and they're drawn to noise, so we use wind chimes to lure them away. If you can, stick to high ground. They don't climb well. My name's Maria. I'm in Houston, or what's left of it. I was at work when it started. People were screaming in the hallways. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late to get home. I hid in a supply closet for 3 days before I dared to move. Now I'm hiding in an old apartment complex. The infected roam the streets in groups. They don't just wander aimlessly anymore. They hunt. I saw them corner a guy last night, trapping him in an alley. They're smart. If anyone's still out there, don't trust open spaces. And don't stay in one place too long. I'm moving north tomorrow, trying to reach the mountains. I don't know if I'll make it, but staying here isn't an option anymore.
This is Colonel David Peterson, broadcasting from the Emergency Coordination Station in Montana. We've established a fortified zone at coordinates 47.504. Negative 111.291. This area is secure for now and can provide temporary shelter, food, and medical assistance. If you're within travel distance, move during daylight hours and avoid major highways. Reports indicate that the infected are setting ambushes, particularly around choke points like bridges and tunnels. They're learning to anticipate human movement. To anyone still holding out in urban areas, time is running out. Supplies are dwindling, and the infected are consolidating in larger groups. If you're hearing this, prioritize mobility and silence. We can't save everyone, but we're trying to save as many as we can. Over and out.
My name's Hannah, and I'm alive. Barely. I used to live in Chicago, but the city's gone. The streets are overrun and the buildings are crumbling. I made it out with my little brother Ben. We've been walking for days, sticking to back roads and avoiding towns. The infected don't move as much in the countryside, but that doesn't mean it's safe. Yesterday we found an abandoned farm. It felt like a miracle. Clean water, canned food, even some blankets. But last night they came. I don't know how they found us, but we heard them scratching at the walls. We had to run, and if you're listening to this, don't let your guard down, not for a second. And if you're with someone, hold on to them. People are all we've got left.
This is the World Service, bringing you updates on the global crisis. In Europe, survivors have established a network of outposts stretching from the Alps to the Baltic Sea. These groups are using Morse code and signal fires to communicate. Infected activity in the region remains high, with reports of new behavior patterns. Meanwhile, in Africa, isolated communities are faring better due to their self-sufficiency. Villages that relied on local agriculture are proving resilient, though they face constant threats from roving bands of infected. Across Asia, efforts to contain the infection have largely failed. Major cities like Mumbai, Seoul, and Jakarta are now completely abandoned. Satellite images show eerie stillness, broken only by the movement of the infected. Stay with us as we continue to gather information, and to those listening, remember, survival is possible. This is Jake. I've been on the move for weeks, hopping from shelter to shelter. Every place I go, it's the same story. People hanging on by a thread, clinging to whatever scraps of normal life they can find. I met a family yesterday. They were hiding in an old church. The dad was teaching his kids how to rig traps using fishing line and tin cans. Smart guy. But you could see it in his eyes. He knew they wouldn't last. There's a lot of fear out here, but there's also something else. I've seen people helping each other, sharing food, risking their lives to save strangers. That's what keeps me going. If you're out there, don't lose hope. And if you're listening, thanks. It feels a little less lonely knowing someone might hear this.
This is Ellie, broadcasting from the Highlands Collective. We're a group of 30 survivors, holed up in an old ski resort in the Rockies. We've turned the slopes into barriers, and the lodges are holding up well against attacks. We've started farming. Nothing fancy, just potatoes and a few other hardy crops. It's not much, but it's enough to keep us going. If you're nearby and need a place to stay, follow the painted arrows along Route 85. They'll lead you to us. But be careful. The infected are getting smarter. We've seen them working together to block escape routes. We're holding on. If you can, so should you.
My name is Sam. I haven't spoken to another person in over a month. I'm hiding out in an abandoned warehouse. It's dark, cold, and lonely, but it's safe. Or at least, it was until yesterday. I heard noises outside. Scraping, shuffling. I think they've found me. I don't know how long I can keep this up. The loneliness is worse than the fear. If you're out there, if anyone's listening, don't forget what it means to be human. Even if it's just you, keep fighting. I'll keep this broadcast going as long as I can. Maybe one day someone will answer.
This is WX98 broadcasting from what used to be the Denver safe zone. The infected broke through our defenses this morning. Most of the survivors fled, but many didn't make it. This might be our last broadcast. If you're hearing this, know that there are still places out there holding strong. Don't give up. Don't let this be the end of you. Stay quiet, stay alive, and if you can, tell someone your story. That's all we have left now.
This is Matt, broadcasting from a small camp in the Northern Territories. Today, we found something remarkable. It wasn't food or weapons or anything like that. It was a journal. Someone had written down their story, from the first day of the outbreak to the moment they couldn't write anymore. Reading it, I realized how important it is to keep going, even when it feels impossible. Every step we take, every breath we draw, is part of something bigger. If you're listening, remember, we're still here, and as long as we are, there's a chance to rebuild.
This is Alex Reed, still holding the line. It's been 100 days since the outbreak began, and the world feels like a distant memory. There are no more traffic jams, no more crowded shopping malls, no more Friday night lights. Just quiet streets and the constant hum of danger lurking nearby. But I've got a story for you, something to hold on to. A group of survivors in the Pacific Northwest discovered an abandoned hydroelectric dam. They've managed to restore partial power to a small area, giving them light and, more importantly, hope. They're using that power to broadcast messages and keep a handful of radios running. If they can do that, maybe we can do something similar. Maybe we can take back small pieces of the world, one step at a time. If you're out there and can hear me, know this. You're not alone. And as long as this station is standing, you'll have a voice to guide you.
My name is Kara, and I'm broadcasting for anyone who might still be listening. I have 2 kids with me. Eli is 5 and Mia is 8. I didn't think we'd make it this far, but we have. We're living in an old school basement. It's damp and cold, but the walls are thick, and the infected don't seem to notice us. Every day is a battle. Finding food, keeping quiet, trying to stay strong for them. But you know what? Kids are amazing. They adapt faster than we do. Eli found an old soccer ball in the rubble outside, and now he kicks it around the basement like it's the World Cup. If you're listening and you have kids, don't give up. Teach them, protect them, and let them remind you of what we're fighting for. We're not just surviving for ourselves, we're surviving for them. And that's reason enough to keep going.
This is the World Service. We're receiving reports of growing resistance movements in various parts of the world. In South America, survivors are using the dense Amazon rainforest as both a refuge and a weapon. They've created hidden paths and traps to protect their camps. In Eastern Europe, groups have taken to the mountains, where the cold slows the infected. They've even managed to build small greenhouses to grow food. Meanwhile, in Australia, survivors are taking to the open water, using small islands as safe zones. Humanity hasn't given up yet. We adapt, we fight, and we find ways to keep going. If you can hear this, stay strong. There is still hope. This is Dom, broadcasting from what used to be Atlanta. Things are changing. The infected aren't just wandering aimlessly anymore, they're working together. I saw it with my own eyes. They blocked a street with debris and waited for people to try to move it. When a group of survivors went to clear it, they attacked. This isn't random. They're thinking, planning. If you're out there, be careful. Avoid open spaces and don't trust anything that seems too quiet. If you see something that looks like a trap, it probably is. Stay safe and don't lose your humanity. That's the one thing they can't take from us. It's Marcus. I don't even know what day it is anymore, but I think it's been about 5 months. Tonight was bad. Really bad. They surrounded the building I was in, 20, maybe 30 of them. I could hear them scraping at the walls, moaning. It went on for hours. I thought it was the end. But then the sun started to rise and they just left. Like the daylight scared them off. If you're listening, remember that. Night is their time, but the day is ours. Use it wisely. And if you're alone like me, keep talking. Even if no one's listening, it helps. At least it helps me.
This is Sarah speaking on behalf of the collective. We're a group of about 50 survivors based in the Northern Territories. We've created a safe zone using natural barriers and improvised defenses. It's not perfect, but it's working. We believe the key to survival is cooperation. If you're nearby and can make it, we'll welcome you. But if you can't, take this advice. Work together. The infected are dangerous, but so is isolation. People need people. It's the only way we'll get through this.
My name is Owen. I'm broadcasting from the rooftop of an old office building. I come up here every night with a flashlight. I signal in Morse code. Just an SOS. Most nights there's no response. But last night I saw a light flashing back. I don't know who it was or where they were, but it reminded me that I'm not alone. If you're out there and you have a light, use it. Send a signal. Someone might be watching. And if we can find each other, maybe we can start to rebuild.
This is Ellie, back on the air from the Highlands Collective. It's been over 6 months since everything fell apart, and somehow we're still standing. The farm is growing. What started with a few potatoes has expanded to carrots, beans, and even a patch of wheat.
We've built a water filtration system using sand, charcoal, and plastic barrels. It's crude, but it works. More survivors are finding us. Last week, a man and his daughter arrived. They'd been walking for days. Their shoes were worn through, and they were so thin I could count their ribs. We gave them food and a place to sleep, and for the first time in weeks, the girl smiled. If you're listening and you're nearby, follow the painted arrows on Route 85. But be careful. The infected are moving farther into the wilderness. They've started showing up in places we thought were safe. We've learned to adapt, and so can you. Stay smart, stay quiet, and don't lose hope.
My name's Eric. I'm broadcasting from what's left of New York City. The city is, I don't even know how to describe it, empty, but not quiet. The streets are full of abandoned cars and debris, but you can hear the infected everywhere. They howl at night like wolves. I've been living in the subway tunnels. It's dark, but it's the safest place I've found. Every now and then, I make runs to the surface for supplies. The last time I went topside, I found a backpack with a journal inside. The person who wrote it was trying to get out of the city with their family. They didn't make it. Reading their words, I realized how important it is to keep going. If we give up, then all of this, the pain, the loss, it'll mean nothing. If you're out there, don't stop fighting. Don't let this be the end. This is the World Service. Across the globe, survivors are finding ways to endure. In Scandinavia, small communities are using the region's long winters to their advantage. The cold slows the infected, allowing them to rebuild in relative safety. In the Middle East, survivors have taken to the deserts, where the infected struggle to navigate open terrain. They've created mobile camps, moving constantly to stay ahead of the threat. Meanwhile, in Japan, isolated islands are becoming havens. Boats ferry survivors across narrow straits, bringing supplies and news of the outside world. It's a fragmented world, but it's still a world. If you can hear this, know that humanity hasn't given up. We will endure. This is an emergency alert. Reports are coming in from across the country of a new strain of the infection. These infected are faster, smarter, and more organized. They've been seen setting traps, blocking escape routes, and even mimicking human behavior to lure survivors. If you encounter this new threat, do not engage. Retreat immediately. Your safety depends on staying ahead of them. Authorities are working to understand this new development. In the meantime, remain vigilant. This is not the same enemy we faced 6 months ago.
My name's Grace. I'm broadcasting from a camp along the Mississippi River. We've set up a floating shelter on an old barge. It's not much, but it keeps us safe from the infected. They don't seem to like water. Life here is simple. We fish, we boil river water, and we keep watch at night. There are 15 of us, and every one of us has a role to play. A few days ago, a family showed up on the riverbank. They were desperate, cold, hungry, scared. We pulled them aboard and gave them what we could. If you're near the river, look for lantern lights at night. That's us. And if you're out there, keep going. There's still good in the world, even if it's hard to see.
This is Matt, broadcasting from a small camp in the Rockies. Today we heard something incredible, a helicopter. It flew low over the mountains, dropping leaflets with coordinates for a new safe zone. The paper said it's heavily fortified and can hold up to 1,000 people. We don't know if it's real, but we're going to find out. A group of us is leaving tomorrow. It's a risk, but staying here feels riskier. If you're listening and you're near the Rockies, the coordinates are 45.763, negative 110.543. Maybe this is the break we've been waiting for. Stay safe and keep moving forward. The world isn't done with us yet.
My name's Liam. I'm in a small town on the edge of what used to be civilization. Today I saw something I haven't seen in months, a market. Survivors had gathered in an old parking lot, trading food, tools, and stories. It wasn't much, but it felt normal. People were laughing, kids were playing. For a moment it felt like the world hadn't ended. If you're listening, look for these moments. They're rare, but they matter. They remind us of what we're fighting for.
This is Sarah, broadcasting for what might be the last time. The infected have found us. We've held them off for 3 nights now, but our defenses are failing. We've lost so much. Good people who gave everything to keep us safe. If you're listening and you're nearby, don't come here. It's not safe anymore. But take this advice with you. Work together. Trust is hard, but it's necessary. Build something worth protecting. We'll keep fighting until the end, but if we fall, let our story remind you that even in the darkest times, people can come together and create something good. This is Sarah, signing off. Stay alive and remember who you are.
It's been a year. 1 year since everything changed. I'm Thomas. I've been living in the Northern Territories where the cold slows the infected. It's lonely, but it's safer up here. The nights are long and the silence is heavy. Sometimes I hear things, scratching at the windows, distant screams carried by the wind. I don't know if it's real or if my mind is playing tricks on me. But then I see the stars. They're the same stars I grew up under, the same stars that shone over us before the world fell apart. They remind me that the universe is vast, and we're just a small part of it. If you're listening, don't forget to look up. Even in the darkest times, there's beauty. And as long as you're breathing, there's hope.
This is Alex Reed, and I have good news for once. The safe zone is real. I've seen it with my own eyes. High walls, armed guards, and enough food to feed hundreds. They've got doctors, teachers, even a small radio station. It's not perfect, but it's a start. They're calling it New Dawn, and they're welcoming anyone who can make it. If you're nearby, the coordinates are 45.763, negative 110.543. It's a long journey, and it's not without risks. But if you can make it, you'll find safety, and maybe even a future. Keep moving. Keep surviving. And if you can't make it here, build your own New Dawn wherever you are.
Hi, my name is Lily. I'm 10 years old. My mom said I should talk into the radio because someone might hear me. We're living in an old barn with some other people. It smells funny, but it's warm, and we have food. Sometimes I miss my old house and my friends, but I made a new friend here. His name is Max, and he has a dog. We play outside when it's safe. If you're out there and you're scared, it's okay. I'm scared too, but my mom says it's okay to be scared as long as you don't stop trying. So don't stop, okay? Bye.
This is Alex Reed, marking 1 year since the outbreak began. We've lost so much. Friends, family, entire cities. But we've also gained something. Resilience. We've learned to adapt, to fight, to rebuild. The infected are still out there, and the danger hasn't passed. But every day more people find each other. More safe zones are established. More stories are told. If you're listening, know this. You've made it through a year of hell. That's no small thing. You're stronger than you think, and you're not alone. Here's to another year of survival, and maybe, just maybe, something better. Stay safe, stay strong, and keep the light alive.
My name is Ryan. I'm on the coast, somewhere near what used to be Oregon. We picked up a new signal today. It wasn't local. It sounded like it was coming from across the ocean. The voice was faint, but the message was clear. There are survivors out there, building their own safe zones, fighting their own battles. It made me think, if they can survive halfway around the world, so can we. If you're out there, keep going. The world isn't gone. It's just waiting for us to find our way back to it.
This is Jordan, broadcasting from the lighthouse at Cape Rainier, and it's been months since I've seen another person, but this lighthouse is my home now. Every night, I light the beam. It doesn't keep the infected away, but it does something else. It reminds me that light still exists in this world. Yesterday, I thought I saw a boat on the horizon. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe someone's out there searching, just like me. If you're listening and you're near the coast, look for the beam. I'll keep it going for as long as I can. And if you're out there on the water, know that you're not alone. Sometimes that's all we need to hear.
I'm Kayla, and I've been living near what used to be Union Station in Chicago. The station is empty now, except for me and a few others. We've been using the old trains to create barriers. They're heavy and hard to move, but they're good protection. Last week, something strange happened. We heard the sound of a train whistle. Faint, but real. We thought we were imagining it, but then we saw it. An old freight train, rolling slowly down the tracks. It didn't stop, and we couldn't see who was driving it. but it gave us hope. If a train is running, it means there's still some kind of power out there, some kind of order. If you hear that whistle, know that someone is still trying to keep things moving. Maybe it's a sign that the world isn't as broken as we think.
This is Nathan, speaking from Outpost 17 in the desert. We've been off the grid for months now. The outpost is an old military base, hidden among the dunes. The infected don't come out here often, but the heat and lack of water make it hard to survive. There's a small group of us, 8 in total. We've rigged up solar panels for power and built a water collector from scrap metal. It's not much, but it's enough. Last week we picked up a radio signal from Mexico. It was in Spanish, but we understood enough to know they're organizing down there. They're building something big, a community with walls, farms, and schools. It's far and it's risky, but we're thinking of making the journey. If you're near the border and can join us, tune into this frequency. Maybe together, we can make it.
My name's Daniel, and I found something incredible. A library. It's hidden in the basement of an old university. Thousands of books, untouched by the chaos outside. I've been living here for weeks, reading by candlelight and trying to learn everything I can about survival, farming, medicine. The infected don't come here often, but I keep the entrances barricaded just in case. If you're listening, remember this. Knowledge is power. The world may have fallen apart, but the things we wrote down, the things we learned, they're still here. If you're ever near the city, look for the building with the broken clock tower. Inside you'll find the library. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find a way to rebuild.
This is Colonel David Morgan, speaking on behalf of the National Resistance. The tide is turning. For the first time since this nightmare began, we're fighting back, and we're winning. Safe zones across the country are growing stronger. We've developed new strategies to deal with the infected, using sound and light to confuse them and drive them away. If you can hear this, and you're able, join us. The more people we have, the stronger we'll be. Together, we can reclaim what we've lost. The infected took our cities, our homes, and our loved ones. But they haven't taken everything. They haven't taken our spirit. This is not the end. This is the beginning of something new.
My name's Mia, and I'm broadcasting from the New Dawn Safe Zone. Today we harvested our first crop. It wasn't much, just a few rows of corn and some tomatoes, but it was ours. For the first time in 2 years, I sat down to a meal that didn't come from a can. We laughed, we talked. For a moment, it felt like the world hadn't ended. If you're listening, know this. It's possible to rebuild. It's hard and it takes time, but it's possible. If you're near the Rockies, the safe zone is open. Come find us. Together we can start again.
This is Alex Reed, broadcasting from the New Dawn Safe Zone. It's been over 2 years since the outbreak began, and the world is still standing. Barely, but it's standing. We've made contact with survivors across the globe, Europe, Asia, Africa. They're rebuilding, just like we are. The infected are still a threat, but we've learned how to fight them. This isn't the world we knew, but it's a world we can live in, a world we can make better. If you're listening, keep going, keep fighting. The future is ours to build.
This is Commander Elena Vasquez, broadcasting from the Warden Safe Zone in the heart of the Midwest. Our stronghold is growing. We've cleared several blocks of the city, pushing the infected back and fortifying key buildings. We've set up greenhouses, repaired water lines, and even reopened an old fire station as a central hub for survivors. This didn't happen overnight. It took months of planning, countless sacrifices, and an unshakable belief that we could take back what's ours. We're calling on anyone with skills, construction, medical, mechanical, to join us. If you've got a strong back and a willing heart, there's a place for you here. Together we can expand our reach and reclaim even more. The infected may outnumber us, but they don't outthink us, and they never will. Join us, and let's make this world ours again. My name's Laura, and I'm broadcasting from a place that feels like a dream. We've set up a small village in an abandoned campground deep in the woods. It's quiet here, almost too quiet sometimes. There are 12 of us, including 2 babies born in the last 6 months. Watching them grow reminds me of what life used to be, what it could be again. We've built cabins out of fallen trees and rigged up a windmill to pump water from a nearby stream. We've even started teaching the kids, basic math, reading, and how to stay safe. The infected don't come out here often, but we still keep watch. It's the price of peace. If you're listening, know that places like this exist. They're rare and they're fragile, but they're real. Keep looking and maybe you'll find one too. This is Maya. I'm 17 years old and I'm speaking on behalf of the youth in the New Dawn Safe Zone. We've started a program for kids and teens teaching them how to farm, fix machines, and defend themselves. It's not like school used to be. There are no desks, no textbooks, no recess. But it's something. My little brother Jace asked me if the world will ever go back to the way it was. I didn't know what to tell him. Maybe it won't. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we can make something better. If you're listening and you've got kids, don't just teach them how to survive. Teach them how to live. They're the ones who'll carry us forward.
This is Sam, broadcasting from somewhere near the Rockies. I travel a lot, moving from place to place, helping where I can. But I've noticed something lately. People aren't just surviving anymore. They're telling stories again. Around campfires, in safe zones, even over the radio, people are sharing tales of what they've seen, what they've lost, and what they hope to find. One story sticks with me. A man in the north told me about a dog that led him out of a burning city. He swears the dog saved his life, only to vanish into the woods the next morning. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But that's not the point. The point is, stories remind us that we're human. They keep us connected. If you've got a story, share it. It might be what someone needs to keep going.
This is Alex Reed, broadcasting an urgent message. We've received reports of infected exhibiting new behaviors. They're forming larger groups, coordinating attacks, and even showing signs of hierarchy. There are rumors, unconfirmed but persistent, that some of the infected are being led by others. These leaders, if they exist, are different, smarter, more dangerous. If you encounter a group that seems too organized, retreat immediately. Do not engage. We're working with other safe zones to gather more information. In the meantime, stay vigilant. The world is changing again, and we need to be ready.
My name's Theo, and I've been watching them. The infected near my camp don't move like they used to. They're faster, quieter, and more deliberate. I've seen them use tools, sticks to push open doors, rocks to break glass. 2 nights ago, I saw one standing still, staring at a group of survivors from a distance. It didn't attack. It just watched. I don't know what this means, but it scares me. If you're listening, be careful. They're learning, and they're watching us too.
This is Colonel David Morgan, speaking from the Unity Project headquarters. We've made contact with survivors across the world, and we're working together to create a global network of safe zones. It won't happen overnight. It'll take time, effort, and sacrifice. But it's happening. If you're near a safe zone, join it. If you're on your own, find a way to connect. Together, we can create something stronger than any of us could alone. The infected took so much from us, but they didn't take everything. Let's prove that we're more than what we've lost.
My name's Ellie, and I've found a new family. We're a group of 20 living in an old factory outside the city. We've turned it into a home, a real home, with gardens, solar panels, and even a little playground for the kids. It's not the life I used to know, but it's a life worth living. And if you're listening, don't give up. There's still good in this world, and there's still a place for you in it.
This is Alex Reed, and today marks 1,000 days since the outbreak began. It's hard to believe we've come this far. What started as chaos has turned into something else. A fight for survival, yes, but also a fight for hope. This morning we received word from the Unity Project. They've organized what they're calling the Great Gathering, a meeting of leaders from survivor communities around the world. It's happening in the Rockies, in a fortified valley. The goal is to share knowledge, resources, and plans for the future. If you're a leader, or if you have skills that could help, make your way to the coordinates. The infected won't stop us from building something better. 1,000 days ago, we thought the world was ending. Today, we're proving it's not. Stay safe, and keep going. My name's Jonah. I've been traveling alone for most of this nightmare. I don't stay in one place for long, too risky. But I keep hearing about this great gathering. People say it's the start of something big, something that could change everything. I've decided to go. I don't know what I'll find when I get there. but I have to believe it's worth the risk. If you're out there and you're thinking about it, maybe I'll see you on the road. Maybe we can make it together. This is an emergency broadcast. Reports are coming in from multiple regions about a new development in infected behavior. They're not just adapting, they're evolving. Survivors have described encounters with infected that appear to lead groups, coordinating attacks and targeting specific defenses. These leaders, as some are calling them, seem to possess intelligence far beyond what we've seen before. If you encounter a group led by one of these infected, do not engage. Retreat immediately. We're working with the Unity Project to develop strategies for dealing with this new threat. Stay alert and stay safe.
This is Ellie, broadcasting from the Highlands Collective. Today we sent out our first convoy. It's a small caravan of trucks loaded with food, medicine, and supplies. Their destination is a neighboring safe zone that's been struggling to hold on. This wasn't an easy decision. Sending people out there is dangerous, and we all felt the weight of it. But it's also necessary. If we want to rebuild, we can't do it alone. If you're listening and you're near the Rockies, know that help is coming. And if you're part of a safe zone, consider doing the same. One act of kindness can ripple across the world.
My name's Clara, and I've found a way to survive that might sound strange. Music. I used to be a singer back before all this. Now I travel from camp to camp, playing my guitar and singing for anyone who'll listen. It's not much, but it's something. People need reminders of what we've lost, and what we can still hold on to. If you hear music on the wind, it might be me. And if it is, come find me. We could all use a song now and then.
This is Jordan, speaking from the lighthouse at Cape Rainier. We've made contact with a hidden survivor community on an island just off the coast. They've been living there since the outbreak began, completely cut off from the mainland. Their leader is a woman named Anna, and she's done something incredible. They've built homes, planted crops, and even created a small school for the kids. It's not perfect, but it's thriving. They've invited others to join them, as long as they're willing to contribute. If you're near the coast and can make it to the lighthouse, I'll help you get there. The ocean is dangerous, but it's also a path to something better. My name's Ben, and I've been writing everything down. Every day I fill a page in my journal with what I see, what I feel, and what I hope for. I've met so many people on this journey, some good, some bad, all trying to survive. Writing about them helps me remember that we're not alone, even when we feel like it. If you're listening, start writing. Even if no one reads it, even if it's just for you, it matters. Our stories are the one thing the infected can't take from us. This is Alex Reed, broadcasting live from the Great Gathering. Today, something extraordinary happened. Survivors from across the world came together to declare Unity Day, a new beginning for all of us. We've created a council to share resources and knowledge, establish trade routes between safe zones, and started working on long-term plans for rebuilding. The infected are still out there, and the road ahead won't be easy. But for the first time, it feels like we're not just surviving, we're living. If you're out there, join us. Together we're stronger. Together we're unstoppable.
This is Mara speaking from the Winter Fortress in northern Canada. The deep freeze has saved us more times than I can count. The infected can't move well in the snow, and when the temperature drops low enough, they stop moving altogether. We've built a life here, a hard one, but a life. We're using wood stoves for heat, growing food in underground greenhouses, and hunting game when we can find it. But the cold isn't our only enemy. Supplies are scarce, and the isolation is heavy. We've lost people, not to the infected, but to the quiet. If you're in the north, keep moving, stay warm, and remember, spring always comes.
My name's Carlos, and I've spent the last 2 years building something that might help us turn the tide. I found an old power plant outside the city, and I've been working to get it running again. It's slow going, but I've managed to restore partial power to the area. Electricity isn't just a luxury, it's a lifeline. With power, we can have lights to keep the infected at bay, radios to communicate, and even tools to rebuild. If you're nearby and have skills in mechanics or engineering, I could use the help. Together, we can bring light back to this dark world.
This is Dr. Ellie Harper, broadcasting from the makeshift hospital at the New Dawn Safe Zone. Medicine has been one of our biggest challenges. The old supply chains are gone, and most hospitals were overrun in the early days. But we've adapted. We're using herbal remedies, scavenging abandoned pharmacies, and even performing basic surgeries with improvised tools. It's not ideal, but it's saving lives. If you're a medical professional, or if you just have a steady hand, we need you. Come to the safe zone or start your own clinic. Every life we save is a step toward a better future.
My name's Gabe, and I've been watching over a bridge for the last 6 months. It's a narrow pass over a deep ravine, and it's the only way into our valley. The infected don't seem to understand the danger, but people do. I've stopped dozens of them. Bandits, scavengers, people who do more harm than good. It's a lonely job, but it's necessary. If you're listening and you're trying to find a safe zone, remember this. Not everyone out here is your friend. Be cautious, but don't let fear stop you from trusting the right people.
This is Liam, broadcasting from the frontier outpost we call the Haven. We're a group of strangers who became something more. There are 20 of us now. Teachers, farmers, mechanics, and kids. We've built homes from the ruins, started a small farm, and even created a community meeting space. It's not easy, but it feels like home. Every day we make decisions together. Every night we share stories around the fire. We argue, we laugh, we cry. But most importantly, we hold on to each other. If you're listening, know that you can find a new family out here. It won't replace what you've lost, but it can give you a reason to keep going.
My name's Sophie, and I've been painting again. I thought I'd lost the will for it after everything that happened, but one day, I found an old set of paints in an abandoned house. I started painting the world as it is now, broken, but still beautiful. People who see my work tell me it gives them hope. It reminds them that even in the darkness, there's light. If you're listening, find something that makes you feel alive. Create something, share something, do something that reminds you of who you are. That's how we fight back.
This is Alex Reed, reporting from the edge of the new frontier. Survivor groups across the region are working together to clear infected from key areas. It's dangerous, but it's working. We've reclaimed 2 towns in the past month, turning them into hubs for trade and communication. The infected aren't gone, but they're no longer in control. If you're nearby and want to help, we need fighters, builders, and scouts. This is our chance to take back what's ours. The road ahead won't be easy, but we've come this far. Together, we can go further.
My name's Ryan, and I'm a scout for the new frontier. I travel alone, mapping safe paths and searching for survivors. It's a dangerous job, but it's worth it. Every time I find someone out there, lost, scared, and hungry, it reminds me why we fight. If you're out there and you're lost, keep moving. Look for signs of life. Smoke on the horizon, lights in the distance, or markings on trees. And if you see me, don't be afraid to say hello. We're all in this together.
This is Alex Reed, coming to you from what was once a bustling city center. Tonight I'm standing on the roof of a building that used to be filled with life. Families, friends, dreams being built one day at a time. Now it's quiet, except for the faint groans of the infected below. I've been walking through these streets trying to piece together what happened here in those first chaotic days. Empty shops, overturned cars, and the remnants of lives interrupted. It's haunting, but it's also a reminder. A reminder that we once had a world worth fighting for. A reminder that we still can. To those of you tuning in, don't let the silence fool you. Humanity's story isn't over. It's just waiting for us to pick up the pen.
My name's Ethan. I've been traveling the deserts of the Southwest, following old highway routes and avoiding the infected. It's a strange life out here. Hot days, cold nights, and endless stretches of sand and rock. Sometimes I think I'm the only person left in the world. But then last week I saw something. A caravan moving slowly across the horizon. People on foot, some pulling wagons, others carrying kids on their backs. I didn't approach them. Too risky. But just knowing they were there gave me something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. If you're out there, keep walking. You might find something worth the journey.
This is Alex Reed with an urgent update. Reports are flooding in from multiple regions about a new strain of the infected. Survivors are calling them runners. They're faster, stronger, and more relentless than anything we've seen before. Unlike the others, these infected don't seem to stop during the day. They move in small packs, hunting with a focus and precision that's unnerving. If you encounter a runner, do not try to outrun them. Find shelter, barricade yourself, and stay quiet. They respond to sound and movement, so staying hidden is your best chance. We're working with the Unity Project to develop strategies for dealing with this new threat. In the meantime, stay vigilant. The rules have changed.
My name's Isla, and I've been living alone in a lighthouse for over a year now. The sea has always been my escape, even before the world ended. Now, it's my sanctuary. The infected don't seem to like the water, and the isolation keeps me safe. But lately, I've seen ships on the horizon, small, quiet, and moving fast. I don't know if they're survivors or something else, but they give me hope. If you're near the coast, look for the light. I'll keep it burning as long as I can.
This is Ellie broadcasting from the Green Zone, an experimental farm we've set up on the outskirts of New Dawn. We're growing food in ways we never thought we'd have to. Vertical gardens, hydroponic systems, even sprouting seeds in old cans. It's not much, but it's enough to feed our small community. The infected took a lot from us, but they didn't take the earth. They didn't take the seeds. If you're listening and you're trying to grow your own food, don't give up. The first harvest is the hardest, but once it comes, you'll know it's worth it.
My name's Nadia, and I've been fighting back in my own way. I used to be an artist, but now I make graffiti, messages of hope, warnings about infected, and directions to safe zones. Every time I paint something on a wall, I feel like I'm leaving a piece of myself behind. A reminder that we're still here, still human. If you're out there and you see one of my marks, follow it. It might just lead you somewhere safe.
This is Alex Reed, reporting from the Unity Project headquarters. Today we laid the foundation for something extraordinary. A new city, built from the ground up by survivors from all over the world. It's called Haven, and it's more than just a safe zone. It's a symbol of what we can achieve when we work together. If you're hearing this and you're able, consider joining us. Haven isn't just a place. It's a promise. A promise that we can rebuild, stronger and better than before. This is Alex Reed, still here, still speaking, still holding on. If you're hearing me, if my words are breaking through the static, then you're still out there too. And that means there's still a chance. Tonight I have news that's as eerie as it is extraordinary. A survivor in the Nevada desert reported seeing lights, bright, sharp, and purposeful, moving across the sky. Not flares, not stars, but something else. Something deliberate. We don't know what it is or who is responsible, but it's triggered a wave of speculation. Could it be survivors with advanced tech? A military operation? Or something else? Keep your eyes open. If these lights are a signal, they might be the kind we've been waiting for, or the kind we fear most.
This is Mike. I'm broadcasting from somewhere along what used to be I-80. My daughter and I have been on the move for weeks now, trying to reach the Northern Territories before the deep freeze sets in. She's just turned 8. Last night we found an old toy store, and inside, tucked away under rubble, there was a doll. She held it like it was the most precious thing in the world. These small moments, they're what keep us going. They remind us that even in this nightmare, there's still room for innocence. If you're listening and you're alone, don't give up. You'll find your person. And when you do, hold on tight. Because it's not the world that saves us. It's each other. This is Alex Reed. There's something new to report from the coasts. Survivors along the Atlantic shoreline have sent word of strange behavior from the infected. They've been seen standing still, facing the ocean, almost as if they're waiting for something. They don't respond to sound or light, and when approached, they remain motionless. We don't know what this means. Some say it's a mutation in the virus. Others think it's a sign that the infected are beginning to organize in ways we can't understand. If you're near the coast, stay vigilant. The ocean isn't just a barrier anymore, it might be a stage for whatever comes next.
My name's David. I used to work on power grids before everything fell apart. Now I'm trying to keep a small network of survivors alive with the skills I've got left. I've learned something important. The infected are adapting to the way we use light. Static beams don't confuse them the way they used to, but pulsing lights, especially irregular patterns, seem to disorient them. If you have the means to set up a system like this, do it. It might buy you precious seconds when it matters most.
This is Jenna, broadcasting from somewhere on what used to be Highway 287. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but if you can, I want to tell you something important. I started this journey alone. My family, they didn't make it. I almost gave up. I thought about just sitting down and letting it all end. But then I found a dog, a scrappy little mutt, barely more than skin and bones. He followed me for miles, no matter how many times I tried to shoo him away. Eventually I gave up and let him stay. That dog saved my life. Not because he fought off the infected or found food, though he did that too, but because he reminded me what it felt like to care for someone, to feel needed. If you're listening and you're alone, don't stop looking. Not just for other people, but for something to hold on to. Because when you find it, you'll realize how much you still want to live. Something strange happened last night. A signal came through. Faint, garbled, but definitely human. It was in a language I didn't recognize, but the tone was clear. Urgency, desperation. It seemed to be coming from somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. If there are survivors out there on the water, it changes everything. Maybe they've found a way to stay safe, away from the infected. Or maybe they're just as trapped as we are, floating on borrowed time. I don't know. But if you're hearing this and you have access to a boat, it might be worth investigating. Just remember, the ocean has its own dangers, and not all of them are infected. My name is Carla. I'm broadcasting this message in case anyone is listening. My son Ethan is sick, not with the infection, thank God, but with something else. I think it's pneumonia. We've been hiding in an old farm for weeks, and the cold is getting to him. If there's anyone out there with medical supplies or even just advice, please help us. I know it's a long shot. I know most of you are barely scraping by yourselves, but if you can spare anything, I'll trade whatever I have. Food, batteries, even the solar panel we've been using to charge our radio. He's only 10. He deserves a chance. We all do.
This is Alex Reed. There's a grim report coming out of what used to be Denver. The safe zone there has fallen. The infected breached the perimeter 2 nights ago, and what few survivors escaped are scattered across the mountains. It's a harsh reminder that no place is truly safe, but it's also a testament to the strength of those who refuse to give up. One survivor described how they escaped by using the very thing the infected fear most: light. They set up a ring of flares and strobes, creating a corridor that disoriented the infected just long enough to get out. If you're hearing this, remember, no shelter lasts forever. Always have a backup plan, and never stop fighting for your chance to see another sunrise. Good evening. This is Alex Reed with a rare bit of hope, carried on the cold winds from the far north. Survivors in the Arctic Circle have reported a strange phenomenon. The infected freeze solid in the sub-zero temperatures, entire hordes, motionless and encased in ice. It's not a perfect solution. The cold brings its own dangers, and supplies are scarce in the tundra, but it's something. A place where humanity can breathe, even if just for a moment. If you're near colder regions, consider heading there. The journey won't be easy, but it could mean the difference between life and death. And if you make it, remember this: the cold is an ally, but it is also a test. Stay warm, stay vigilant, and stay alive.
This is Marcus, speaking from what used to be a subway station beneath Chicago. When the infection started, I didn't think I'd last this long. None of us did. But we found this place, an abandoned hub deep underground. It's not perfect. The air is stale, and we have to keep generators running for light and ventilation.
but it's safe. We've set up barricades, fortified the entrances, and even managed to grow some food using old hydroponic systems we salvaged from nearby buildings. If you're listening and you're nearby, there's still room. But be warned, the infected are learning. We've seen them lingering near the surface entrances, almost as if they know we're here. Bring supplies, bring skills, and if you can, bring hope. We need that more than anything. This is Alex Reed with a critical update. Reports are coming in from multiple regions of a new variant of the infected. They're faster, stronger, and disturbingly clever. Survivors have described them as stalkers, infected that don't shuffle aimlessly or moan like the others. They're silent, precise, and they hunt in the shadows. One survivor recounted being ambushed by a group of stalkers that used debris to block his path before attacking. If you're hearing this, take every precaution. Stalkers are most active at night and seem to be drawn to movement and heat. Avoid open areas. Keep your fires small and hidden. And if you see one of these new infected, run. Do not try to fight them unless you have no other choice.
My name is James. I don't know if anyone will hear this, but I need to say it anyway. My daughter Lily, she's all I have left. We've been traveling for weeks, trying to reach the northern safe zone. But yesterday, she got sick. I think it's the infection, but I can't be sure. She's scared. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. If you're out there, if anyone has a cure or even a way to slow it down, please, I'll trade anything. My supplies, my weapons, my shelter, anything. She's only 6. She deserves more than this world has given her.
This is Alex Reed. I have news of what might be the last true safe zone, a fortified settlement in what used to be the Rocky Mountains. They call it the Bastion. Survivors there have created a self-sustaining community with farms, clean water, and walls strong enough to withstand even the largest hordes. But they're running out of time. The infected are gathering outside their gates in numbers never seen before. If you're hearing this and you're able, they need reinforcements. Fighters, builders, medics, anyone willing to stand and fight. The coordinates are 40.58 degrees north, 105.08 degrees west. It's not just about saving them. It's about saving what's left of us. If the Bastion falls, it might be the end of organized resistance. So if you can, go, and if you can't, hold on to the hope that they'll hold out. Sometimes hope is all we have. Good morning, survivors. Or maybe it's still night where you are. Time feels meaningless these days, doesn't it? This is Alex Reed, still here, still talking, still hoping someone is listening. Something strange happened yesterday. Reports came in of entire hordes of infected, moving in near-perfect unison. Not the chaotic, aimless shuffle we've grown used to. This was different. They were silent, deliberate. A survivor near the Great Plains described them as an ocean of death, flowing toward the remnants of a small farming community. The survivors there tried everything, fire, barricades, even luring them away with noise. But it didn't work. The horde was focused. This isn't just survival anymore, it's war. A war for the last scraps of humanity. And we're losing. If you're hearing this, don't give up. Don't let them take your hope. Because if we lose that, we lose everything.
This is Ethan. I'm 25 years old. My mom and dad, they didn't make it. The infected got them when we were trying to leave the city. I'm hiding now in a basement. It's dark and I'm running out of food. I don't know if anyone's out there, but if you are, can you come find me? I'm in a house with a big red door near the old grocery store on Elm Street. I don't want to be alone anymore. Please.
This is Alex Reed. This might be the last time you hear my voice. The infected have reached the outskirts of this station. We've barricaded ourselves in, but supplies are running low, and their numbers keep growing. I don't know how much longer we can hold out, but before this signal goes silent, I want you to know something. You are not alone. Even if you feel like you're the last person left, remember there are others out there, strangers who share your struggle, your pain, and your hope. This station may fall, but the idea of us, the idea of humanity, will not. So keep going. keep fighting. And if you find someone else out there, hold on to them. Together, you're stronger. And if you ever think of me, think of this. A man sitting alone in a radio station speaking to the void because he refused to believe the void would win. Good luck, survivors. This is Alex Reed signing off. For now.
My name is Sarah. I found this old transmitter buried in the rubble of a forgotten town. I don't know if anyone will hear this, but I had to try. The infection hasn't beaten us, not yet.
There's a place, a real place, where people are rebuilding, farming, protecting each other, living. If you're hearing this, come find us. The coordinates are 41.03 degrees north, 111.84 degrees west. We'll leave the light on for you. Evening, survivors. If you're still out there, if you're still listening, this is Alex Reed with another broadcast from what remains of civilization. Today, something unsettling happened. We received reports from 3 different regions, far apart, no connection other than static-filled airwaves, and they all said the same thing. Shadows moving differently. In the dense fogs of the Mississippi Delta, survivors described figures standing still for hours, staring at nothing, only to suddenly sprint toward distant noises with terrifying speed. In the ruins of what was once New York, someone claimed they saw infected building something. A pile of debris arranged in a strange formation. It wasn't random. And deep in the deserts of the Southwest, a lone traveler reported seeing what looked like infected mimicking survivors, holding makeshift weapons, standing in a defensive stance as if waiting to ambush. This isn't the infection we thought we knew. They're changing, becoming something else. If you're hearing this, I urge you, stay sharp. The old rules might not apply anymore. A voice broke through the static today. It was faint, weak, but unmistakable. A child's voice. It was Ethan, the boy we all heard a week ago. Someone found him. A group of survivors moving through his town picked up his signal and tracked him to that basement. They brought him out, alive, and he's safe now. They're taking him to what they're calling the Haven, a fortified settlement in the mountains where survivors are gathering to rebuild. It's not much, but it's hope, and hope is what keeps us moving, even when everything else feels lost. Good morning, or maybe good night, depending on where you are. This is Alex Reed, and this might be one of the most important broadcasts yet. Survivors from across the region are reporting a phenomenon they're calling the calling. Infected, usually scattered and chaotic, have started to gather in massive numbers around certain locations. Abandoned hospitals, empty churches, even old factories. No one knows why. The infected don't attack when they're gathered like this. They just stand there, silent, unmoving. Some say it's instinct. Others think it's a signal, a form of communication we don't understand. But one thing's for sure. If you see this happening, stay far away. Observing them might be tempting, but it's not worth the risk. Knowledge can keep us alive, but curiosity can get us killed. My name's Marcus, and I used to be a train conductor. Funny thing is, I haven't seen a working train in years, but the tracks, they're still there. I've been following the rails, moving west. Sometimes I hear the distant sound of engines. Not infected, not wind, engines. I've seen smoke on the horizon, too. If someone out there's got a working train, it could mean everything. A way to move supplies, to escape. I'm heading that way. If you're hearing this, and you're near the old Union Pacific line, maybe we'll meet. If not, well, wish me luck.
This is Alex Reed, and I don't know how much. Longer I can keep this going. The station's power is failing. Supplies are running low, and outside the infected are everywhere. But before this broadcast ends, maybe forever, I want to leave you with this. Humanity has always faced impossible odds. From the coldest winters to the darkest nights, we've survived. Not because we're strong or fast, but because we're together. So if you're hearing this, find someone, hold on to them, build something together. Because even in a world that feels like it's crumbling, we can be the glue that holds it together. This is Alex Reed signing off for now. Stay safe, stay human. Years pass. The infected remain, but so do the survivors. Communities rebuild in the mountains, the deserts, the forests. Communication networks form, fragile, but growing. And somewhere far from the ruins of the old world, a train whistle echoes through the silence. It's not the end, it never was. Survivors, this is Alex Reed, coming to you again from WX110. Somehow, against all odds, we're still here, and the signal is holding strong. Today, I want to share a story I received from an old friend who found a way to keep hope alive, even in these bleak times. In a small pocket of the Midwest, there's a place people are starting to call the Lantern Fields. It's a stretch of farmland where survivors have managed to plant crops and build wind-powered generators. Every night, they light lanterns across the fields, dozens of them. The infected, for reasons no one fully understands, avoid the light. Maybe it's instinct. Maybe it's something deeper. But these fields are more than just a safe zone. They're a beacon. Travelers follow the lights to find shelter. The lantern fields have become a symbol of resistance. If you're anywhere near the Midwest, keep an eye out for the glow. It could lead you to safety.
This is Carter, broadcasting from somewhere above what used to be the Appalachian Trail. Yeah, you heard me right. Above. I'm one of the lucky few who managed to get a small plane running. I scavenged fuel, repaired the engine, and got this bird back in the air. The view from up here? It's heartbreaking and beautiful. The cities are husks, but the forests, they're alive. Nature's taking back the world we lost. I've been using the plane to scout for survivors, dropping notes with coordinates to safe zones. If you see a plane overhead, don't panic. It's just me. Look for the note, follow the instructions, and I'll see you on the ground. Have you ever heard silence so loud it hums? That's what the survivors in the Great Plains are reporting. They call it the silent choir, a phenomenon where groups of infected gather and emit low-frequency hums. The hums are rhythmic, almost musical, and they're drawing in more infected. Scientists, or what's left of them, speculate it's a form of communication, maybe even coordination. If you encounter the silent choir, stay hidden. The hums aren't just sounds, they seem to disorient survivors, making it harder to think, harder to move. Whatever this is, it's not just evolution. It's something more, something we're only beginning to understand.
This is Dr. Elena Torres speaking from the ruins of what was once a thriving city in the Southwest. I found something incredible. In an abandoned university tucked away in a hidden vault, I discovered a cache of books, research papers, and data drives. This isn't just any information, it's knowledge about the virus. Early research, theories, even notes on potential weaknesses. I don't know if this will lead to a cure or a better way to fight back, but it's a start. I'm transmitting what I can over this frequency. If you're a scientist, a doctor, or anyone who can understand this, tune in and download the data. We may be scattered, but our minds are still sharp. Together, we can piece this puzzle together.
Survivors, this is Alex Reed, and I have to tell you, it feels different tonight. The air is heavy, the sky's darker than usual, and the reports coming in, they're stranger than ever. There's a new type of infected, smaller, faster, and eerily quiet. They move in packs, communicating through clicks and whistles. Some survivors are calling them hunters. They're not like the infected we've seen before. They're coordinated, deliberate, and terrifyingly efficient. If you're hearing this, take every precaution. Secure your shelter, travel only in daylight, and never let your guard down. The world may be changing, but so are we. And as long as we adapt, we can survive. In the years that follow, the survivors of humanity continued to fight, to adapt, to rebuild. From the lantern fields to the skies above the Appalachians, from hidden libraries to fortified havens, the story of survival becomes the story of resilience. And somewhere, deep in the mountains, a small radio station still broadcasts. Its voice echoes across the wasteland, a reminder that even in the darkest times, humanity's light never truly fades. Good evening, survivors. This is Alex Reed, still here, still speaking, still believing. Tonight, I have to warn you about something unsettling, something new. Survivors from the northern forests are reporting strange sightings, infected that don't attack on sight. They just stand there watching. They call them the Watchers. No one knows what their purpose is. They don't shuffle like the others. They don't growl or moan. They just stand, unmoving, their heads tilted as if listening. One survivor swore he saw a Watcher point, not at him, but at his shelter. If you encounter one, do not engage. Avoid eye contact, stay silent, and retreat immediately. These aren't the infected we've come to know. There's something different.
This is Jonas speaking from what we call the Forge. It's an old industrial plant repurposed into a fortress. We've turned the assembly lines into a haven for crafting and survival. Here, we make tools, weapons, and even basic medical supplies. We've learned that the key to survival isn't just hiding, it's building, creating, fighting back. If you're out there and you've got the skills, come find us. We need smiths, builders, thinkers. We're not just surviving anymore, we're rebuilding, one piece at a time.
Survivors, this is Alex Reed, broadcasting from WX113. I received a chilling report today about the remains of New Orleans. A group of explorers ventured into the flooded city, hoping to find supplies. What they found instead was haunting. The infected there move in silence, almost as if they're hunting together. One of the explorers described them as dancers, gliding through the water with an eerie grace. But the worst part, they seemed to know the group was there before they even made a sound. If you're anywhere near New Orleans, stay far away. Whatever's happening there, it's beyond anything we've seen before.
This is Leah, broadcasting from the Echo Towers. We've repurposed an old telecommunications hub into a safe haven. The towers give us a vantage point, letting us see for miles. We've also managed to rig up a signal amplifier. It's not much, but it's strong enough to reach survivors in the region. If you're within range of this message, know that you're not alone. The Echo Towers stand tall, a reminder that even when the world falls, we can still rise.
Good morning, survivors. This is Alex Reed, with a story that'll remind you what we're fighting for. Somewhere in the plains of Kansas, survivors have formed what they're calling the human chain. They've created a network of outposts, each one within sight of the next. At night, they light fires, creating a line of flames that stretches for miles. These flames guide travelers to safety. They connect people who thought they'd never find others again. If you're lost, look for the fires. Follow the chain. It's humanity holding on. The years pass, the world changes, but humanity endures. The infected evolve, adapting in ways no one could have predicted. But so do the survivors. From hidden fortresses to mobile air scouts, from fields of light to towers of communication, the story of survival becomes the story of resilience. And somewhere, in the heart of the ruins, a voice continues to speak. It carries stories of hope, warnings of danger, and whispers of a future not yet written. This is Alex Reed, signing off for now. Keep fighting, keep believing. The story isn't over. Good morning, survivors. This is Alex Reed. The sun is rising. casting its light over what remains of our world. It's a strange sight, isn't it? The way the sunlight cuts through the ruins, turning even the shattered remnants of our cities into something almost beautiful. This morning, I want to talk about the small victories. In the Appalachian Hills, a group of survivors has managed to establish something they're calling the orchard. Using seeds scavenged from abandoned stores and homes, they've planted rows of fruit trees. They've found a way to cultivate the land, to grow food in a world where everything feels barren. If you're within a few days' travel, they've left markers, small bundles of twigs tied with green string. Follow them, and you might find more than survival. You might find a new beginning.
This is Elias, speaking from the Wall of Light. We've taken every working vehicle we could find and parked them in a massive circle. Headlights turned outward, powered by scavenged generators. It's not just a defense, it's a message. We're here, we're alive, and we're not giving up. If you're out there and you see the glow on the horizon, know that you're not alone. We've made room for more. There's always room for more.
Survivors, this is Alex Reed. I've received a troubling message from the remnants of what was once Seattle. The infected there, they don't act like the others. They're quiet, too quiet. No moans, no shuffles, no sounds at all. It's as if they've learned that silence is their weapon. If you find yourself in the silent ruins, be extra cautious. If it's too quiet, it's not safe.
This is Kara, speaking from the last caravan. We're a mobile group constantly on the move. Our convoy is made up of old buses, trucks, and even a few horse-drawn carts. We've managed to scavenge enough supplies to keep going, but we can't stay in one place for long. If you're out there and you're lost, look for the caravan. We move along the old highways, leaving chalk markings on road signs to guide anyone who's looking for us. Together, we keep moving. Together, we survive.
Good evening, survivors. The night is deep, and the world outside is still and dark. But here, in this small room, the light of a single bulb keeps the shadows at bay. And as long as I can speak, I'll keep sending out this message. You are not alone. There are still people out there. Still hope. Still a chance to rebuild. This is Alex Reed, your voice in the dark. Hold fast, survivors. The dawn. Survivors, Alex Reed here. As the sun breaks over the horizon, let me tell you about a place called Haven's Rest. They've built their shelter deep inside a mountain. The entrance is hidden, marked only by an ancient weathered tree with roots that form a natural archway. Inside, they've managed to create something remarkable. A hydroponic farm, powered by the river that runs beneath the mountain. If you're nearby, listen closely at night. They send signals through the wind. Whistles, soft and low, carried by the air. Follow the sound, and you might find refuge.
This is Nathan, broadcasting from what we call Mirror's Edge. We found a way to use the infected's sharp senses against them. Mirrors, positioned carefully to redirect light and sound, confuse their movements and disrupt their patterns. It's not a perfect defense, but it's enough to keep them from overrunning us. If you're near abandoned malls or homes, look for anything reflective. Shiny surfaces can buy you precious time.
Alex Reed here with a report from the Midwest. There's a stretch of land they're calling the Crimson Fields. Once lush and green, it's now a wasteland of red soil and shattered trees. Survivors say it's where a massive battle took place between two infected hordes. Why would the infected turn on each other? We don't know. But whatever caused it, it's left the area eerily quiet. If you pass through, move quickly. Don't linger to wonder why the silence feels so heavy.
My name is Elena. I'm the keeper of the old lighthouse on Ash Point Cliff. Every night I light the beacon, not for ships, but for people. Survivors, drifters, anyone who needs a sign that they're not alone. If you're near the coast, look for the light, and it means there's someone here watching, waiting to welcome you.
Survivors, this is Alex Reed. I've saved something special for tonight. A gift from a listener in the Northern Territories. It's a recording, a simple tune played on a makeshift flute carved from a hollow branch. The melody is haunting, yet beautiful. It reminds us of what we've lost, yes, but also of what still lingers, our humanity. I'll leave you with this tune as the night stretches on. Let it be a reminder that we are still here, still capable of creating beauty in the darkness. Good night, survivors. Until tomorrow.
The air is quiet in ways it never used to be. Long ago, before all this started, we heard the hum of traffic, the laugh of people walking together, and the distant sound of music coming from open windows. Now, all that is gone. There is only the wind, the distant creak of old signs, and the low hiss of static on the radio. I am speaking from a small station hidden in a worn building. The walls here are thick, and the windows are boarded. I am alone behind this microphone, but I know others might be listening. If you are out there, keep still and keep quiet. I will share what I know so we can all try to stay alive one more night. It has been many weeks since the first reports of a strange sickness that spread from city to city. At first, people thought it was just another illness like many we had known before. But then came the silence, the empty streets, and the shape of things that no longer breathed as we do. Those who were lost rose again, hungry and without sense, roaming the roads in search of any sound, any movement, any warm body they could reach. I do not know how long my own broadcast will last. The power here flickers from time to time, and I must keep the generator running on whatever scraps of fuel I can find. My voice might crack with thirst, but I will keep speaking as long as I can, because we need to know that we are not alone. I have heard faint signals from other stations, though often just static and a few broken words. Some have warned of large groups of infected gathering near old highways, waiting for anyone who tries to travel. Others say small groups of survivors have settled in remote hills or old farms, trying to grow food and stay quiet. I cannot confirm these stories, but I pass them along because hope is the only thing that keeps us going. If you are new to all this, if you somehow slept through it or hid away in a cellar, let me tell you what we know. The infected can move at walking pace most of the time, though some shuffle slowly as if their limbs are stiff. They do not speak. They moan sometimes or hiss through broken teeth. Their eyes are dull and their skin is cold, but do not be fooled. They can still notice movement or sound. They will react if you call out or run close to them. The best way to survive is to stay quiet, move slowly, and watch all sides. Do not trust bright lights at night. Light draws them like moths. If you must see in the dark, shield your light with cloth, keep it dim, and never linger in one spot too long. If you find an old building with a working lock on the door, use it. Block the windows with boards, push furniture against the entrances, and stay low. If you have a radio, tune into this frequency at dawn and dusk. I try to broadcast at these times when the wind is calm and the infected seem less active. I must also warn you about the air near large groups of infected. Some say there are strange particles drifting around them, things that can affect your breathing. Many survivors wear layers of cloth over their nose and mouth, and some swear by charcoal filters. If you see large numbers of the infected in one area, try to go around. Even if you cannot see them, their presence might linger in the air. As for water, streams and old wells are safer than city pipes now. The pipes have gone silent, and who knows what flows through them now. Boil what you can, if you can manage a small fire without attracting attention. Food is harder to find each day. Cans are good if they are sealed and not swollen. Dry goods last longer, but rats and other small creatures might have gotten into them, so check for holes and strange smells. If you are near farmland, you might find old root vegetables still in the ground, but be careful and look around before you bend down to dig. I once heard a faint voice from a crackly signal saying that in some cold places up north, the infected freeze and do not move until the sun warms them again. If that is true, then maybe those who can stand the cold might find some peace there. But cold also brings its own dangers. Lack of shelter, frostbite, and no easy way to grow food. Every place has its risks now. There are stories of small groups who have learned ways to trap the infected. They use old roads and barriers to channel them into narrow paths where sharp stakes and obstacles can stop them. This might buy some time or clear a route, but it is never perfect. Sooner or later, noise or movement will bring more of them. Some survivors say the infected grow more active after dusk, when the sky is dark. Others say they are always around, just quieter at certain times. I cannot be sure. I recall the early days when the news anchors tried to explain what was happening, before the screens went dark. They said that the sickness was spreading through direct bites at first. Then they said it could be in the air near large gatherings of the infected. Then nothing. Now we must guess. I have watched some who hid behind masks for weeks, careful and silent, only to find them gone the next day, their shelter torn open. It is safer to avoid cities altogether. The old city centers are full of these creatures. They wander streets where we once shopped, where we once danced, where we once shared meals. Now those places are ghostly shells. Broken windows, empty cars, doors swinging in the breeze. If you must go into a city, do it in daylight, move slowly, and know your exits. High ground can help. Rooftops might offer a view, but also can trap you if there is no way down. Some survivors say they have found small enclaves. Perhaps they have. Maybe in the mountains or along quiet shores. I have heard a rumor about a group holding out in a valley where they have diverted streams and made crude defenses out of logs and barbed wire. They share food and stories over candlelight and keep watch in shifts. I do not know if this is real or just something someone made up to keep from losing hope. It matters that we keep speaking, though. If you are hearing me, maybe you can send out a signal of your own. Even if I never hear it, someone else might. That is how we stay human, by knowing we are not the only ones left, by knowing that somewhere out there, another living mind thinks and hopes. We must hold on to that, because without it, we are no better than the silent crowds outside. I remember the old world. I remember how we complained about small problems that now seem like dreams. We had warm beds, safe sidewalks, and bright shops full of food. We did not know how good we had it until it all slipped away. Now every sip of clean water is precious. Every quiet night without a scream is a gift. We find ourselves whispering prayers even if we never believed in anything before. Sometimes I laugh at the memory of complaining about traffic jams. Now the roads are empty, except for rusting cars and shuffling shapes that no longer care about rules or lanes. I have to say that if you are near the coast, be cautious. There have been reports of infected drifting in the water, bodies that washed ashore. They might move slower, but they still can bite. Salt water does not clean them away. If you travel by boat, do it quietly and try not to splash. The infected react to sudden sounds, even over water. If you have children with you, teach them the signs to watch for. Teach them to stay quiet, to freeze when they hear a moan. Teach them to hide behind thick walls and to climb if they can. It is sad that they must learn these things, but it may keep them alive. Children adapt fast, but we must guide them. They are all we have left of tomorrow. I must pause for a moment. I hear something outside the building. Just a soft scrape, like a branch or a hand against the wall. I will stay quiet and listen. I will be back in a moment. It is quiet again. Perhaps it was just the wind. I cannot be sure. I keep a small makeshift barricade at the door, and I have my little radio set up so I can still talk. If anything tries to come in, I have a few tools and a heavy bar of metal. I may not be strong, but I will fight if I must. Let us continue. I once spoke to a family over the radio who were hiding in an attic in the north. They said the infected gathered below their home, blocking the doors. The father tried to give advice on how to reinforce windows using sheets of metal and wooden boards nailed across them. He said that if anyone out there heard his voice, they should take note. He ended by saying they did all they could, and now it was up to others to keep on living. Then his voice faded into static. I never heard them again. If you have the luck to find a working vehicle, remember that noise will draw attention. A running engine can attract them from far away. If you must drive, do so at dawn when the infected seem less clustered, and head out on back roads. Avoid honking and braking loudly. Keep your eyes open, because one wrong turn can lead you into a mass of them. That would be the end. Some survivors speak of groups forming convoys to gather those who are scattered. They say there might be signals in code, painted on walls or trees, guiding survivors to a safer place. Red arrows, 3 dashes, or simple patterns that tell you which way to go. But be careful, because some signs could lead into traps, either set by people who have lost their minds, or by infected gathering in quiet corners. We must remember that not everyone left alive is friendly. Hunger and fear can twist people. Some may try to steal your supplies or harm you. Trust is rare now. If you find someone, watch them from a distance first. Look for signs of kindness or a willingness to share. If they hold out their hand, be cautious, but consider giving them a chance. We need each other more than ever, but we must not be foolish. I heard from a voice on another frequency that somewhere in the old country near the mountains, a group managed to set up a small farm. They found old seeds and learned to plant them in hidden patches, covered from view by old tarps. They water them at night, always with 2 watchers standing guard with makeshift spears. The infected may stumble through their fields now and then, but they stay low and still until the moans pass by. In time, they hope to harvest enough food to last through the colder months. If this is true, then there is still hope that we can do more than just survive day to day. Maybe we can learn to live again in some quiet corners. But I do not want to paint an easy picture. It is very hard out there. Every day is a struggle. We scavenge what we can from ruined homes, peek into old cupboards, reach under dusty beds for boxes of crackers long past their best date. We drink water from puddles after boiling it, cough in the smoke of our makeshift fires, and sleep on hard floors. And always we listen for that telltale shuffle, that dragging sound of something no longer living trying to find us. The infected do not rest, do not get bored, do not argue among themselves. They just keep moving, keep searching, drawn by senses we can only guess at. They may not be smart, but their numbers are large and always growing as they find new victims. If you are bitten, we have no cure. Some say if you cut the limb off quick enough, you might slow it. But I cannot say if that is true. The old doctors and nurses are mostly gone now, and hospitals are death traps filled with those who turned early in the outbreak. If you find medicine, keep it safe. Painkillers, antibiotics, anything that might help treat a wound or infection, not the main one that makes them rise, but the ordinary kind that comes from dirt and grime. Clean bandages matter more than gold. A working flashlight or a good pair of boots is worth more than any old piece of jewelry now. We have returned to a time when basic things mean life or death. Some nights, I dream of another voice calling out my name over these airwaves. I wake up and realize it was just my mind playing tricks. Still, I tune my dial carefully, straining to hear something more than static. Once, I caught a faint whisper, a man's voice saying something about water and a safe house. Then he was gone. I spent hours calling out, trying different frequencies, but got nothing else. If you are out there, stranger, know that I tried to find you. Let me share what I know about moving at night. Night is dangerous because you cannot see far, and any sound you make seems louder. But the infected are not much better at seeing in the dark than we are. They rely a lot on sound. If you must move at night, try crawling slowly. Stay low behind cars or walls, and never shine a bright light. If you have a small pen light, shield it with your hand. Move in short bursts and pause to listen often. If you hear a moan, freeze and wait. Sometimes they will pass right by if you do not move. Daylight gives you a better view, but also exposes you to any infected in open areas. If you travel by day, hug the walls of buildings, crouch behind old fences, and peek around corners before moving forward. Stick to small side streets, not main roads. The main roads might be clogged with abandoned cars and many infected. If you see a cluster of them ahead, backtrack and find another route. Do not run unless you have to. Running makes noise, and noise is death. I recall a whispered rumor that on the far side of the old river, there is a group that has learned to burn small controlled fires to lure infected into pits. They wait until enough gather, then light the oil, or old fuel they have set aside. The smell must be awful, and the risk is high. But if they can thin out their numbers that way, maybe they can reclaim some ground. I have no way of knowing if this is true. So many stories drift through the static now. If you have pets, I am sorry. Many could not keep them alive. Dogs bark and attract infected. Cats vanish into the night. Some who tried to keep their animals soon learned that every sound can bring danger. Still, if your pet is quiet and helps you by warning you when something approaches, you might keep it. Just remember you must feed it too, and food is scarce. I know this is grim. I know that hope is hard to find. But we must hold on to whatever we can. Look at the sky at sunrise, and remember that we still have something left that they cannot take. They do not think, they do not feel, they do not know what the stars mean. We do. We remember what music sounded like, what laughter felt like, what it was like to hold someone close without fear. If we ever find a way out of this, it will be because we remember how to care for each other. If you find an old radio, even a small one, keep it safe. Tune it from time to time. Maybe you will hear me. Maybe you will hear another voice. If you have batteries, guard them well. Some survivors say that candlelight is safer than electric light at night because it flickers less and draws less attention. But candles also release scent, and some infected might pick up on that. Hard to say. Everything is guesswork now. I must rest for a moment. Let me check the generator and make sure we still have enough fuel. I will stay on the air, but you may hear some quiet. Do not panic. I am still here. All right, I am back. The generator sputtered a bit, but I think it will hold for another hour or so. This building is an old structure, maybe once part of a small business. I found it empty, with old chairs and tables pushed aside. I guess whoever worked here left in a hurry. I piled some of the chairs against the door. They make a good barrier. I sleep in a corner with my back to the wall and my hat pulled over my eyes. I should tell you about something I saw yesterday morning, from a small gap in the boards on the second floor window. I watched a single infected drag one leg behind it as it moved down the street. It passed right by an old bus stop where a crow was pecking at something. The infected paid no mind to the crow. It just kept going, arms hanging low, mouth partly open. It stumbled over a cracked piece of pavement, fell onto its side, and then slowly rose again, as if it felt nothing. There is no reason behind their movement, no purpose, just an endless search. This is what the world has become. I wonder if anyone has tried to reach distant islands, far from the mainland. Perhaps on some remote shore, people are living in peace, safe from these creatures. But how to get there without a working ship or enough fuel? The seas might be just as dangerous, and we do not know how far this has spread. My guess is that it is everywhere by now, or almost everywhere. The radios have fallen silent from major cities far across the old map. It is just small voices like mine that remain. If I ever decide to leave this place, I would head toward the hills where trees might hide me. I would search for old cabins, gather nuts and berries, try to live off the land. But I am not strong, and my leg hurts from an old wound. So I stay here with my voice, hoping it reaches someone who can still move freely. Let me share a memory. Before all this, I once walked through a park at night with friends. We were laughing, telling stories. The city lights glowed in the distance, and we felt safe. Now that park is probably full of silent shapes, wandering among broken benches and fallen leaves. The laughter is gone. But I remember it, and that must count for something. If you remember good things, you keep a small flame alive inside you. That small flame is what will keep us human. If we forget who we were, what we cared about, then we have lost everything. The infected can take our streets, our shops, our schools, but they cannot steal our memory of what life was. Hold on to that as tightly as you hold on to your shelter and your food. Another pause now. I must listen again. I think I heard something outside. It was nothing. At least I think so. I listened for a long time, holding my breath. I heard only the sound of the wind slipping through gaps in the old boards. Sometimes the mind plays tricks when it is lonely and afraid. I will stay alert, but I must keep speaking. Words are all I have to hold you close, whoever you are out there. Let me tell you about a voice I once heard on these airwaves, many days ago. It came through very faintly, as if spoken from a great distance. The voice belonged to a young woman. She said she was holed up in an old school building, somewhere near what used to be a large town. She had a small group with her. 2 older men, a woman with a hurt leg, and a child who cried in the night. They had enough canned food to last a few weeks, and they had set up a system of signals by tapping on pipes. If anyone was nearby, they would tap 3 times, pause, then tap 3 times again. She said that if anyone picked up her broadcast, they should try to find them by following the sound of the taps. Then the signal faded, and I never heard her again. I wonder if they are still alive. We must accept that most voices we hear now will fade. The world is no longer kind to long-distance calls. Our best hope is to make do with what we have, right where we are. If you decide to travel, make sure you do so with a purpose. Do not wander aimlessly, or you might lose yourself in empty streets. I have been watching the weather through a gap in the old boards. The sky looks gray. I recall that rain sometimes helps mask small sounds, but it also makes surfaces slick. Falling rain also washes scents into puddles. The infected seem to react to strong smells at times, though I cannot say if this is true for all of them. If rain comes, use it to your advantage, but do not trust it too much. I remember when this station played music. It had old tapes of songs from years gone by. I found the tapes in a box under the desk. They are dusty now, and I have no power to run the old player. But I hold one tape in my hand sometimes, reading the labels and trying to recall the tunes. Music would be nice, but any noise might draw trouble. Silence is safer, even if it leaves our minds hungry for old comforts. If you are low on supplies, you might try searching small villages away from big roads. Many people fled early, leaving behind pantries with jars of dried beans, rice, and grains. Even a half bag of flour could be worth the risk. Just remember to move slowly, crouch low, and listen. Check corners before you step around them. If you spot even one infected, try to find another way in. If cornered, you must remain calm. Sometimes you can slip by if they are distracted by something else. If you must fight, do it quietly. A heavy piece of wood or a metal bar used carefully might drop one without making too much noise. But if there are more than one, running silently is better than fighting. Those who once kept gardens might have seeds hidden in tool sheds. Seeds can mean hope if you find a safe place to plant them. Carrots, potatoes, onions. These can still grow if you find patches of soil away from wandering infected. But any kind of farming requires calm and time, both hard to come by now. I heard a tale from a voice on another frequency who claimed to have traveled far on a bicycle, avoiding major roads. He said that moving quietly on a bike at dawn was the key. He would pedal slowly and keep his eyes on the sides of the road. If he saw movement ahead, he would hide in a ditch until the infected passed. He traveled this way for weeks, covering many miles, until he found a large barn where a few survivors had set up a shelter. Together they built walls from scraps of wood and metal and hung old sheets to block the view inside. He said they had stayed alive there for months, trading small items and watching each other's backs. I do not know if that is true, but I think about it often. It reminds me that a quiet mind and patient steps might take you far. We must also consider that some infected seem stronger than others. I once saw one smash through a flimsy wooden fence as if it were nothing, while others seem to struggle with even a low barrier. Maybe some have decayed more than others. Maybe some are fresher, with stronger muscles still holding together. Be careful, because you never know which kind you might face. If you come across a body that is not moving, treat it as if it might rise. Many survivors have met their end by stepping too close, thinking the infected were gone only to have them lunge suddenly. Toss a small stone from a distance if you must see if it reacts. If it does not move, still be cautious. Better to circle around and give it a wide berth. I know these words are grim. I wish I could offer more comfort. Let me try. There are still signs of beauty. Yesterday, I saw a bird perched on a broken windowsill across the street. It was a small bird, its feathers blue and gray. It sang a quiet song into the silent morning. The infected below did not look up or care. That tiny life still found a moment to sing in this world. That must mean something. I have also heard someone talk about a place where a small group of survivors managed to make a kind of signal using a mirror on a hillside. They shine sunlight in patterns, hoping to catch the eye of anyone watching from afar. They do it at midday when the sun is high, flashing the mirror 3 times in a row to signal safety. If you ever see such a flashing light on a hillside, it might be them. But be careful. Watch from a distance to see if there are infected lurking. Every small story I share might be all someone has left to hold on to. Words keep us connected. In the old days, we took words for granted. We shouted across crowded streets, spoke without thinking, wasted our breath on complaints about nothing important. Now every whisper matters. Every word we share could help someone survive one more night. If you have a hammer and nails, reinforce your shelter. Even a thin sheet of metal nailed over a window frame can slow them down. Pile furniture against doors. Block stairwells if you must, leaving only one route for escape. Plan your exits before trouble comes. Keep a rope or a makeshift ladder ready if you have to climb down from a second floor. Do not wait until something is breaking through your door to think of how to get out. The infected do not get tired like we do, so outrunning them for a long time is hard. But they do seem to lose interest if you break their line of sight and stay silent. If you can slip around a corner, crouch behind something, and wait without making a sound, they might move on. Patience is a weapon now. Steady nerves and quiet steps can save your life more often than brute force. I have tried to understand what caused all this, but I have no answers. Without experts and working labs, we cannot find cures or reasons. We can only accept what is and try to keep on. Maybe someday someone smarter and better equipped than I am will figure something out, or find a place untouched by this plague. Until then, we endure. If you have someone with you, someone you trust, hold on to them, support each other. Take turns keeping watch at night so one can sleep while the other listens. Share food and water fairly. Learn to communicate with gestures and whispers. 2 careful survivors stand a better chance than 1 alone. But do not trust blindly. If someone starts acting strange, if they show signs of sickness, keep your distance. Harsh as it sounds, your life matters. If they were bitten, you cannot save them, and staying with them might seal your fate as well. There may be times you hear distant cries. Sometimes it might be another survivor calling for help. Sometimes it might be something else. Approach cries with great care. Many who have rushed toward a scream ended up trapped. Think before you move. The infected make strange sounds sometimes, moans and soft wails, and it can be hard to tell a human voice from the wind. If you must investigate a sound, do it slowly, with many pauses, and always have a clear retreat path. If you have a chance to gather warm clothes, do so. Nights can be cold, and shivering makes noise. Thick clothing can also give a slight layer of protection, though not much. Still, every small advantage counts. Sturdy boots help protect your feet from sharp debris and broken glass. Gloves can help you climb rough surfaces without injuring your hands. Think like someone preparing for a long hike in unfriendly land. That is what the world is now, unfriendly land everywhere. If you come across old maps, keep them. Even if you cannot travel far, knowing the layout of roads, rivers, hills, and forests might help. You might learn where to find water or where certain choke points are that could trap large groups of infected. Knowledge now is as precious as food. I have heard that in some places, survivors have started using smoke signals at dawn to show that they are still alive. A thin line of smoke rising from a hidden valley might mean a camp with living people. But smoke also draws attention. The infected might not understand it, but they may notice the movement of birds or animals disturbed by the smoke. Still, if you are desperate to find others, you might look for these signs. Time moves strangely now. Without normal life to mark the hours, we measure days by the sunlight and the length of our candles. Birthdays, holidays, and all those things that once mattered so much now fade into a single struggle for one more sunrise. If you find someone still celebrating something, even in a small way, like carving a mark on a wall each passing day, join them. Keeping track of time can help us remember that we are still human and not lost in an endless night. I think of my past before all this. I was never a strong person, never a hero. I worked a simple job, worried about ordinary things, spent evenings watching old shows or reading books. Now I cling to the memory of those stories in my head. Sometimes I whisper an old tale to myself, imagining I am telling it to someone who needs comfort. If you have a story, a memory of a better time, hold it close. If you find another survivor who is willing to listen, share it with them. Words are the last form of shelter we can build inside our minds. Some say that there are new forms of infected out there, ones that do not move slowly. I do not know if this is true, but if you ever see something faster, more aware, your best choice is to hide and pray it does not sense you. We have enough trouble with the slow ones. The idea of something worse is hard to bear. But be prepared for anything. This world is full of unpleasant surprises now. If you are listening to this broadcast with others, do not speak loudly about it. Whisper your plans. Keep your voices down. Sound can travel far in these empty streets. The infected do not need much to start shambling your way. If you have a broken window or a gap in a wall, cover it with something that does not make noise when moved by the wind. Sometimes a piece of cloth is better than a sheet of metal if you want to avoid clanging sounds. It will not stop them if they push hard, but it might keep your presence hidden. Consider your rest as well. Exhaustion leads to mistakes, and mistakes can kill you now. Sleep in short shifts if you must, but try to rest your eyes. Even if you cannot sleep, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and calm your mind. Stress wears you down. In normal times, we could handle stress by talking to friends or going out for a walk. Now we must handle it by being still, focusing on what matters: survival. I have been at this station for some time now. I know I cannot stay here forever. My supplies are running low, and the small amount of fuel I had for the generator will not last many more days. When it runs out, I will lose my ability to speak to you like this. Maybe I will have to move on, carry this radio with me, and hope I find another power source. But I will try to stay on the air as long as I can. If I fade one day, do not think it means the end for you. There may be other voices, other signals. Keep searching. In some of the old houses, you might find letters left behind. People might have written notes before they fled or turned. Reading these notes can give you clues about safe spots, or simply remind you that once people cared enough to leave messages for strangers. That small kindness might lift your spirits. Beware of drinking from old water tanks without boiling the water first. Stagnant water can make you sick, and sickness without medicine is dangerous. A bad stomach or fever could make you weak, and weakness now is deadly. Take fewer risks with water and food. Check for mold, strange smells, or discoloration. If you ever find a place that seems completely untouched, be doubly careful. It might be that others already looted it and left traps, or that infected wait silently inside. An unlocked door is suspicious now. Check from a window first. Try tapping softly on a wall from outside to see if anything stirs within. Rushing in headlong could end badly. I remember when there were shelters set up by local authorities in the early days of the outbreak. People crowded into them, hoping for safety. It did not last. The infected found their way in, or panic set in among those inside. Now those shelters stand as grim reminders. If you must enter such a place, do it with great caution. They are often full of old bedding, scattered belongings, and broken barricades. This chaos can hide infected lying in wait. If you have a working flashlight with extra batteries, treasure it. Use it sparingly. Light at night is a gift, but can also give you away. Some survivors have made small covers for their flashlights, cutting down the beam so it does not shine too far. A narrow beam aimed at your feet is often enough to see where you step without lighting up a whole room. If the infected gather outside your hiding spot, do not panic. Stay quiet. Sometimes they will move on if they cannot see or hear anything. If they start pushing against your barriers, brace them from the inside as quietly as possible. If they break through, have a backup plan, maybe an escape route through a window. Keep rope handy for such events. I know all this sounds like a life of endless fear, but remember, every day you survive is a day you have beaten the odds. There may come a time when the infected grow fewer, or when survivors band together to clear small areas and start to rebuild. We cannot know what the future holds. For now, we hold on, because giving up means letting the darkness have us. I will try to picture your faces, you out there listening. Maybe a tired man in a store basement, holding a radio close to his ear. Maybe a small group in a barn, huddled around a tiny speaker, nodding at each other. Maybe a lone traveler on a rooftop, tuning in while watching the streets below. You are not alone, not completely. My voice reaches you, and your careful listening reaches me in spirit. Let me pause again and listen. I thought I heard a soft moan outside. Just a moment. Still quiet. It could have been the wind through broken glass. This building next door has several smashed windows, and when the wind passes through them, it makes a low sound that could be mistaken for a moan. Better safe than sorry. Caution is our shield now. If you find an old bicycle, as that traveler mentioned, consider using it. Bikes are quieter than cars and do not need fuel, but watch out for flat tires or broken chains. Carry a small repair kit if you have one. If you must go through towns, walk the bike quietly. Riding fast might draw attention if you hit loose debris and make sudden noise. It might be wise to think about heading for places where you can hide for a longer time. Tall apartment buildings with ladders you can pull up behind you might work. Forests thick with undergrowth can also conceal you, but remember that some infected might wander there too. Try to pick a place with at least one reliable source of fresh water and some shelter from rain and cold. We have no choice but to live simply now. The old world of gadgets and bright screens is gone. Now, a working knife or a sturdy coat means more than any fancy device. If you find tools, keep them. A hammer, a saw, a pair of pliers, these can help you build or fix shelters, open locked doors, or cut through barriers. Tools are worth their weight in gold now. I must keep my voice steady. Sometimes I feel my throat tighten with fear or sadness. But I will not cry or scream. That would be a waste of energy and might draw attention. I will breathe, focus, and keep sharing what I know. We help each other by passing along these small pieces of advice, these whispered bits of truth about how to stay alive in a world that seems determined to end us. Hold on. I think I see movement across the street. I will speak softly now. There is something there, behind a rusted car. It might be an infected. I can see a shape bending down as if sniffing the ground. I will watch carefully. I see it more clearly now. There is indeed an infected form crouched behind that old rusted car. It is leaning over something on the ground. I cannot tell what it might be eating or sniffing. There's no way to know if it has caught the scent of me or if it is just passing through. I will keep my voice low. If it comes closer, I may have to go silent for a while. This is a reminder to you. Never assume you are completely safe, even when indoors. These creatures can wander close at any moment. They do not act like normal creatures. They seem to drift with no purpose until something draws them. Any sound, sudden movement, or even a slight glow of light can bring them near. I remember something a survivor once shared on a weak radio signal. They said that wearing old clothes that smell like the earth, dirt, or damp leaves can sometimes mask a person's scent. They were not certain if this always works, but they believed it helped them slip past a group of infected once. If you have the chance to rub mud or dirt on your clothes before sneaking past them, it might help. But this is guesswork. We know so little for sure. That shape outside is shifting now. It stands upright, swaying slightly. The hair on its head is thin, its clothes torn and stained. From this distance, I see no sign that it noticed me. It stumbles forward a step, then another. I am safe for the moment. Still, my heart is beating fast. Even after all this time, the sight of them makes my skin crawl. If you are listening, perhaps you know this feeling. Maybe you have seen them up close, watched them press their faces against a window, their blank eyes staring without emotion. Maybe you have hidden behind a curtain while several passed just outside, holding your breath until you thought your lungs might burst. This is our world now, a world of constant fear and careful steps. Let me tell you something else I recall hearing. There was a message once about a place near a wide river where survivors found a working hand pump for water. They guarded it day and night, taking turns sleeping in a small shed. They had a code of taps, much like that girl in the school building, to signal when it was safe to approach. Anyone who came silently and tapped back in the right pattern was given a cup of water, and if they had any spare, a handful of dried beans. But if a stranger made noise or tried to force their way in, they would lock down and wait until the danger passed. They said trust is earned now, not given freely. But they were willing to share a little, which is more than some do. I wish I had more good news. The infected have spread so far. The lack of any strong human presence means that after weeks or months, they roam without end. Some survivors have tried to follow old rail lines to find safer regions. Rails can guide you away from big roads. But remember that train stations and rail yards may hold clusters of infected. Still, rails run long and straight, sometimes leading out into the countryside, away from crowded places. If you travel along them, stay off the main path. Walk in the bushes beside them, use the rails only as a guide, and be ready to duck behind shrubs if you see movement ahead. If you ever find an abandoned camp, check carefully for traps. Some survivors leave sharp stakes in the ground or rig noisemakers from cans and strings to warn them if anyone approaches. If you see something that looks out of place, a line of string at ankle height, a row of small stones arranged in a pattern, be cautious. It might signal a hidden alarm. Do not trigger it. It is sad that we must fear not only the infected, but also other survivors who may guard their resources with deadly methods. But this is what we face now. Humans, once so united by society, now scattered and uncertain, forced into guarded behavior. Yet, I believe kindness can still appear. There must be some who remember that we are all in this together. I hold on to that thought. The infected outside has wandered out of my line of sight now. I think it moved down the street. I will still keep my voice low. It is safer this way, and you never know who else might be listening. Sometimes I imagine that not only survivors tune in, but perhaps others with less kind intentions. So I will not reveal my exact location or any details that could give me away. You should do the same. If you broadcast your own signal, keep details vague. You can describe general areas, but not your exact shelter. Safety first. I recall another story. A man who lived in an old cabin far from any town. He managed to set snares for small game, rabbits mainly, and he boiled water from a nearby stream. He even had a small pile of logs for a fire. He said he would sit for hours, just watching the trees sway, listening for any sign of infected. Once he saw 3 of them pass by at a distance, but they never noticed him. He stayed still, hardly breathing, until they were gone. He said that for a moment he felt almost at peace out there, away from the crumbling remains of what we called civilization. I wonder if he still lives. Maybe he does, quietly waiting out the days. If you have any skill in repairing old items, it can help. A pair of shoes too large for your feet can still be cut and tied to fit. A broken door can be patched with scrap wood. Even an empty can can serve as a container for boiling water or for setting up a crude alarm. The world is full of junk that once had no value, but now might save your life. Creativity matters. Light rain is starting outside. I can hear small drops tapping on the roof. Rain can help mask some noises, but also makes footsteps slippery. If you must move now, choose shoes with good grip and step carefully. Wet wood can creak more loudly. Wet leaves can make soft squishing sounds that might draw attention. Night is not far off. The days are shorter now, and we must be careful as darkness comes. If you are planning to move, do so soon, or find a safe place to wait until morning. The infected do not rest at night, but we see even less in the dark. Without good night vision, we risk stumbling into their arms. I have been thinking about a safer place myself. Somewhere I could move to if this station becomes unsafe. Perhaps there is a farm a few miles away, with a cellar I could hide in. But to get there, I would need to slip past many infected, and I do not have much strength left in my legs. For now, I will stay here and keep talking as long as I can. My purpose now is to give you something, anything, that helps you hold on. Let's talk about quiet signals. If you meet another survivor at a distance, raise your hand slowly and hold it still. Do not wave or shout. If they do the same, you can try to move closer at a slow pace, each step measured. Whisper if you must communicate. If they look nervous or raise a weapon, back away. Safety may depend on leaving them be. Not everyone is ready to trust. If you find an old book, keep it. Reading can calm the mind during long, quiet hours. Even a book you do not understand fully might help you remember that we once had libraries and schools. It might seem useless now, but your mind needs hope and calm. Just do not read aloud. Words spoken too loud might draw unwanted ears. If you happen upon old farmland, check the soil for hidden roots. Even if the fields are overgrown, there might be potatoes, turnips, or onions left in the ground. They can last a long time below the surface. Dig quietly and gently. Watch for infected roaming between overgrown rows. The old scarecrows stand guard with empty eyes now, but they cannot help you. It is you against the quiet world. I once heard a rumor of a small group that managed to rig a simple wind-powered charger for batteries. They climbed onto a small hill, set up a crude wind blade from scrap metal and cloth, and linked it to an old car battery. When the wind turned the blade, it put a small charge back into the battery. With this, they could power a flashlight, or even a tiny radio for a short time each day. If this is true, it shows that humans can still find ways to cope. If you find such a setup, do not break it. Respect what others have built. Maybe you can trade help later. As time passes, the infected might decay further. Perhaps after enough months or years, they will become too weak to move, and we can slowly return to clearing areas and planting again. This is just a guess. No one knows how long they last. Until then, we must treat them as a constant danger. If you are stuck in a high-rise building, consider that the lower floors might be full of infected. If you still have access to the roof, you might lower a rope ladder down the outside of the building to escape, avoiding the main halls and stairwells. This is risky, but it might save you if you are trapped. Be sure the rope is strong enough to hold your weight and tie it well to something solid. Small fires are safer than large ones. If you must cook or boil water, a tiny flame shielded by metal or bricks can reduce smoke and light. The less noticeable you are, the better. Smell can travel on the wind, so try not to cook strong-smelling foods if you think infected are nearby. Bland and simple is safer now. If you are lucky enough to find a companion who can share the burden, do not waste that chance. Talk quietly, plan together, split watch shifts. 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, and 2 minds can solve problems better than 1 alone. But always be honest and fair. If you cheat or harm your companion, you might end up alone again, or worse. The infected seem less active when the air is still. On windy days, they might turn their heads, as if sensing something they cannot understand. I have seen them cluster near certain spots, perhaps drawn by an old sound or scent, trapped in a building. If you see a cluster, never try to sneak through them. Wait until they disperse or find another route. Patience can mean the difference between life and death. I know we have lost much, but as long as we breathe, we have a chance. That chance is what keeps me talking. I imagine that my words float through empty rooms, down quiet streets, across fields of tall grass, into the ears of someone who needs to hear them. Maybe that someone is you. Maybe you are nodding right now, whispering thanks under your breath. I cannot hear you, but I feel your presence. When searching houses, look for canned goods first. Listen before you enter. Press your ear against the door. If you hear shuffling inside, back away. If it sounds quiet, open the door slowly. Keep your eyes low. Watch for feet first before looking higher. The infected often stand still until they sense movement. If you see none, step inside softly. Check cupboards and drawers, but do not slam them. If you find nothing, leave quickly. If you find something, beans, tuna, anything edible, take it and go. Do not linger. If you find a bicycle horn or anything that can make noise at a distance, you might be able to use it as a distraction. Place it far from where you plan to go and sound it, then slip away while the infected head toward the noise. But be careful not to trap yourself. Think ahead. Once they gather, they might block your path back. The rain outside is getting heavier. I can hear it drumming on the roof. This might be a good time for some of you to move if you need to, as the rain will mask some sounds. But also remember that thunder, if it comes, can frighten you into making a sudden move. Stay calm. Breathe slowly. Every step planned. I will try to rest soon, but I want to keep going a bit longer. My battery is holding for now. The generator gave me some power earlier. I store it in a small battery pack. When that runs dry, I will need to crank the old hand dynamo I found. It is tiring, but it gives a short burst of electricity. Maybe you can find something similar if you search old garages or sheds. If the infected break into your current shelter and you must run, do not grab too much. Take only what you can carry without slowing down. Better to lose some cans of food than your life. Travel light if you must flee. Heavy packs make noise and slow you down. Keep essentials close at hand so you can pick them up and run on short notice. I recall someone mentioning that in certain regions, crows and other birds have learned to follow infected hordes, pecking at scraps they drop. If you see a large number of crows circling an area, it might mean infected are there. Birds can act as a warning sign. Watch the wildlife. Even small animals might guide you. If you see a place where even the birds do not land, be very careful. You might wonder if there are places where radio signals are stronger. Some high locations, like hills or tall buildings, might give you a better radio range. But higher spots can also make you visible. If you must broadcast, do it quickly, and then fall silent. Wait a while before broadcasting again, in case anyone unfriendly tries to find you. Caution rules now. If someone calls out to you on the radio offering great promises of food and safety, be wary. It could be a trap. The world is not kind anymore. Trust must be earned. If you decide to approach a meeting point, watch from afar before making contact. Look for signs of infected or suspicious behavior. Do not walk into any place blindly. I find myself whispering again, even though the infected I saw is gone. The habit of speaking softly is becoming natural. Maybe that is good. A quieter world forces us to respect silence. We never valued silence before. Now silence can save us. If you have found a quiet place to rest and have enough food for a day or two, consider staying put until you regain strength. Traveling hungry and tired leads to mistakes. A short rest can sharpen your senses again. Just make sure your resting place is secure and keep watch in turns if you are not alone. If you are alone, do your best to stay awake until you are sure the area is clear. Then sleep lightly, waking often to listen. I know it is hard, but we must adapt to these ways of living. I think often about what life might be if we find a safe area. Maybe a small group could clear out a few blocks, set up high walls, and create a new start. Plant seeds, gather clean water, raise children without fear. It might take a long time, but do not lose that dream. Even if you never see it, knowing it is possible might keep you going. Remember to care for your health. If you get a small cut, clean it with what you have. Infection of any kind, not the main one, but the regular type that comes from germs, can weaken you. Weakness now is not something you can afford. If you find old bandages or cloth, keep them clean and dry. Rotate your socks if you have extra, to prevent foot sores. Little things that once seemed trivial now matter. The rain is slowing down. I hear only a soft drip now. If you must head out, watch for puddles. They reflect light and can give you away if you shine any beam, even a small one. Step around them. The darkness outside is deepening. The streets must look eerie now, with broken lampposts and empty shops. If you were once familiar with these roads, try not to dwell too long on how they have changed. Such thoughts may lead to sadness that will weaken your resolve. We must focus on what needs to be done to survive. If anyone out there has managed to form a small group that is thriving, I hope someday you find a way to spread that news. Good news can lift spirits. Until then, we live on rumors and whispered stories. I will pause to listen once more. Just a moment. I think we are still alone here. I must stop soon to gather my thoughts and perhaps try to sleep. But I will keep going a little longer. This broadcast might be all you have right now, and I owe you what comfort I can give. If dawn comes and you still have not found food, remember that many small animals still roam the outskirts of towns. Squirrels, rats, maybe even stray cats or dogs if they have survived. I know it is hard to consider such things as food, but hunger can push us to do what we never considered before. Just be careful. Approaching any animal might make noise, and a sudden movement can bring infected from around corners. If you find old fruit trees, check the ground for anything edible. It might be rotten or half-eaten by insects, but sometimes you can salvage a bit. Scrape off bad parts, and boil if you can. We cannot be picky now. Always remember, stay quiet, move slowly, watch all sides, and trust nothing at first glance. These are the simple rules of this new life. Do not lose hope, because as long as you breathe, you have a chance. Even if you only survive one more day, that is a victory. I will rest my voice for now. Be safe out there, whoever you are. I have rested a bit, and the night has deepened. The darkness outside presses against these old boards. I can feel my own breath, slow and steady, and I imagine you out there, doing the same. Each quiet breath is a small victory. It is strange how we measure time now. No steady clock, no daily routines as before. Just the changes in light, the hunger in our bellies, the ache in our backs. We mark time by moments of calm between dangers. If you are listening, maybe you have found a corner that feels safe for now. Cherish it, but keep your guard up. I recall a rumor I once caught in a faint broadcast. Someone claimed there was a narrow valley in the west, where a small stream still runs clear. They said several survivors gathered there and built hidden shelters covered with old tarps and branches. They scattered leaves and dirt over the roofs, so from a distance it looks like the forest floor. They keep quiet, use hand signals among themselves, and move in pairs. With patience, they began to gather wild berries and mushrooms. They said the infected did wander through the woods at times, but because the shelters were so well hidden and no one spoke above a whisper, the infected passed by. If that is true, it shows that careful thought and teamwork can create a pocket of safety. We must remember that the infected cannot climb very well if the handholds are not easy. A smooth wall or a rope pulled up behind you can keep them from reaching you. If you can find a flat roof with no direct stairs up, climb it and then pull your ladder away. You might spend the night on that roof, hidden from their sight. Just watch out for the morning sun, which will reveal you if you stand too tall against the skyline. If you have a small mirror, it can be useful for looking around corners without showing your face. You can hold it at an angle to see if anything waits down a hall. This trick might save you from walking into danger. Mirrors were once tools for grooming and decoration. Now they become a means of survival. I once heard someone say that certain old stores still have canned food if you know where to look. High shelves, out-of-reach spots that people missed when they fled in panic. But be careful with tall shelves. If something falls with a loud crash, you might draw infected. Better to climb quietly or build a makeshift step from crates. Slow, careful moves. This is how we must live now. If you have something like chalk or charcoal, you can mark quiet symbols on walls to remember safe paths. Maybe an arrow scratched behind a door frame or a small mark on a fence post. Do not leave anything too obvious that might lead trouble to your shelter. Simple codes only you understand can help you navigate if you must leave and return later. I wonder if anyone has tried radio Morse code again. A simple pattern of short and long signals could let others know you are alive without speaking. But that requires working gear and steady nerves. Few have that now. Still, keep your mind open to old methods. The past holds many secrets that might help us now. If you find clothing that fits well and is quiet, soft fabrics that do not rustle much, wear it. Avoid synthetic materials that might make a lot of noise when you move. Dark colors help at night, though be mindful that in daylight you might absorb heat. balance your needs. Also, consider layering clothes for warmth, because you never know when cold air might drift in. I recall a man's voice once, crackling through the radio, who said he had met a traveling pair who carried a large bag of dried beans. They would trade a handful of beans for useful items like a working lighter or a sturdy tool. They said beans lasted long, were easy to store, and could be soaked and cooked with very little equipment. Think about simple foods that do not spoil quickly. Dried foods are gold now. If you are in a place where you hear moans at night, try stuffing cloth in any cracks where sound can escape. Dull any noise you make. If they cannot pinpoint you, they might wander off. Some survivors swear by hanging strips of cloth or damp rags in doorways to absorb sound. Every small trick might help. If you have lost track of how many days have passed since it all began, do not worry. Counting days may not matter now. What matters is surviving until your next meal, your next safe rest, your next quiet dawn. Do not waste energy mourning the old calendars. I think about the faces of people I knew before all this. It hurts, but it also reminds me that I am still human, with a memory of what once was. Let yourself remember who you were, what you cared about. It may give you the strength to keep going. If you have any chance to gather rainwater, do it. Place buckets or bowls outside when it rains, then boil it if you can. Clean water can be hard to find. Streams may be safer than city pipes, but still boil to be sure. If you have no fuel for a fire, let the water sit for a while and strain it through cloth. It is not perfect, but better than nothing. Some survivors say that at times you can trick infected by throwing a small object in one direction while you slip away in another. A rock tossed against a wall can create a brief distraction. But be sure you have cover when you do this. If you stand in open view, they might see you anyway. If you must travel in a group, plan hand signals for stop, go, quiet, danger. Words carry on the air, but a silent gesture might save your life. Practice these signals before you head out so everyone understands them clearly. I remember a story told by a quiet voice on the radio. They said they found an old root cellar behind a farmhouse. Inside were jars of pickled vegetables, dusty but sealed. Enough food to last a week or more. This gave them the energy to reinforce the farmhouse doors and block off windows. With that, they created a small, safe spot for a time. If you are lucky enough to find stored food that is still good, guard it well and use it wisely. If you ever face a locked door you must open, try gentle methods first. Forcing it open with a loud crash is never ideal. Maybe you can find a small window or a side entrance. The direct approach often leads to noise, and noise brings trouble. Firearms might seem helpful, but remember they are loud. One shot can bring many infected your way. If you must use one, choose your moment carefully, have an escape route, and do not fire blindly. Also, ammunition is rare now. Do not waste it. A sturdy stick or a crowbar can be just as good as anything else if you know how to swing it silently. Aim for the head if you must engage, but only if you are sure there are no others nearby. Stealth is your best friend. Running quietly is often better than fighting. Some survivors prefer living near water. They say infected can move through shallow water, but not very fast. If you have a small boat and can row quietly, you might escape by drifting down a stream. Just watch for debris and snags that could flip you over. A quiet journey on water might lead you to safer ground. If you ever find a written note from someone who once lived in a place, read it carefully. They might have left clues about where they stored supplies, or where it was safest to hide. Human voices recorded on paper can still guide us, even if they are gone. If you face a door with scratching sounds behind it, do not open it unless you must. Move on and find another path. Curiosity killed many who thought they could peek inside. Survive first. Satisfy curiosity never. Try to keep track of how much food and water you have left. Estimate how long it will last. If you see it running low, make a plan to search for more soon. Desperation leads to rash decisions, so prepare while you still have a bit left. If you find clothing that is too large, you can cut strips from it to use as bandages or to muffle door hinges. Nothing is waste now. Everything has a purpose if you think hard enough. In the distance, I sometimes think I hear distant gunshots. Rare and muffled. Someone out there might be fighting or signaling. I never know who they are or what fate awaits them. The sound fades, and I am left with silence again. If you must cross an open area, Do it at dawn when the light is not too bright and shadows are long. You can move from shadow to shadow, keeping low. At midday, your shadow is small, and you stand out more. At dusk, vision fades, but so does your ability to see danger. Dawn might be the best time, when the world is just waking up. If you find an empty bird's nest with old eggs, do not eat them raw. Boil them if you can. If not, sniff them first. Rotten eggs will make you sick, and sickness now is a big risk. Any illness that weakens you might cost your life. If you manage to form a small group, consider simple chores divided among you. One watches, one gathers water, one checks for food. Rotate these tasks so no one gets too tired. Working together quietly can keep you alive. Just remember that trust is fragile now. Be fair. Do not steal from each other. If you hear infected passing by outside your shelter, do not move. Sometimes even a creaking floorboard can draw them in. If you must shift your weight, do it very slowly. Wait until they are well away before you breathe easily again. Old furniture can be broken down into boards for barricades. Chairs, tables, doors, all can be rearranged to block entrances or create small hiding spots. Think of your shelter as something you can shape to fit your needs. If you know how to set a simple snare in the woods, it might catch small game. Just remember to check it quietly and remove it if you must leave, so you do not leave signs for others to follow. Also, be careful where you place it. Stumbling into your own trap would be a cruel joke. The moon is out, pale and silent in the sky. Before, we might have admired it from a rooftop with friends. Now we glance at it just enough to see our surroundings. The night sky still holds stars, and if you know a few, they can guide you north or south. Stars remain steady, even when our world falls apart. If someone has a wound, keep it clean. If you have no proper bandages, use boiled cloth. Change it often. A small cut can become a big problem if it gets infected. The normal kind, not the one that makes them rise, but still dangerous. Good hygiene might save your life. If your shoes are worn thin, stuff them with cloth to cushion your feet. You must protect your feet. You will walk a lot now, and a bad blister can slow you down at the worst time. If you stumble upon a place that looks looted, think about what they might have left behind. People often overlook hidden spots like under floorboards or inside hollow bed frames, but do not spend too long searching. Grab what you can find quickly and leave. If you meet another survivor who is willing to trade, keep it quiet and fair. Do not show all your supplies. Keep something hidden in case they change their mind. Trust slowly, over time, not all at once. Listen to the wind. Sometimes if infected are moving in a large group, you might hear a distant chorus of moans carried by the breeze. If you hear that, do not go in that direction. Change your path. If you sleep in shifts, agree on a quiet way to wake the next person without startling them. A gentle tap on the shoulder, a slight nudge. Avoid whispering their name if you can, as even a whisper can carry in a silent room. Nonverbal signals can be safer. If you have a fishing line and hook and you find a quiet stream, you might catch something small to eat. Fish are silent food. Just keep your movements gentle and avoid splashing. If infected come to the water's edge, stay still. They might lose interest if you do not move. Remember that the infected do not act out of reason. They do not think ahead or set traps in any deliberate way. Still, their presence makes all other dangers worse. A broken ladder is not just an inconvenience. It can trap you. A locked door is not just a delay, it can force you to make noise. Everything that was once a small problem is now huge. If you find candles, ration them. Light them only when needed. A candle can give away your position, but it can also let you read a map or dress a wound. Use it wisely. Shield the flame from windows. Sometimes I think I see lights in the distance, maybe other survivors doing the same as me, trying to hold on. I cannot be sure. Lights can be illusions or reflections of the moon on broken glass. I do not risk going out to check. I stay put. If you become trapped in a room with one exit and infected outside, check if there is a way to break through a wall quietly. Sometimes old plaster or wood can be removed piece by piece. It takes patience, but might give you another route. If you have nothing to lose, you might take a risk. But if you have food and shelter, think twice before going on a wild search. Better to wait a day and plan. Rash moves lead to fatal errors now. Patience pays off. Remember that some animals still survive out there. Birds, rodents, maybe even deer in the distant countryside. They do not gather like the infected do, so if you see animals acting normal, it might mean fewer infected around. Watch nature's signs. If birds sing, maybe it is quieter in that area. If they fall silent, maybe something is near. If you manage to grow something from seeds, a tiny garden hidden behind a fence, guard it well. This might be your long-term solution. Just keep it hidden from wandering eyes. Both infected and desperate survivors might try to take what you have. Always have a backup plan. If your main shelter is discovered or compromised, know where you can run. Maybe a second spot you prepared in advance with a small cache of supplies. That way, if you must flee, you will not run empty-handed into the wild. I must rest again soon. My voice is wearing thin, and the night is long. I will continue as long as I have strength, because I know someone out there needs to hear this. When day breaks, I might try to look outside carefully, see if anything changed. But for now, silence and caution rule this world. Hold on to whatever hope you have. Hope that someday these streets might be cleared. Hope that you might find others who remember how to live kindly. Hope that you can see another sunrise without fear. If hope is all we have, then let it keep your heart warm. I will pause now and be quiet for a moment. Be safe, wherever you are. I did not sleep well. The night was filled with distant creaks and the soft drip of rain. I must have dozed off at some point, because I remember a dream. I dreamed of a time before all this, walking along a quiet street at dusk, hearing laughter from a window, the smell of fresh bread drifting in the air. Waking up to this silent, broken world makes the memory feel like a distant star, cold and unreachable. Still, I hold it close inside my mind. I check my surroundings. The boards over the windows are still in place. My makeshift barricade at the door has not moved. I see no sign of forced entry. That means I survived another night. So did you, I hope. If you're listening, that means you are still here with me, in spirit. Let's face another day as best we can. The streets outside remain empty, but empty means little now. At any moment, one of them could shuffle around a corner, drawn by nothing more than a slight scent on the breeze. I must be careful if I step out later. Before that, I will share more of what I know, or at least what I think might help. If you have tape or glue, it can mend torn shoes or patch cracks in bottles that carry water. Simple repairs can keep your few supplies lasting longer. Every tiny step to preserve what you have can prevent a risky outing to search for replacements. I recall hearing from a person who managed to send out a short broadcast days ago. They said they had found a cluster of fruit trees behind an old farmhouse orchard. The fruit was mostly fallen and half rotten, but by cutting away the bad parts, they got enough to fill their belly for a day. They spread the pieces on a wooden board in the sun to dry them. Dried fruit can last longer and can be carried without spoiling quickly. Keep this in mind if you find old orchards or gardens. Some survivors mention that in areas where cars were left running or crashed during the outbreak, the smell of old fuel or burning might still linger. Infected do not seem to care about these smells, but for you, it might cause coughing. Wear a cloth over your face if you pass through such places. Any strong smell or chemical in the air could weaken you, and weakness is not something you can afford. If your clothing is wet from rain, try to wring it out and let it dry quietly. Wet clothes cause chills and can make you cough. A cough in a quiet room can give you away. Also, avoid sitting on damp surfaces for long. Moisture leads to discomfort and can make you clumsy. Some speak of nights colder than before. Seasons still pass, even if we barely notice them. If cooler air is coming, gather warm clothes. If you find blankets, keep them dry and folded. A warm night's rest can give you clearer thoughts in the morning. Also, if cold sets in, infected might move more slowly, their limbs stiffening. That could be a slight advantage if you can stand the chill. If you have managed to make any friend out there, consider teaching them what you know. Share quiet signals. Share a bit of food if you can spare it. Even small acts of care can mean a lot now. But do not give all your supplies away. Balance kindness with caution. I think about the empty offices and stores, once full of people going about their days. Now they are just shells. Sometimes these offices have break rooms with sealed snacks, old crackers, or dried cereal in sealed boxes. If you take a careful look, you might find something edible. Watch for signs of rats or insects, though. If the package is chewed open, be careful. Eating spoiled food can make you ill. Many survivors have mentioned that they rely on the rhythm of their own body to tell time. Hunger for breakfast, the brightness of the sky, the angle of shadows. Learn to read the sun's path. If you can see a certain landmark through a gap, note where the sun rises in relation to it. Over a few days, you might learn a simple pattern to guess the hour. This can help you plan outings. If you dare to enter a large building, like a hospital or a mall, do so only if you have no other choice. These places were crowded during the outbreak. There may be many infected inside. Every step on cracked tiles might echo. If you must go in, try a side entrance. Move slowly. Listen for any scrape or moan before turning corners. Keep your escape route in mind. The infected do not respond to words. Calling out to them makes no sense. Yet I remember someone who tried to talk to them, hoping they might recall something human. They did not. Their eyes remained vacant, their faces slack. They are gone, replaced by a hunger that knows no mercy. If your shelter has multiple rooms, consider blocking off all but one or two that you actually use. Fewer rooms mean fewer points of entry to guard. Keep your main supplies in the most secure room. If forced to flee, have a small bag ready with essentials, a can or two of food, a water bottle, a tool, and some cloth. Grab it and run if you must. If the days feel long and empty, remember that every moment is a gift. You are alive. That means you have a chance to find something new tomorrow. Maybe a hint of other survivors. Maybe an old radio battery that still holds a charge. Maybe a corner of land with wild edible plants. Hope thrives on possibilities, no matter how faint. I have not heard other voices on the radio lately, just static. Perhaps my range is limited, or others have gone silent to stay safe. It is lonely, but I understand. Survival often means hiding, even from your own kind. If you send out signals, do it sparingly. Turn the volume low so only you can hear it. You do not want the infected to pick up the sound and draw closer. If you find old photographs, they might remind you of what we lost. It can hurt. Still, holding a memory of better times may give you the will to keep going. If it makes you too sad, put it away. Focus on what keeps you steady. Everyone copes differently. Think about finding a vantage point if you want to travel. A second-story window or a rooftop can let you survey the streets below. Watch for patterns. Do infected gather near certain intersections? Do they follow a route at certain times of day? Learning their habits might help you avoid them. Patience and observation are your allies. If you have candles or lanterns, use them in a room with covered windows. Even a faint glow can leak outside if you are not careful. Hang thick cloth over windows at night if you must have light. Let no flicker escape. Darkness hides you better than any weapon. If you have found any kind of berries or mushrooms in the wild, be careful. Some can make you sick. If you do not know which are safe, try smelling them first. If they smell foul or make your tongue tingle just from touching them, do not eat them. Risking illness for a small snack is not wise. Stick to what you know, or test a tiny amount and wait to see if you feel ill before eating more. Better yet, focus on foods you trust: canned goods, grains, dried legumes. If moving through a wooded area, listen to the birds. If they suddenly go quiet, something might be near. Maybe infected or a large animal. If you scare a flock of birds and they take off loudly, that might draw attention. Move slowly, avoid snapping twigs. Treat the forest like a library, where any loud sound brings a stern warning. If you spot smoke in the distance, it could mean survivors with a fire, or it could mean a building burning. Fires can happen if old electrical wires short out, or if lightning strikes. Approach smoke with caution. It might lead you to help or to a trap. If you go, circle wide and watch from afar before getting close. It might help to keep your mind active during quiet hours. Whisper a story you remember. Hum softly. Think of old lessons learned in school. A calm mind can keep fear from overwhelming you. But keep it quiet. Never lose track of silence. Some say the infected gather more in certain places, like old markets or large halls, as if drawn by old sense of human presence that once filled those spots. If this is true, avoid such places. Go for smaller structures, simple homes, sheds, barns. They might hold less valuable items, but they are safer to search. If you meet a survivor who seems kind, you can offer a small trade. Even a handful of nuts or a spare cloth might earn you a map sketch or a tip about a safe route. Keep trades simple and fair. Try not to reveal where you stay or how much you have. Information is as valuable as food now. If your shoes wear out, you could try wrapping your feet in layered cloth and rope. Not ideal, but better than walking barefoot on broken glass and sharp stones. Improvised footwear can save you from painful cuts that slow you down. If thunder rolls across the sky, consider that lightning might strike trees or old power lines. A sudden noise might draw infected temporarily, but also mask your own sounds if you use it cleverly. Wait for thunder to rumble, then move a few steps. They might not detect your movement if their senses are muddled by the roar of nature. If you carry any sharp tool, a knife, a small axe, keep it clean. Rust makes the tool weaker and can break it at a bad time. Wipe it dry after use. Store it in a cloth wrap. Treat your tools with respect. They are your lifeline now. I try not to think too hard about large cities. They must be full of infected, trapped inside buildings or roaming the empty streets. The old comforts of city life are gone. If you must pass through a city, do it on the outskirts if possible. Stick to side roads, alleys, and go slowly. The heart of the city may be too dangerous. If you find a bicycle that still has air in the tires, treat it like gold. Quiet movement is key, and a bicycle is silent compared to a car. Just remember that pedaling too fast might cause you to lose balance if you hit debris. Go slow, keep your head up, watch for movement, and never ring any bells. Silence above all. If you have the chance to set small snares for animals, remember to mark their location in your mind. Check them quietly. If they are empty, reset them or move them. If they catch something, kill it quickly and silently. Then leave the area. The smell of blood can attract unwanted attention. If you get a cut or scrape, clean it with the purest water you have and wrap it with clean cloth. Change the dressing often. You cannot afford to let a small wound fester. Infection can make you weak, and weakness in this world is a death sentence. Keep track of how often you see infected. If you notice their numbers growing, you might need to move to a quieter spot. If their numbers seem fewer, maybe you have a chance to scavenge more thoroughly. Patterns can guide your decisions. Do not rely on luck alone. Always have at least two plans. One for if things go well, and one for if they go wrong. For instance, if you plan to enter a building, also note a window you can break to escape if infected appear inside. If you have any salt, sugar, or spices, they can improve the taste of bland food. Also, salt can help preserve meat if you manage to hunt an animal. But these items are rare now. Use them sparingly. They might also be valuable for trading. If your sleeping spot is on a hard floor, place layers of cloth or old newspapers under you. It can help reduce noise if you toss in your sleep, and it keeps you a bit more comfortable. Better sleep means sharper senses in the morning. If you find a place that seems too quiet and too perfect, be suspicious. Always watch from cover before entering. See if you spot any sign of movement. Sometimes infected lie still, silent, until something stirs them. Patience again might save your life. If a path is blocked by a car or debris, do not climb over it without checking the other side. Infected might be waiting there. Peek around, use a mirror if you have one, or listen for a while. Rushing forward blindly is not wise. Think of ways to store food that does not require cooking. A handful of nuts, dried fruit, even dry cereal if you find it. Cooking smells travel, and smoke can give you away. Cold meals might be safer, even if less tasty. If you ever find working batteries, guard them well. A flashlight in the dark can mean escape. A short radio call might save you. Do not waste batteries on non-essentials. Turn devices off when not in use. If you are really desperate for food, you might consider insects. It is unpleasant, but some are edible if cooked. Just be sure not to eat bright-colored ones or those that smell bad. If you do this, do it over a small flame and quickly. then move on. Keep in mind the direction of the wind if you are near infected. If the wind blows from you to them, they might catch a hint of your scent. If it blows from them to you, you might smell them first. Understanding wind direction can help you choose a safer route. If your clothing is bright, consider smearing it with dirt or ashes to dull the color. A bright jacket can catch the eye of infected or even hostile survivors. Blend into the background as best you can. If you find a safe well, protect it. Do not let infected or animals fall into it. Cover it at night. A clean water source is priceless. If you cannot protect it fully, at least mark it in your mind so you know where to return when you need water. If you meet someone who claims to know a large safe camp, be careful. Ask quiet questions. Watch their eyes. Look for signs they might be lying. If they cannot give simple directions or a clear path, maybe they are tricking you. Do not follow blindly. Trust your instincts. If you have matches or a lighter, use them wisely. Fire can cook food, boil water, and warm you, but also draw attention. Choose sheltered spots where smoke disperses quickly, maybe under a fallen roof or behind a broken wall. Keep flames low and short-lived. Observe the state of infected you see. Are they missing limbs, dragging feet, slow and stumbling? This might mean they are older or weaker. If they look fresh, move away faster. Fresher infected might be a bit stronger. These small details can help you know what you face. If rain returns, you can try to wash yourself quietly outdoors. Staying clean reduces the chance of disease and keeps your scent lower. Just do not scrub loudly or splash. Treat bathing as a stealth activity, like everything else. If you must write notes or signs for other survivors, keep them brief and clear. Something like, "Safe well west 2 miles, keep quiet," might help someone someday. Just do not write anything that reveals your shelter or your resources. A quiet mind can think clearer. If you panic, you might drop something, trip, or make noise. Practice slow breathing when fear grips you. Count your breaths silently. Focus on each inhale and exhale. Fear is natural, but do not let it control you. If you have rope, find many uses for it. Climbing, tying doors shut, lowering supplies from windows. Rope is a key tool now. If it frays, tie knots to shorten it, but keep it usable. You might hear whispering wind through broken pipes at night. It can sound like voices. Remember, it is likely just the wind. Do not call out and reply. That would be a waste of breath and might draw attention. Stay calm and rational. If your health is failing, you must rest. A minor fever or a bad cough could turn deadly if you do not pause and let your body recover. Find a safe spot, stay warm, drink water if you can, and wait until you feel stronger. Rushing around weak will get you caught off guard. If you see a chance to watch infected from a safe distance for a while, do it. Learn how they move, how they react to certain sounds, how long they linger in one spot. Knowledge is power now. The more you understand them, the better your odds of slipping past. In rare cases, you might see infected tangled in fences or trapped behind debris. Do not linger near them. They may not escape right now, but noise or movement could free them. Move on quickly and quietly. If large groups of infected move through an area, wait until they have gone far before you follow. Sometimes stragglers trail behind the group. Be sure the area is truly clear before stepping out. Patience again, always patience. The light outside is growing. It might be morning, a new day, another chance. I will try to gather my strength. Talking helps me stay calm, and I hope listening helps you. We continue, step by step, breath by breath, holding on to what we can. I have been speaking for a long time, and though I have not heard a response, I trust that someone might be there, listening quietly. The world outside remains changed and broken, but our struggle goes on. Let's hold on a bit longer together. Let's share what we can, even if it is just these words. As morning light grows, the shadows shift on the street. I see shapes of old cars, fallen signs, and cracked pavement. No movement for now. Maybe the infected wandered elsewhere during the night. This could be a good time to slip outside if you need supplies. Remember all the advice given so far. Move slowly, watch every corner, keep your ears open. If you find an old shop with a locked back room, Think carefully before forcing it open. A closed door could hide infected, or it could hide precious supplies. If you must open it, try pressing your ear against it first. Tap softly and listen for any response. If there is silence, you still cannot be sure, but it may be worth the risk. If you have a small mirror or a reflective surface, slide it under the door if there is a gap to see if anything moves inside. Keep track of odd sounds in the distance. Sometimes, distant crashes or bangs occur when a building finally collapses or animals knock something over. Such noises might attract infected, drawing them away from your area. If you hear a loud sound far away, consider waiting a bit. Maybe it will pull infected from your path, giving you a window to move. If you have found a companion, treasure their company. A whispered word of comfort or a simple nod can ease the weight of fear. Just remember to keep quiet and never raise your voice in anger. Conflict now can cost both of you dearly. If you stumble upon a place with old tools, hammers, nails, pliers, take what you can carry. You might need these tools to fix a door or remove a barrier. Wrap them in cloth so they do not clank as you walk. Noise is your enemy. If infected block your path, wait them out if you can. They often move along after a while, drawn by who knows what. Patience can save your life. If waiting is not possible, and you must slip by, try to keep an obstacle between you and them, moving quietly along a wall. If they show signs of noticing you, freeze immediately. Sometimes they lose interest if you remain perfectly still. If you have a scrap of map, mark safe spots where you found food or water. Mark areas where you saw large groups of infected so you can avoid them later. Even a rough map in your mind can help you plan routes more safely. Without phones or devices, we return to simple methods. Try not to think too much about how long this will last. Worrying about the future can paralyze you. Focus on the next step, the next meal, the next safe rest. Surviving day by day is all we can do now. Hope that someday things will improve, but do not let despair stop you from taking care of yourself today. If you manage to find a quiet stream, check if it has fish. Even small ones can provide protein. Fashion a makeshift fishing line from thread and a small bent hook if you have it. Patience again comes into play. Be still and try not to cast a shadow over the water. Quick movements scare fish away. If you find a locked vehicle, it might have supplies in the trunk, but breaking a window to get inside is risky. It makes noise and leaves broken glass that crunches underfoot. If you must, wrap your hand and arm with cloth to break the glass more quietly and remove loose shards carefully. Still, consider if the risk is worth it. If you notice infected acting strangely, lingering in one spot, scratching at doors, clustering around something unseen, give them a wide berth. We know little about their patterns, only that they are dangerous. Any strange behavior might mean heightened risk. If you find any sort of container with a tight lid, jars, bottles, save them. They can hold water or small amounts of food. Keep your supplies organized so you know what you have at a glance. Digging through a bag noisily at a critical moment could be fatal. If you become injured, even a sprained ankle, rest until you can move quietly again. Limping and stumbling create noise and slow you down. Better to lose a day to rest than to lose your life trying to move while injured. Think about signals with your companion, if you have one. A light tap on the shoulder could mean stop. 2 taps mean follow, and so forth. This way you can communicate even when you must remain silent. Simple touch signals might save you time and noise. If the sky grows dark with storm clouds, consider how to use the rain to your advantage. Heavy rain can mask footsteps, let you approach a building more safely, or allow you to gather rainwater in containers. Just remember that slippery ground can cause falls. Do not forget to check under beds, behind curtains, and inside cupboards if you have entered a house to scavenge. The infected might be trapped inside small spaces. Once, I heard a survivor say they found an infected curled inside a bathtub, silent, until they approached. Always be ready to retreat if something moves unexpectedly. If you find a place with working doors and a second floor, consider making your shelter upstairs and removing the staircase or ladder. If infected break into the ground floor, you can drop heavy objects down to deter them or slip out a window on a rope. Height can be an advantage. If at any point you feel as if you are losing hope, try to recall something pleasant from the past. Maybe the taste of fresh bread, the sound of a friend's laughter, the warmth of a campfire on a camping trip long ago. These memories remind us why we fight to survive. The infected have no memories, no dreams. That sets us apart. We carry the old world inside us, even if it is gone outside. If you must travel long distances, consider breaking it into segments. Move from one safe spot to the next, rest, watch for infected, then move on. Trying to cover a great distance in one go might exhaust you and dull your senses. A sharp mind is your best tool. If you discover that certain foods are too risky to find, adjust your diet. Maybe you hope to find canned meat, but only find dried grains. Learn to accept what you find. Survival is about adapting. Grind grains between stones to make a rough meal, soak them in water, make do with what you have. If you come across corpses of infected or old human remains, do not linger. Aside from the horror and sadness it brings, staying near them might pose risks of sickness or attract scavengers. Pay respect silently if you must, then move on. Dwelling on death will not help you live. If you hear muffled human voices from a distance, approach with extreme caution. They may be survivors who could help you, or they might be hostile. Observe from hiding first. Look at their behavior. Are they moving quietly, watching their surroundings, or are they careless and loud? Their behavior might tell you if they are trustworthy. If you find a metal container, you can place a small candle inside it to reduce light, and make a makeshift lantern with a narrow beam. Just be sure not to let it reflect outside windows. Control the light you use so it does not betray your presence. If you must cross a wide-open area with no cover, pick the time of day carefully. Dawn or dusk might give you enough dim light to move while still seeing hazards. Midday sun can make you too visible. Complete darkness can make you stumble into infected. Balance your choices. Keep an ear out for sounds of running water. Streams or small rivers can lead you to places where nature still thrives. Where there is water, there might be small edible plants, maybe even a safe place to rest on a hidden bank. Just beware that animals and infected might also be drawn there. If you have the skill to set a small trap near your shelter, like a tripwire attached to a noisemaker on the opposite side of your main sleeping room, it can alert you if infected breach. Just make sure it does not make too much noise to draw more infected. You want just enough warning to escape. If you have spare cloth, tie strips around metal objects that might clang or rattle in your bag. Softening these objects reduces noise. A silent bag is better than one that jingles and calls attention. If you see infected clustered in an alley, do not try to slip by unless you are sure there is no other route. Challenge yourself to be patient. Take the long way around. Climb onto low rooftops if possible. Do anything to avoid direct contact. If you manage to find a small patch of wild vegetables, dandelion leaves, wild garlic, or other safe greens, eat them slowly and savor the taste. Your diet is limited now, so any variety is welcome. Just be certain they are not poisonous. Stick to plants you know, or test a small piece first, and wait to see if you feel ill. If the infected ever seem to follow you specifically, try changing your pace. Stop moving for a while. Let them drift off. They are not intelligent, they do not strategize, but they react to what they sense. If you deny them sound or movement, they might wander away. If you have a radio and batteries, scan the frequencies now and then, but keep the volume low. Maybe you will catch a faint voice. Maybe someone else like me is trying to offer words of comfort or guidance. Even a brief whisper of another human voice can ease loneliness. If you find old sheets or curtains, you can tear them into strips for bandages or rope. Every scrap can serve a purpose. We must be resourceful, because supplies will never be replenished as before. There are no factories running, no stores restocking. If thunder and lightning come, be careful not to stand under tall trees or near metal poles. The world's old dangers still remain. A lightning strike can injure or kill you. Find shelter. Wait out the storm. Let the noise of rain mask your existence. If you carry a small blade, keep it sharp. A dull blade requires more force and creates more noise when cutting through materials. Sharpening can be done against a flat stone, though it takes practice. A sharp tool saves effort and risk. If you feel emotionally overwhelmed, try to calm yourself by focusing on something steady, like your breath, or the feel of something solid under your hand. Panic leads to rash actions, and rash actions lead to noise and danger. If you watch infected from afar and notice that after a while they move on, remember that pattern. Maybe each day at a certain time they drift in a certain direction. If you can predict their movements, you might time your scavenging trips to avoid them. If you have a way to store extra water, do so. You never know when you will find more. Water is life. Without clean water, you weaken and your mind dulls. Keep it sealed and hidden. If you feel something crawling on your skin at night, resist the urge to slap at it. That might make noise. Gently brush it away. Even tiny moments of noise can echo in the stillness. If you enter a building and smell decay, proceed with caution. Infected might be inside, or old corpses might fill the space. Such smells can turn your stomach and make you gag, so prepare mentally. Cover your nose and mouth with cloth. If you plan to light a fire to cook something, gather all you need first and have your escape route ready. Make it a small fire, shielded by rocks or metal. Extinguish it completely when done. Smoke and scent travel far. If you find yourself in a deserted farm, check barns, silos, and cellars. Grain might still be there, dried corn or wheat that can be ground into something edible. But be careful. Barns can have weak floors and hidden infected. Step lightly. If your clothes tear, repair them with whatever thread or string you can find. Exposed skin can get scratched or cut. Protection matters. Also, loose flaps of cloth may catch on things and cause sudden noises. If you must climb a fence, do it slowly. Test each foothold. Avoid rattling the fence. Metal fences can ring like a bell if you move too roughly. Smooth, gentle motion is key. If you meet a survivor who shares your goal of finding a long-term safe place, maybe a high valley or a deep forest hollow, plan carefully. Map out the route. Consider risks. Agree on signals. Two minds can solve problems one alone cannot. Still, keep a watchful eye. Trust takes time. If you find a small animal trapped in a snare, kill it quickly and humanely if you plan to eat it. Do not let it squeal or thrash. That noise can draw infected. Be firm and swift. If you stumble upon old solar lights for gardens, you might use them as a silent light source at night if you recharge them in daylight. But be sure to shield their glow. Even small lights can attract trouble. If you are near a beach or shoreline, watch out for infected washed ashore. Water does not stop them from drifting in. A silent figure might be lying half submerged, ready to lunge if disturbed. If memories hit you hard and tears come, cry silently if you can. Clench a cloth between your teeth to keep from sobbing loudly. It is natural to feel pain, but remember where you are. Emotions must be handled with care in this quiet world. If you carry a stick or cane, wrap the end with cloth so it does not make a sharp tapping sound on hard floors. Silence every part of your gear. Your survival depends on stealth. If your current shelter feels unsafe, start planning a move even if you do not do it right now. Think where you might go if something drives you out. A backup plan calms the mind. As I speak these words, I realize I have shared much. My voice may fade soon. I have done what I can to guide you, to give you hope and help. We have covered many details, many tips, many warnings. The world is harsh now, and I cannot promise that you will survive. But knowledge can tilt the odds in your favor. Remember that you are not truly alone. As long as we remember that others exist, that someone else struggles as we do, we form an unseen bond. Even if we never meet, these words connect us. They prove that human thought still flows, that our spirit endures beyond loss and terror. If I must leave you with something final, let it be this. Carry hope quietly inside you like a small flame. Protect it from the wind. Let it guide your steps. Hope that someday these empty streets will know laughter again, that fields will be tended, that children will play without fear. Hope is what keeps us from becoming like them, empty and wandering. I have said much, and I feel I have little left to give. Survive whoever you are. Use silence as your shield, patience as your guide, memory as your warmth. The infected took our old world. But as long as one human heart beats with kindness and courage, we remain human. I will fall silent now. May your steps be light, your breath steady, and your mind clear. Keep going. Keep going. I know I said I would fall silent. Maybe I thought I had said everything I could. But silence weighs heavily in these empty rooms, and I keep thinking of you out there, trying to survive. Perhaps I can share a bit more. Sometimes, even after we think we have given all we can, we find a small reserve left inside. So I will speak again, quietly, as the day grows older. Maybe the sun stands higher now, warming broken glass on old windowsills, casting weak light through dusty air. Maybe you have taken a step outside your shelter, or maybe you're still curled in a corner, listening. I have been thinking about small comforts we can still find. Even in a ruined world, a scrap of cloth that feels soft can soothe your nerves, or a clean sip of water can bring a brief smile. We must find comfort where we can, though quietly, so as not to draw attention. If you are brave enough to move from one place to another, choose the time with care. Think about what you learned. Dawn might let you see well enough without being fully seen, and the quiet before morning noises might help you slip by unnoticed. If mornings do not work, try midday shadows behind tall buildings, or the hush of dusk. Keep testing, but always stay safe. Some survivors have spoken about trying to build small hidden gardens. If you find seeds in an old shed or a forgotten drawer, you might try planting them in a safe spot. Do not expect quick results. This takes patience. But the idea of growing something from seed in this world might lift your spirit. Just be sure to hide it well. Do not let infected or hungry wanderers find it easily. If you manage to find old clothing that fits better than what you have, switch into it slowly and quietly. Keep your old clothes too if you can carry them. They might be useful as rags or bandages. Every scrap matters now. When you search abandoned houses, look for the quiet corners people might have ignored in panic. Behind large appliances, under loose floorboards, inside chimney spaces, you might find stashed cans or tools. But be very quiet when you shift objects. A single loud scrape can carry far. If you must cross a wide road with cars rusting in the sun, choose your path carefully. Cars can shelter infected crouching inside, waiting without thought or reason. Check through windows before passing. If the glass is too dirty to see through, tap softly on the car with a fingertip and listen for movement. If you hear nothing, move on. If you hear a scrape from within, find another route. If you ever find a pencil and some paper, you might try writing a small note to yourself. List what you have, what you need, what you hope to find. Setting thoughts down might help clear your mind. Just be sure not to leave notes lying around that reveal your hiding place or your supplies. In rare moments, you might spot wild animals reclaiming parts of the land. A deer nibbling at weeds near a collapsed building, or a fox darting between cracked pavement and weed-choked lots. This reminds us that life goes on, even without our old ways. Watching these animals quietly might calm you, but do not approach them. Sudden movement or noise can draw infected, and wild animals may flee and leave you exposed. If you carry a small mirror, you can use sunlight reflected off it to send silent signals. But remember that reflections might catch the eye of infected or unfriendly survivors. If you must signal someone you trust, do it quickly and cover the mirror. Never repeat the same pattern twice if you think someone else might be watching. If your shelter feels too cramped, try clearing a small space so you can lie down without obstacles. Good rest sharpens your senses. A cluttered room can cause you to trip in the dark. Keep your space tidy as much as you can. Even small order in chaos helps your mind. If your shoes are too loud when you step, try wrapping strips of cloth around the soles to muffle the sound. It may wear off quickly, but even a short period of quiet steps can let you slip past infected without drawing their heads up. When you approach a building you have never entered, circle it first from a safe distance. Check windows for silhouettes. Look for open doors that sway in the breeze. If you see signs that others have been there recently, fresh footprints, disturbed dust, recently moved furniture, proceed with caution. Another survivor might still be inside, and you cannot know if they are friendly. If you find old medicine, read the labels if you can. If they are sealed and not expired by many years, they might still help for minor pains or infections, the normal kind. Keep them safe. Good medicine is rare, but never rely on medicine you do not understand if it looks strange or unsafe. If nighttime frightens you because it hides everything, remember that it also hides you. With careful movement and no light, you can become a shadow yourself, passing by infected without them knowing. Just go slowly. Your ears must work harder in the dark, since your eyes see less. If you find a blanket, consider using it not just for warmth, but to muffle doors or windows. A thick blanket hung over a doorframe can absorb sound, keeping your whispers and movements inside less likely to escape. If your path leads you near water, like a river or a lake, be mindful that sound travels over water. Even a quiet cough might carry far. Move slowly near the shore, and if you must wash clothes or yourself, do it gently. Splashing is too risky. If you need to break something, like a locked drawer or a wooden crate, place cloth or rags over your tool and the surface to soften the impact. Try slowly prying it open rather than smashing. A loud crack can bring infected running. If thunder rolls in the distance, you might time your movements with the rumble. Move when it booms. Pause when it stops. This can mask your footsteps. Nature's sounds can be your ally if you know how to use them. If hunger gnaws at you and you have nothing to eat, remind yourself to stay calm. Panic will not conjure food from thin air. Instead, think of the nearest place you have not searched. Plan a quiet trip. Maybe an old pantry, a basement, or a collapsed barn that others found too risky to check. Just be smart about it. If you have a companion who loses heart, try small gestures of comfort, a gentle pat on the shoulder, or a quiet nod. Words may be risky if they produce sound. Body language can say a lot without making noise. If you start feeling numb, as if you no longer care about anything, try to remember something sweet from before. A favorite smell, a friendly face, a moment of kindness. Even if it hurts, it reminds you that you are alive and capable of more than just fear and hunger. When moving through hallways, stay close to the walls. The center of a hallway might creak if floorboards are weak. Also, if infected appear at one end, you can slip into a doorway or flatten against the wall. Hugging the edges gives you options. If you spot broken glass on the floor, clear it away before settling in. A single crunch at the wrong moment can ruin your hiding spot. Use a piece of cloth to gather shards quietly and dump them somewhere out of the way. If you pass by old posters on walls, maybe ads from before, showing happy people eating in bright rooms, try not to dwell too long. Yes, it is sad, but lingering risks making noise or losing your focus. You can remember the old world without staring at reminders that might break your heart further. If your radio picks up faint static patterns, do not waste time trying to decode them. Static is just the absence of a clear voice. Unless you are sure there is a pattern, do not stay glued to the radio. Keep scanning from time to time, but do not become obsessed. Your time and energy must be guarded. If you find a safe spot with fresh air and a bit of sunshine, take a brief moment to just breathe. Close your eyes and feel the warmth on your face. Do it silently and quickly. Small moments like this can give you strength to keep going. If you must climb up or down something, like a ladder or a stack of crates, test each rung or step before putting your full weight on it. A sudden break can cause a fall, and that would create noise and hurt you. Slow, steady movement is best. If you ever see infected drifting in circles, as if confused, do not assume they are harmless. They may still react if they sense you. Keep your distance. They have no logic, no pattern you can truly trust. If you have a few matches left, save them for times when you must light a small flame to see or to start a tiny fire for cooking. Never light them out of boredom or to look around for no reason. Every resource is precious. If nights grow colder, you can share body warmth with a companion by sitting back to back under a blanket. This way you both stay a bit warmer without talking. A quiet bond can form in that silence. You protect each other without words. If you must cross a field with tall grass, crouch low. Move slowly so the grass does not rustle too much. If you hear infected nearby, stop completely and wait. They might pass by if they do not see the grass move. If you find a small tin can, consider cleaning it and using it to boil a bit of water if you have fire. Even warm water can soothe your throat if you feel dry. Just remember to shield the flame and be careful with smoke. If time feels endless, and you cannot recall how long it has been since things changed, count your breaths for a while. It gives you a small sense of control. Remind yourself that you live breath by breath, choosing carefully with each step you take. If your shelter has a window you cannot block, try standing against the wall next to it rather than in front of it. This way, if infected peer in, they see an empty room instead of your shape. Always think about sightlines. If you feel the urge to shout out of frustration, bite down on cloth instead. A single shout could bring a swarm. This world punishes noise like never before. Stay calm. Focus on your goals: food, water, quiet shelter, and maybe one day a safer life. If you see old tools covered in rust, wipe them down. Even if they are weak, they might still help you pry open a small crate or cut through a thin rope. Just do not rely on them for heavy work. Adjust your plans to the tools you have. If you must move during rain, keep your head down to shield your face from drops that might make you blink or flinch loudly. Even small discomfort can cause you to gasp or cough. If infected are near and you need them to move away, sometimes a small thrown pebble to one side can distract them. Make sure you have cover and that the noise of the pebble landing is not too close to you. Wait until they drift toward the sound, then move in the opposite direction. If you find old canned fruit, savor it. The sweetness can remind you of old days. But close the can quietly and dispose of it so no smell lingers. Rinse it if possible and store it for future use. A can might be useful for many things. If you pick a spot to sleep, choose a place where you have 2 exits if possible. If infected break in from one side, you can slip out the other. If that is not possible, at least keep a small tool by your side to fight your way out if needed. If you ever see children surviving out there, maybe a young voice whispering in a broken attic, approach carefully. Children might be frightened and might scream if startled. Try to show them you mean no harm by placing some food on the floor and stepping back. Let them decide if they trust you. If not, move on quietly and leave them be. We must respect each other's safety. If you recall old lessons about nature, like which plants are safe to eat, how to find water by following animal tracks, use that knowledge now. The old world's lessons did not vanish. They might be your best guide. If you ever gather enough supplies to last a few days, use that time to rest and strengthen your shelter. Patch holes. Rearrange furniture to block weak spots. A stronger shelter means better sleep and less panic. If you find a quiet corner of a building with thick walls, it might muffle outside sounds. This can let you whisper a few words to yourself or a companion without being heard outside. But still be cautious. Walls are not always as thick as they seem. If your clothing soaks through with sweat on a hot day, try to air it out silently in a safe spot. Damp clothes can make you cold at night. A small patch of sunlight in a hidden yard can dry them faster, but watch for infected before stepping into the open. If you catch a glimpse of a place that looks like it has fresh produce, maybe wild greens growing in a cracked parking lot, approach slowly and watch for a while. See if infected wander through. If they do not, you may have found a spot to gather some leaves to eat. Just test them first, nibble a bit, and wait. If lightning flashes at night, do not stand in open doorways where your figure might be silhouetted by the flash. Move away from windows. Let the bright flash pass without revealing you. If at any point you feel that you cannot go on, remember that survival is often about patience. Maybe rest a bit longer, drink a sip of water, close your eyes and listen to your own heartbeat. You are still here. That alone is a victory. If you think of a plan to join others or head to rumored safe havens, make sure you have enough food and water to last the journey. Scout the path in your mind or by careful short trips. Do not rush into unknown territories without some idea of what awaits. As I share these thoughts, I realize they may seem simple and repetitive, but survival is made of small details repeated every day. Quiet steps, careful checks, patient waiting. Each small step keeps you alive until the next one. They add up to a life lived in silence and shadow, but lived nonetheless. I have chosen to speak again, not because I have new grand advice, but because sometimes hearing another voice, even if it is a stranger's, can remind you that you are not the only one left who thinks and cares. Even if we never meet, we share this struggle. I hope these extra words help. If you still listen, keep them in mind. If you have moved on, these words float in empty air, maybe to be caught by someone else later. That is fine too. I will try to rest now. The day moves on, and I must watch my own surroundings. If I find a reason to speak again, I will. Until then, be safe. May your footsteps be silent and your mind steady. Keep going, and do not give up. I did not plan to speak again. Each time I say I will rest, I find something else tugging at my mind, urging me to share more. Perhaps I am afraid that if I fall silent too long, the emptiness will close in. Or maybe I sense that you, out there, still need a voice. A voice that remembers what it means to be careful, to hold on when the world is broken. I cannot promise new wisdom. After so many days of speaking, we have covered much. Still, there are always small details we might have missed, quiet angles we did not consider. Survival is not just a list of steps, but a way of thinking. Maybe we can deepen that way of thinking together. Let's speak about traveling across open land. The world is not all ruined buildings and cracked streets. In some places, you might find fields covered in tall grass, rolling hills, or stretches of dirt roads with nothing but silence. These open areas can seem safer at first, fewer corners for infected to hide behind. But open land has its own risks. With no walls to block line of sight, an infected standing on a distant ridge might spot you against the horizon if you move too quickly. Also, sound can travel far in open spaces with no background noise to mask it. If you must cross an open field, consider the time of day. At midday, your shape stands clear under the bright sun. At dawn or dusk, the light is softer, and shadows are longer. You can crouch low, move behind small rises in the ground, and blend into the dim light. You might even wait for a light rain to fall, rain that can soften the sound of your footsteps in the grass. Approach any distant goal slowly. Scan the horizon for movement before you stand tall. Let's think about rivers. We have touched on them before, but maybe we can say more. A river can be a barrier that infected do not easily cross, at least if it is deep or swift. If you find a narrow river, you might consider finding a quiet way across. A fallen log, a series of stones, or a small makeshift raft if you are truly skilled and daring. But remember, that building anything that floats requires quiet work, and any hammering or sawing might draw attention. Also, if you slip and fall into the water, the splash could carry sound far downstream. If you cross, do it in silence. Take your time, and watch both banks carefully. Once across, you might find fewer infected if they have not crossed themselves. But do not trust that too much. They might be scattered everywhere by now. What about old farms that once kept animals? Most of the animals would have fled long ago. Some may roam wild now, forming small herds deep in the countryside. If you ever spot a distant shape that looks like a cow or a sheep, it might be a source of food if you are skilled at hunting quietly. But be aware that chasing or cornering an animal is risky. It can make noise, startle the animal into running and bleeding. A sudden bleat could draw infected from far off. If you lack skill in silent hunting, it may be wiser to stick to gathering what you can from plants or small, quiet traps. Large prey might not be worth the risk unless you are truly prepared. Consider the seasons. We have mentioned them lightly, but let's say more. If the season grows colder, nights become longer, and infected, stiff with the chill, might move more slowly. That could be your advantage. But you must also keep warm without making noise. Layer clothing, find blankets, shelter inside thick-walled places if possible. A basement might hold a more stable temperature than a drafty attic. On the other hand, if the season is hot, you might find infected moving at the same slow pace, but you yourself could suffer from thirst more quickly. Carry water whenever you can. Plan routes that let you refill quietly from streams or rain barrels. Each season brings its own problems and small advantages. Now about meeting other survivors. We spoke of caution before, but let's imagine you have found someone who does not seem hostile. Maybe you followed them from a distance and saw them practicing quiet steps, careful searches. They leave no traps behind, and they do not shout. If you feel it is safe enough, you might try to approach at dawn, when people are often more alert and less startled. Show empty hands first, no sudden moves, no loud words. Maybe place a small bit of food on a rock and step back. Give them space to see you are not a threat. If they respond kindly, you can try whispered words. If they show fear or raise a weapon, nod and back away slowly. It might take more than one encounter before trust forms. Patience is needed not only with infected but also with human hearts. Let's consider hidden signals. We talked about marking paths with subtle signs, but maybe we can refine that idea. If you use a small scratch on a post to show a safe route, remember that anyone can read it, friendly or not. Choose something personal, like 2 short scratches followed by a longer one, something that only you understand. This way, if you return months later, you can recognize your own marks. Avoid bright paint or large arrows, as they can guide infected or hostile survivors as well. Keep your signs subtle and low to the ground, behind leaves or loose bricks, so only someone who knows to look for them can find them. What if you want to store some supplies outside your main shelter as a backup? Maybe bury a small container of dried food and a bottle of water a short walk away, under a distinctive rock or a tree with a certain twisted branch. This gives you an emergency cache if your shelter is compromised. But when you bury it, do it quietly. Use soft tools or your hands, move slowly, and cover your tracks. If someone or something finds disturbed soil, they might investigate. Try to leave it looking as natural as possible. We have spoken of avoiding cities, but let's imagine you have no choice. Perhaps you must pass through the edge of a city to reach a rumored safe haven. If you must enter a city, stick to the outskirts first. Scout from a high vantage point, maybe the top floor of a small building at the city's edge. Watch the streets below for an entire day if you can afford it. Note if infected move in patterns, if they cluster at certain spots. If there are long stretches of empty road you could slip through at certain hours. Only after gathering this knowledge should you attempt any movement inside the city. Move building to building, never staying in open streets longer than necessary. If you must enter a building, pick small ones, not large complexes that may hold many infected trapped inside. Let's talk about cooking a bit more. If you find raw grains or dried beans and want to cook them to make them softer and easier to eat, build only the smallest of fires. Use a metal can or a small pot if available, and try to light the fire in a place hidden from outside view. Behind thick walls or in a basement with good ventilation. Keep the flame low and watch it constantly. Even a small flicker of light can betray you if it reflects out a window. Once cooked, store the food in quiet containers. Let the fire die completely, scatter the ashes, and cool down any hot metal before moving it. Smoke and smell can linger, so pick a time when a breeze might carry it away from areas with infected. A rainy evening might help mask the scent. If you ever come across a group of survivors who have formed a small outpost, be doubly careful. They might have a system of signs, watchers, and traps to keep infected out. That might also mean they are wary of newcomers. If you truly wish to join them, approach slowly. Let them see you from a distance, and show that you carry no threat. If they refuse you, do not beg or raise your voice. Just leave calmly. Forcing your way in will end badly for both sides. If, on the other hand, they accept you, be ready to prove your worth quietly. Maybe you know how to gather certain foods silently, or can fix small tools. But never let your guard down fully until you are sure of their intentions. The world changes people, sometimes not for the better. What if you find a stable supply of clean water, perhaps an old hand pump well that still works? Guard it closely, but not obviously. You do not want to build a huge barricade around it that draws attention from afar. Instead, keep a low fence or some natural-looking debris around it that makes it harder to see at first glance. Visit it at times when infected are less likely to be near, perhaps at dawn. If others find it, consider sharing a little water to avoid conflict, but do not reveal your entire supply. The balance between kindness and self-preservation is delicate now. We have not spoken much about rest. Sleep is dangerous when you are alone. If you must sleep, wedge yourself into a corner where no one can come up behind you. Block the door with furniture or objects that would fall if someone pushes it open. This creates a noise trap that can wake you. Even when sleeping, keep a small tool at hand. Dress in layers you can sleep in, so if you must flee suddenly, you will not waste time getting dressed. Try to sleep lightly, waking now and then to listen. It is not a comfortable way to live, but comfort must wait until things improve. If an infected ever spots you and you must run, remember to lead them away from your shelter if possible. If you panic and run straight home, they might follow and learn your hiding place. Instead, circle around, slip down an alley, climb over a fence, and lose them before heading back. Avoid leaving a trail that leads to your door. If your shelter is compromised and you must abandon it, do not linger to save everything. Grab only the essentials you can carry quietly: food, water, a tool or two, and clothes. Leave behind heavy items that slow you down. Your life matters more than any object. You can always find or craft more later if you remain alive. If you ever run low on cloth for bandages or sound muffling, tear strips from curtains, pillowcases, or seat covers of old vehicles. Many everyday items can be repurposed. A car seat's fabric can yield many strips of cloth if you cut carefully. Just do it silently. Ripping cloth can make noise, so muffle it by biting down or by pressing it close to another piece of fabric. Think about your senses. Sight and hearing are key, but do not neglect smell. Infected often carry a musty odor. If you sense a foul smell growing stronger as you enter a building, slow down and listen carefully. That smell might mean infected are inside, even if you have not heard or seen them yet. Use all your senses to gather clues before moving forward. If you manage to form a small team of survivors you trust, consider specialized roles. Maybe one of you is better at finding edible plants quietly, another at fixing small tools without making noise, and another at standing watch in silence for hours. By sharing tasks, you reduce the strain on any one person, but keep communication low. Use hand signals and soft taps on the shoulder at night. Even in a group, silence remains golden. If you fear that infected are improving their hearing or sense of smell over time, we do not know if they adapt, but let's assume caution. Increase your distance. Move even slower, make even fewer sounds. Treat them as if they can sense the slightest shift in the air. This might mean taking hours to travel a short distance, but survival rewards patience over speed. Do not let despair take over if you see no other survivors for a long while. Loneliness is heavy, but remember, there are others out there, scattered like you. The world is huge, and silence hides many stories. Just because you do not see them does not mean you are alone in truth. Someone might be listening to a static-filled radio right now, hoping to catch a voice like yours. If you find batteries, test them sparingly. Some might be dead. Keep them in a safe, dry place. If you have a small radio or flashlight, switch it on just a brief moment to check the battery's strength, then turn it off immediately. Save the power for critical moments. Light and sound are tools to be used only when needed. If your clothing becomes too dirty and smelly, try washing it with rainwater when it is safe. Let it dry in a hidden spot. Smell can alert infected to your presence if it is strong. Neutralize your scent by staying clean when you can, though this is a luxury now. Still, even a small improvement can help. When traveling through woodlands, watch the ground for dry twigs and leaves that crack underfoot. Move them aside slowly, or step around them. The forest floor can be as noisy as a broken city street if you do not pick your steps carefully. If you have a choice between two paths, one shorter but through a known infected area, and one longer but quieter, take the quieter route. Every time, choose safety over speed. A single mistake can cost you more time in the end, if not your life. If memories flood your mind, memories of laughter, music, or old comforts, let them pass over you like a gentle breeze. Feel them, but do not cry out. Keep that warmth inside your chest. It can push back against despair without requiring you to voice it aloud. Your silence does not mean you forget. Silence simply keeps you safe. Consider simple routines. Maybe each morning you check your door, your hidden cache, and listen at the window for 2 minutes. Each afternoon you peek out to see if the infected pattern has changed. Tiny habits, done silently, help you stay in control of a chaotic world. If you encounter old traps set by others, like a broken window with shards arranged to fall if the frame is pushed, be cautious. People have tried many tricks. Do not assume all traps are for infected. Some might be to warn survivors of intruders. If you trip one, even if it does not harm you, the noise could bring infected. Keep in mind that while infected do not speak or reason, They respond to motion and sound. Use this knowledge to plan everything. If you must cross a street, wait for a gust of wind or a distant clatter from something else to mask your steps. Blend your noise into the background. Become part of the silence. If you feel your strength fading from hunger, pick your battles. Do not waste energy searching at random. Focus on places more likely to hold something edible. An old cellar, a sealed pantry, a forgotten garden bed behind a collapsed fence. Concentrate on likely spots rather than wandering aimlessly. If you stumble upon someone sleeping in a corner, do not wake them. If they wake in panic, they might scream. Instead, leave quietly or place a small sign of goodwill, like a piece of dried fruit, and leave before they stir. Kindness can be silent. If you wonder whether the infected will ever dwindle in number, no one can say. Maybe they will decay over time. Maybe conditions will change. Hope might say that one day they will be fewer, and we can reclaim some ground. Until then, act as if they remain many and dangerous. Prepare for the worst, and you will not be caught off guard. If your clothes rip and leave your skin exposed to scratches, patch them with any fabric you find. Even minor wounds can become serious if untreated. Clean any scrape with boiled water, or at least wipe it well. A simple cut might slow you down at a crucial moment. As I speak these words, I realize I am repeating some warnings and adding small details here and there. This is because survival is not about grand discoveries every day. It is about stacking small, careful acts, one after another, until they form a shield around you. Every quiet footstep, every cautious glance, every patient wait builds that shield thicker. You might wonder why I keep doing this, keep talking. Maybe because as long as words flow, we resist the silence that threatens to consume us. In a world ruled by quiet fear, speaking softly to someone unseen keeps the human spirit alive. Even if it is just me, alone at a microphone, and you, somewhere hidden, listening with trembling hands. If you have children with you, maybe a younger sibling or a child you found alone, teach them through gestures. Show them how to step softly by doing it, and letting them follow your lead. Show them how to wait, how to breathe quietly, how to listen more than speak. They can learn quickly and adapt better than we imagine. They might be our future if we can keep them safe. If you find a sturdy place with thick walls, consider making it a long-term shelter. Reinforced doors with planks nailed diagonally across, stuff cloth in cracks to muffle sound, create a small entry point that you can lock easily. Over time, you could turn a simple hideout into something more secure, as long as you do not draw attention with noise. If nights become too long and you find yourself growing anxious in the darkness, remember you have done all you could to prepare. Your tools are at hand, your exits planned. Trust your quiet plans. Fear is natural, but you have knowledge and caution on your side. If at dawn you decide to move on, do so without leaving signs of your stay. Brush away footprints in dust, pick up any scraps. Leave no clues for others or infected to track. The cleaner you leave a place, the safer you remain. I have spoken again for a long while. I can feel my voice growing thin. Yet, as before, if I find reason, I may speak again. Until then, remember these many words, hold them inside, and continue your careful journey. The world outside may be filled with hazards, but your mind is sharper now, your steps quieter. Keep going, keep living, and maybe someday we will reclaim what was lost. I find myself drawn to this microphone again. Silence may hold safety, but words can ease the weight of isolation. We have shared so much already. Careful steps, quiet meals, the art of staying hidden. Still, there might be more to say. More small pieces of advice to help us endure. This world is harsh and empty, but as long as we think, speak, and listen, we keep a part of the old spirit alive. Let's consider what happens when you must move through an area you passed before. Maybe you visited a certain street or building weeks ago and now want to return. The world changes slowly around us. Debris shifts as weather wears it down. Infected wander and sometimes gather in different spots. When revisiting a place, do not assume it looks the same as before. Approach it as if it were new territory. Check corners you once found clear. Listen at doors you once passed through. That old safe corner might now hold something dangerous. Never grow careless just because you have been somewhere before. Think about how to maintain your clothes and gear. We mentioned cleaning clothes when possible, but what about repairing small tears in your bag or reinforcing your shoes? If you find a needle and thread, guard them well. Sew quietly, pushing the needle through cloth with slow care so it does not snap or squeak. A well-mended bag does not rustle as much, and secure stitching keeps supplies from falling out and making noise. A small detail like a fixed strap can prevent a sudden clatter if something slips free. What if you have managed to gather a few items of trade, dried seeds, a handful of nuts, a clean bandage, and you meet another survivor who seems calm? Trading can help both of you, but do it quietly and fairly. Show what you have. Speak in low tones if you must speak at all. If they offer something you need, accept it with a nod. If they demand too much, back away. Your voice and posture can show you mean no harm, but also that you are not desperate. Sometimes even a silent gesture, holding out your open hand, then slowly placing a small item on the ground, can communicate your intent without a single word. If you are ever forced to hide for a long time in a cramped space, an attic, a narrow closet, try to make it as comfortable as you can without noise. Fold clothing into a makeshift cushion to sit on. If you have paper, write a few words to yourself just to keep your mind occupied. If you have no paper, close your eyes and recall the old world for a moment. But do not lose track of your surroundings. Every now and then, listen for infected outside or for the creak of someone passing. Hiding well means balancing patience with awareness. If the sky grows dark with heavy clouds, consider how this affects your plans. Dark clouds might mean rain or even thunder. We have spoken of using rain and thunder as cover for movement. You could plan your escape from a risky spot, right after a loud clap of thunder, stepping on gravel or broken glass when the noise masks your steps. Or you could wait for the rain to patter on roofs and leaves, blending your soft footsteps into the steady rhythm of droplets. Just be careful on wet surfaces. They can cause you to slip, and a fall might bring a painful gasp that could draw unwanted attention. If you find a quiet animal, a turtle by a stream, or a small bird trapped indoors, freeing it gently might help it slip away without making a fuss. Animals can draw infected if they panic and make noise. If you can release a trapped bird silently through a window before it starts to flap wildly, you avoid a possible alarm. Every living thing tries to survive now, and sometimes helping another creature escape silently helps you too. Consider the role of simple tools in daily life. We have mentioned knives, crowbars, and small axes for prying open doors. Think also about softer tools, a wooden spoon to stir water quietly, a piece of cloth tied around a metal handle to keep it from rattling. Tools are not just weapons, they are whatever helps you remain silent and safe. Even a short length of rope, knotted at intervals, can help you climb in silence if you must reach a low rooftop to hide. If you happen upon a place that once served as a workshop, scattered nails, bits of wood, rusted saws, take note. You might return one day to gather parts to reinforce your shelter. Just do not try to hammer nails loudly now. Instead, bring the nails and small scraps back to your safe spot, and see if you can press nails into soft wood by hand, or use quiet pressure methods rather than hammering. If you must hammer, wrap the hammer's head in the nail area with layers of cloth to dull the sound. It may take longer and be less secure, but quiet work beats a solid but noisy fix. When dealing with rationing your food, think about your energy needs. If you plan a day of scouting outside, eat a small portion of something that gives steady strength before you leave. If you plan to lie low and hide in silence, you might eat less to save supplies. Your body and mind must work together. Too hungry, and you might become shaky, knocking something over or breathing too hard. Too full, and you might become drowsy and less alert. Find a balance that keeps you steady. Think about the psychological toll of this quiet struggle. Fear and loneliness can weigh heavily. Finding small ways to keep your mind calm matters as much as finding food. Maybe you hum very softly to yourself while pressing your mouth against a cloth so the sound does not escape. Maybe you count your breaths, or recall a calming memory from the past. A clear mind makes fewer mistakes. When panic comes, close your eyes for a moment, breathe slowly, and remind yourself of all the careful steps you have taken to survive. You have learned a new way of living. You are not helpless. If you approach a road that once was busy, lined with abandoned cars, toppled street signs, you must move with extra care. Cars can become hiding spots for infected that stumbled inside or got trapped somehow. Check each car's interior through the windows if they are clear enough, or if not, poke a long stick inside first to see if anything moves. Avoid slamming doors or stepping on loose car parts. A single car horn going off would be a nightmare, so do not touch the steering wheel or any controls inside a vehicle. If you must rummage for supplies, do it gently, and if something resists, do not force it. If the infected ever seem less active, maybe a stretch of days passes and you see fewer of them, do not drop your guard. They might return in greater numbers at any time. Always assume danger is near. Remaining cautious at all times can feel exhausting, but letting your guard down could cost you everything. If you find a stream of clear water and want to catch fish without making noise, consider slow methods. Some survivors say they have built small traps from sticks and placed them in shallow water, then waited silently at a distance. No splashing, no shouting, just patience. After an hour or two, a fish might wander into the trap. Then you lift it out quietly, wrap it in cloth to keep it from flopping loudly, and move away. Cooking it will require the same care as before. Small fire, hidden flame, no bright light at windows. When traveling through unknown territory, set small checkpoints in your mind. That old mailbox, that leaning tree, that broken piece of fence. Mark each checkpoint silently in your memory, so if you must retreat, you can find your way back. Without maps or signs, these simple mental markers can guide you. If you get lost, stay calm. Retrace your steps if possible. Panic leads to rushed movement and noise. If you need to store water but have no proper container, you might find plastic bottles under desks or in old homes. Rinse them if you can. Even if the water is not pure, it is better than nothing. But boil it if you have the chance. If you have no pot, consider using metal cans. Just remember that metal cans can clang if bumped, so handle them with care. If you discover a small refuge in an unexpected place, perhaps a basement that still holds some canned goods, do not consume it all at once. Store some for later. The future is uncertain, and having a hidden supply can ease your mind. Just be sure to leave it sealed quietly. Cover it with a board or a rug so no one else sees it easily. If you return later and find it untouched, it might feel like stumbling upon treasure in a world where treasure no longer means gold and jewels, but clean water and a quiet can of beans. If a large group of infected passes near your shelter, remain still and silent, even if it takes hours. They move eventually. Avoid peeking through cracks if it risks making a sound. Better to wait with your eyes closed, focusing on your hearing. When they finally wander off, wait a bit longer before coming out. Some infected might lag behind, trailing the group by minutes. If you have a companion who becomes ill, tend to them quietly. Wipe their forehead with a damp cloth. Let them rest in the safest, quietest spot you have. Illness weakens the body and can cause moans or coughs. If they cough, try to muffle it with layers of cloth. You must balance care with safety. If their illness is severe and they cannot move without making noise, you may have to wait until they improve. Patience again. Perhaps feed them small sips of boiled water if you can manage a fire. A quiet friend who recovers might become your steady partner again, watching your back when you venture out. Think about lighting. If night falls and you must see something inside your shelter, use a tiny light source. Perhaps you found a small flashlight with weak batteries. Shield it with your hand Point it at the floor, never at windows. Just a brief flicker to find what you need, then turn it off. Darkness is safer than a bright beam that calls out to the infected like a signal. If you climb a tree to hide, pick one with strong, thick branches that do not creak. Test each branch slowly. Once perched up there, remain still. Movement makes leaves rustle. If infected pass below, they may not think to look up unless they see movement. Nighttime in a tree might keep you safe if you do not shift around. But consider how you will descend later. A rope ladder you can pull up behind you is best, but if you have no rope, pick a tree you can climb down quietly as well. If at some point you must cross a bridge over water, remember that bridges can echo footsteps, especially if made of wood or old metal. Crawl if you must, placing weight gently, or find cloth to lay down step by step to dampen sound. If the bridge looks unstable, test it with a light tap first. If it sways or creaks loudly, consider finding another route. Risking a noisy collapse is too great a gamble. If you think back to your old life, remember lessons that might still help. Did you ever fix a door quietly in the past? Sew a shirt by candlelight? Carry groceries without rattling bags? Small mundane memories can guide you now. We once took such tasks for granted. Now they are survival skills. Anything that teaches you to move softly or handle objects without clanging helps. If wind picks up at night, use it. A gust of wind rattling leaves can mask your steps if you must move. But be aware that wind might carry your scent. We do not know how well infected scents smell, but better to stay downwind if possible. Move in harmony with the breeze, pausing when it stills. If you encounter a place where someone tried to build a safe zone, makeshift walls, piles of rubble arranged as barricades, approach slowly. It might now be abandoned or worse, overrun by infected trapped inside. Do not assume it is safe just because it looks fortified. Check from a distance. Look for signs of life or for infected moaning inside. A fortress turned prison is not what you seek. If you ever find yourself cornered in a tight hallway with infected approaching, sometimes your only option is to retreat slowly and silently, hoping they do not see you. If you must fight, aim well and quietly. Try not to let them moan loudly. If you have no choice, do it swiftly and then leave before others come to investigate any sound. Think about how to handle metal doors. Metal doors can squeak loudly when opened. If you must open one, push slowly, and if you have oil or grease from old food cans, apply it to the hinges first. A few drops of old cooking oil can silence a hinge and save your life. Always listen before you open a door, and open it just a crack at first to see what lies beyond. If you find a stash of medical supplies, bandages, simple painkillers, treat them like gold. Good bandages keep wounds clean and quiet. Painkillers, taken in small amounts, can help you endure silent escapes despite an ache or injury. Do not waste these supplies on minor discomfort. Save them for when you truly need them. If days stretch on and you find yourself lacking in hope, recall that you have survived so far by using your mind, your quiet steps, and your patience. Each sunrise means you overcame another night. Each small bit of food or clean sip of water is proof that you can adapt to this harsh new world. Hope may be a soft thing, but it glows in silence, guiding you when there are no bright lights left. If you find a place with old bedding, mattresses or cushions, consider making them smaller by cutting or tearing them, as quietly as you can, into manageable pieces. A small cushion can soften a floorboard that creaks under your weight, or help you sleep more quietly. Hide these pieces so others or infected do not notice them easily. If at some point you discover that the infected have patterns linked to time of day, maybe they cluster in open areas at midday or drift into alleys at dusk, use that pattern. Time your movements to slip behind them when they move away, but never rely too strongly on patterns. They might change, and you must remain flexible, ready to alter your plans at the slightest sign of a shift. If you meet someone who can share knowledge, perhaps they know which plants are safe to eat, learn from them. Even a whispered lesson can help you find new food sources. If they know a route with fewer infected, memorize it quickly. But do not give away your own shelter location. Share general advice in return, maybe how to climb quietly, or how to dull a hinge's squeak. Exchange what you can spare, hold back what you must. If insects bother you at night, mosquitoes buzzing, ants crawling, Try to sweep them away gently without slapping loudly. Sometimes lighting a bit of dry leaf in a small covered container can create gentle smoke that repels insects without drawing too much attention, as long as you keep it very low and contained. Just be sure no infected are near to smell the smoke. If you stumble onto a stack of old newspapers or books, resist the urge to read them aloud. Silent reading can calm your mind and remind you of human thoughts, but moving a page too fast might cause a rustling sound. Turn pages slowly. Hold the paper down so it does not crinkle. Quiet reading is a rare comfort now. As I share these thoughts, I know we have ventured through many aspects of surviving in silence. At this point, we are refining details. Survival is in these small details. The angle of your footstep, the careful tilt of a door, the pause before you pick up an object. All these tiny acts shape your fate. I do not know if I will speak again. Each time I think I have said all I can, I recall another angle, another small tip that might help. Perhaps I will return if the silence weighs too heavily again. For now, hold these words close. Keep them in your mind as you move through broken streets and quiet fields. Remember, you are not helpless. You have your mind, your careful steps, and a quiet will to live. You have the ability to wait, to listen, to adapt. You have learned to survive without the noise and comforts of the old world. In that silence, you have found strength. If I stop speaking now, do not think it means I have abandoned hope. Hope lives on in every silent step you take, every careful choice you make. Go forth quietly. Stay hidden when needed. Show kindness if you can do so safely, and keep your inner flame alive. The infected cannot understand that flame inside you. They cannot put it out as long as you breathe quietly and hold on. Take care, silent traveler. I find myself here again, speaking into the silence that wraps around old streets and hidden shelters. Each time I pause, I think there might be nothing left to say. Yet the quiet world always offers another detail to consider. We have covered many methods to stay alive, to stay quiet, to think ahead. Perhaps now we can focus on the inner strength needed to keep going, and a few more small pieces of advice that might help if you face special conditions. Let's talk about staying out of sight in places with many broken windows. Shattered glass lies scattered everywhere now. If you must pass by a window without curtains or boards, move low to the ground. Crawl if needed. Keep your body below the sill so that if infected wander outside, their gaze passes over you. Broken windows also mean broken glass on the ground. Brush it aside gently with a cloth or your sleeve before moving through that area. The faint crunch of glass underfoot can be enough to draw unwanted attention. If you come across a large old vehicle like a bus or a truck blocking a road, do not try to move it. Go around if you can. Climbing over might cause it to shift or groan. Rusted metal can screech when disturbed, and that sound can carry far in the silence. If going around takes more time, so be it. Speed is rarely your friend now. Slow, patient steps keep you alive. Consider the value of quiet hand signals if you ever travel with another person. You might agree on a few simple signs. 1 raised finger for stop, 2 raised fingers for go, a closed fist for danger. Practice these signals so that each of you understands them well and never mix them up. This avoids whispered words and cuts down on the risk of noise. Even the slightest whisper can echo in empty halls. If night is falling and you find yourself in open ground, look for a shallow ditch or a small hollow in the earth where you can lie low. Avoid lying on bare gravel or debris that might shift when you move. If you must rest, do it in a place where your silhouette does not stand out against the sky. The dim starlight might reveal a standing figure from a distance, but a prone figure hidden behind a small rise in the ground is harder to spot. If you ever think of using a flare or some old device that produces bright light to distract infected, think again. Bright flashes may draw them, but they also tell others where you are. Instead, rely on subtle distractions. A tossed pebble, a slight nudge to let something fall quietly on the opposite side of a room. Anything that draws infected away without giving yourself away is better than a large attention-grabbing light. When dealing with hunger and thirst, remember that your mood and judgment waver when you are weak. If you feel too hungry, you might rush and cause noise. If too thirsty, you might cough. Before you reach that point, plan. Find small, steady ways to keep yourself just well enough to stay calm. If you have a bit of dried food, nibble slowly to make it last and to keep your energy even. Sip water carefully. Do not gulp it. Every action is measured now. If you consider making a long journey, perhaps you heard a rumor of a safer area far away. Break the journey into small sections. Each evening, find a hideout to rest in before darkness makes travel too risky. Mark your route quietly in your mind, choosing landmarks like a bent tree or a car with a missing door. Avoid well-known landmarks that others might also choose. Pick subtle things that mean something to you alone. If you hear infected moaning in the distance, try to judge their numbers by the layering of sounds. One or two produce a certain hollow tone, while many together create a sort of distant, grim chorus. If you sense that there are too many ahead, change direction. No matter how urgent your path might seem, facing a large group head-on is never wise. If you find old rope, test its strength before using it to climb or secure anything. Pull it gently, listen for fibers snapping. If it seems weak, twist it together with strips of cloth to add strength. When you climb, do it slowly. A sudden slip and gasp can be your end. If you must tie something down, do so with firm but quiet knots. If at times you feel a dull ache of sadness or longing, know that it is normal. We have lost so much, and living in silence and fear weighs on the heart. Acknowledge your feelings quietly. Even a few minutes spent remembering a gentle voice from the past, or a warm afternoon before all this started, can keep your mind grounded. Just do not let sadness lead you to reckless moves. Honor memories while staying alert. If you ever need to open a can of food and have no proper opener, try careful methods. Maybe a flat stone rubbed against the sealed edge to wear it down slowly, or a small blade slipped under the rim and twisted gently. This takes patience, but keeps noise low. Do it in a safe, sheltered place. If you struggle too much and risk a loud snap, pause and rethink. Consider the risk of infection from ordinary wounds. Even a small cut can become a hazard if it festers. Keep a bit of cloth clean if possible. Boil it in water when you can. Let it dry in a hidden sunny spot. A clean dressing for a wound is worth more than fancy gear now. Infection from a dirty scratch can cause fever and coughing, which could give you away. If you must move through a forest at dusk, note that shadows play tricks on the eyes. Walk slowly. Rest often to listen. Sometimes infected stumble on roots and make a slight thud when they fall. Such a sound can warn you that they are near. Birds might remain quiet if infected wander below their nests, so silence in a forest can be both friend and foe. Learn to distinguish between peaceful silence and the tense silence that might mean something lurks close. If you find an abandoned campsite, remnants of a small fire, footprints, some scattered belongings, approach carefully. Whoever used it may return, or infected may have found it. Look from a distance before stepping in. If you decide to take anything, do so gently. A pot or a spoon might clang if lifted carelessly. Pad your hands with cloth before picking up metal items. Also, consider that taking all you see might anger whoever camped there. If you believe they might still live, leave something behind, or try not to disturb their arrangement too much. If rain soaks you, dry off as soon as you can. Wet clothes can make you shiver, and shivering can produce slight noises, not to mention weakening you. Wring out your clothes quietly. Find a place out of sight where a breeze can dry them. If you must move in wet clothes, step even more carefully. Wet fabric rubbing against your body can create faint sounds. If your eyes strain in the dark, rest them. Close your eyes for a short while in complete silence. Listen instead of looking. Sometimes hearing a faint shuffle is better than trying to see through darkness and risking a misstep. If you have a companion, take turns using eyes and ears. One watches while the other listens with eyes closed, then switch. This can sharpen your senses. If you wonder about large animals, bears, wolves, or similar creatures, know that they also adapt. They might be rare now, or have changed their patterns. If you ever encounter a large animal, remain calm. Sudden fright can make you scream or run, both terrible choices. Instead, back away slowly. If the animal remains still, you do the same. Let it pass without drawing attention. The infected are not your only worry, but they are often the main one. Still, be ready for anything. If you find a door that must be opened but is locked, try quiet methods first. Maybe a thin piece of metal can lift the latch inside, or a thin wire can help slide something open. Forcing it might lead to a loud crack. If you cannot open it quietly, consider if you really must go inside. A locked door might hide infected or nothing of value. Sometimes leaving a door unopened is the safer choice. If supplies run low and you consider entering a place that seems too quiet and untouched, think twice. Abandoned stores or warehouses might look inviting, but they may hold infected lurking in corners. Circle the building, peek through cracks, place your ear against walls to listen for any movement. If all seems calm, enter slowly. Keep an escape route in mind. Never trap yourself deep inside with only one exit. If you find books, besides reading them softly, you might also use pages as tinder for a tiny, well-hidden fire. But tear pages slowly and near your chest to muffle the rip. Fire, even small, must be handled with extreme care. Think if you truly need it. Boiling water or cooking a small meal might justify the risk, but never grow careless. One spark can cause a bigger blaze and chaos. If the sound of the wind changes, perhaps it whistles through a hollow pipe or across a broken antenna, use that sound to mask small movements. A gust of wind might cover the noise of you lifting a crate or shifting a plank. Move when the wind rises, freeze when it falls silent. If you travel near old power lines or poles, be cautious. Some might still be loose, swinging in the breeze, producing faint metallic clicks. If you bump them, they might clang. Keep your distance. And beware of any puddle or damp ground near electrical remains, though electricity likely died out long ago. Still, be safe rather than sorry. If you must cross a narrow passage with walls on both sides, check the floor. A single can or bottle rolling under your foot can create a sudden clatter. Push obstacles aside slowly or pick them up and place them gently somewhere else before moving on. This takes time, but haste will not serve you well. If you think about trying to farm or grow something long-term, remember that farming means staying in one place often. That requires making your shelter safer and quieter. You would need to set up watchers, rotate tasks, and ensure that tending plants does not draw attention with rustling leaves or breaking branches. If you do try to grow food, pick small patches hidden behind walls or inside courtyards, and water them with silent care. The rewards might be worth it, but only if you can keep it secret and safe. If loneliness presses heavily, you might try to sing softly into a thick piece of cloth, so that almost no sound escapes. Just a gentle hum felt in your chest. This can calm nerves without alerting anyone. Human voices once filled the world, now silence rules. But a quiet hum can remind you that you are still human inside. If the season changes and leaves fall, watch your step in forests. Dry leaves crunch underfoot. Move them aside slowly before stepping, or step on stones and bare earth where possible. If it is too loud, wait for rain to dampen the leaves and soften their sound. Adjusting to seasons is part of survival now. If you ever consider building a small raft to cross a body of water, remember that paddling can make noise, and water carries sound. Wrap cloth around the paddle blade, dip it slowly. Do not splash. Also consider the risk of drifting past infected on shore who might see a shape moving on the water. Night crossings might be quieter, but vision is poor. Balance these risks. If you plan to store supplies underground, like digging a hole and covering it, choose a spot off any known path. Use natural markers that only you understand, maybe a root shaped like a hand or a rock with a certain scratch. Keep the cache small and sealed. If someone finds it, you lose only a bit of supply, not all you have. If you ever meet a traveler who seems to have knowledge of safe routes, listen carefully. They might hint at patterns like infected avoiding a certain type of building or terrain. But do not rely fully on their word. Trust your own tests and observations. People can lie or be mistaken. Verify quietly before committing to a risky path. If fear strikes you suddenly, maybe you see a large shape in the gloom, freeze. Give yourself a moment to let your eyes adjust. Often a harmless shape of debris or a twisted branch can appear like something threatening at first glance. By waiting calmly, you avoid a panicked move. Panic is the enemy of quiet. If you have extra cloth, consider wrapping the handles of your tools. A metal handle rattling against your belt can give you away. Cloth muffles it. Also, keep small objects in soft bags, not in cans that clang. If you find old clothing too large for you, cut it into strips to wrap around anything that might produce noise. If you must descend a staircase, test each step gently before placing full weight. Some steps might creak more than others. Learn which side of the step is quieter. Maybe the edge closest to the wall is more solid. Move slowly, breathe steadily. Rushing downstairs is rarely wise. If you set a simple trap for animals, for food, check it softly. Do not rush in if you see movement. If an animal is caught, approach calmly and end it quickly to avoid cries. If you find the trap empty, remove it silently to avoid leaving clues for others. Each action is deliberate now. If lightning flashes and you see a group of infected in that brief glare, remember their position. Once darkness returns, you know where they stood. Use that mental picture to navigate around them. Do not rely on another flash coming at the right time. If your memory fails you sometimes, as stress can do, whisper to yourself under a thick blanket, reminding yourself of your plan. Keep the whisper so faint only you hear it. Hearing your own voice softly might help you recall what you intended, or mentally say it inside your head without speaking, if silence is too risky. If you find that you have done all you can to remain safe in one place, but still feel uneasy, trust your instincts. Perhaps move on quietly, finding a place that feels better defended or more hidden. Your intuition, sharpened by these long trials, can guide you to a safer spot. If the day ever comes when you spot another person who seems to have a stable shelter, do not rush to join them. Watch from a distance for a while, see how they behave. If they leave scraps out in the open, if they stomp around without care, they may not last long, and joining them might bring danger. If they move with quiet grace, maintain their shelter with calm steps, they might be wiser. But still, approach slowly if at all. We have gone through so many scenarios and ideas, each one hoping to give you a better chance. Survival is made of thousands of small decisions, each one chosen to keep noise low and danger at bay. By now, you carry a toolkit of thoughts and habits in your mind. Use them well. I do not know if I will speak again after this. The world outside my shelter remains quiet, and I have said so much. Still, the silence sometimes begs for a voice. If my words reach you, hold them close, and remember that you are not the only one struggling in silence. Others exist, scattered and hidden, each in their own quiet bubble of caution. Let these words sink in. Think them over in the hush of your hiding place, and if any help you survive just one more day, then my effort here is worthwhile. You have learned to move in harmony with the quiet world, to blend with its softness, to resist panic and despair. Go on, step lightly, breathe slowly, and hold on to hope. Even if I never speak again, the memory of these words can travel with you, guiding your silent footsteps through the shadows and whispering that you still live, still think, still dream of better days hidden in the quiet corners of this changed earth. The air feels still. I am here again, speaking in low tones, sharing thoughts that might help you keep going. After so many parts, after so many quiet words, it might seem like we have covered every angle of this strange life we now lead. Yet the world around us keeps shifting in small ways, and each shift might offer something new to consider. Let's think about what happens when our bodies grow weaker over time. We survive day by day, often on scraps of food and sips of water. Our muscles might ache more. Our bones feel stiff after sleeping on hard floors. How do we keep our bodies strong enough to remain quiet and steady? One way is to do small movements when safe. In a hidden spot, stretch your arms, roll your shoulders slowly, bend your knees to keep them from growing too stiff. Do it quietly. No grunts, no heavy breathing that can be heard outside. These small exercises can help you avoid painful cramps that might force a sudden cry. Our minds also need care. We talked before about recalling calm memories. Perhaps now we can add a small habit. At dawn, if you find a safe corner, close your eyes and breathe in and out slowly, counting a few breaths to steady your thoughts. It might help you remain patient throughout the day. A steady mind helps you notice small signs of danger sooner. A calm mind resists panic. If you happen to find an old manual or a children's book with simple drawings, it can help you learn something you forgot. Maybe a simple chart showing plants that once grew in your region. Even if you cannot read all the words, pictures might remind you which leaves look safe or which berries to avoid. Of course, always test new foods with great caution. Taste a tiny bit. Wait a long while to see if you feel ill. Better to go hungry a bit longer than to eat something that makes you weak and noisy. Think about ways to improve your shelter. We have spoken a lot about silence, but what if you have the chance to set a few simple warnings for yourself? Maybe place a line of thin twigs outside a doorway so if anything heavy steps there, you hear a faint crack. You must be careful, though. Any noise can draw infected. Such warnings only work if the infected are already near, and you have no safe escape. Perhaps a better warning is something that rustles very softly when brushed, like thin strips of cloth hanging near a doorway. If something tries to pass through, you might see the movement of cloth in dim light. Use your eyes more than your ears for such warnings. If you plan to travel at night more often, remember that stars still shine above, even if dim. If you knew some patterns of stars before all this happened, you can try to recall them. They may help you guide your path north or south without making a sound. But be careful staring at the sky too long. Look down often to avoid stepping on something loud. Balance your gaze between sky and ground. Consider your clothing again. If you have layers, you can remove some quietly if it becomes too warm, or add layers if it grows cold. Tight clothes might rub and cause faint squeaks or rustles. Loose clothes might catch on nails or broken parts of buildings. Aim for something that fits close but not too tight, made of soft fabric that does not rustle much. If you have zippers or buttons, move them slowly. Try to avoid clothing with hard parts that can click or clink. If you must carry metal tools, wrap them in cloth so they do not bang against each other as you walk. Even a spoon hitting a metal cup can make enough noise to ruin your careful silence. Keep all items snug in your bag so they cannot shift or roll around. A well-packed bag can be lifted or set down without a single clink. Now, consider what happens if you must cross a place filled with broken furniture. Each step could knock loose a piece of wood or a shard of something sharp. Take a moment before entering such a place. Scan the floor with your eyes. Pick a path that seems least cluttered. If needed, move debris aside slowly, piece by piece, laying it down gently out of your way. This might take time, but it saves you from a sudden crash of objects falling over. Think about the times you must bathe or wash. We rarely speak of this, but staying at least somewhat clean helps you avoid itching or infections of the skin that can make you restless and more likely to move around noisily. If you find a quiet stream, scoop water up in a container and pour it gently over yourself, far from the bank, so you do not make splashing sounds that carry over water. Wash clothes by pressing them in water quietly and wringing them out away from hard surfaces. Cleanliness is a rare comfort, but worth it if done with care. If you stumble upon old plastic sheets or tarps, think how you can use them. A tarp can block a drafty window, muffling outside noise a bit and preventing wind from causing rattling inside. It can also be placed under your sleeping spot to keep moisture away and reduce the sound of shifting on a rough floor. Just be sure the tarp does not crackle loudly when moved. If it does, try placing cloth on top of it, or rubbing it with damp hands to soften it. Sometimes you might consider if there is still any chance of lighting a small candle inside a sturdy container. A candle flame is quieter than a flashlight and produces less sudden glare. If placed behind a thick wall or in a deep corner, its soft light might let you read a label or examine a wound without sending bright beams outside. Extinguish it by pinching the wick between damp fingers or pressing it against something that smothers the flame silently. No blowing, as that might hiss. We have mentioned so many quiet habits that this life might feel like a great dance of hush and caution. It can wear you down. Consider rewarding yourself once in a while with a very small treat if you have any, maybe a tiny piece of candy found in a drawer. Savor it slowly. Let it remind you that you are still human, not just a silent shadow. This can keep your spirit from fading into numbness. If you must cross an area known for infected presence, watch the birds above. If birds gather in circle, they might be attracted by something below. maybe a large number of infected or other scavengers. If birds suddenly fly away all at once, something might have disturbed them. Use these signs as hints. Nature can warn you if you learn to interpret its signals. If you find a pair of gloves that fit well, use them. Gloves can protect your hands from splinters and cuts, and also muffle the sound of your grip on metal or glass. Just make sure they are not too stiff or noisy when you close your fist. Soft cloth gloves can be ideal. If you cannot find gloves, wrapping strips of cloth around your hands is better than nothing. If you think you see movement ahead but are unsure what it is, do not move closer right away. Instead, find a safe spot, crouch low, and watch for a long moment. Human eyes can play tricks in low light. By waiting, you might see if that shape is a branch swaying in the breeze or an infected shifting in place. Patience is your best friend here. As seasons pass, you may notice changes in infected behavior. Maybe they slow down more in colder air, or maybe in hot weather they gather in shade. If you spot such patterns, use them. Move when they are less active. Rest when they seem more alert. Just never trust these patterns completely. Always stay ready to adapt if they change. If you must pick up something fragile like glass bottles, maybe to store water, test your grip first. Hold a piece of cloth and pretend to lift something. If your hand shakes, rest a bit. You do not want to drop a bottle and shatter it. Sometimes it's better to leave fragile containers behind than risk a sudden loud break. If you consider making a hiding spot within a larger building, pick a room inside and block the door quietly with heavy furniture. Make sure you leave enough space to move the furniture silently if you must escape. Do not trap yourself. A good hideout has a plan for leaving just as quietly as you entered. We have not spoken much about the infected sense of smell. We do not know how keen it is, but assume it can draw them closer if you carry strong-smelling food. If you have dried fish or something with a strong scent, store it in a sealed container or wrap it in multiple layers of cloth. If you plan to open it, do so in a well-ventilated spot where the scent can drift away. Wait and listen after opening strong-smelling items in case infected catch the scent and move toward it. If at times you think you hear a faint voice far away, do not call out. It might be someone, or it might be a trick of the wind. Moving closer to investigate is risky unless you have a solid plan. If you must check it out, do so in stages. Move a few steps, then pause, listen. If no further voice comes, maybe it was nothing. If you do hear another voice, still approach with great caution. Others might be just as scared as you are and could react poorly to a stranger appearing suddenly. If you still have a watch that works, use it to keep track of time quietly. Knowing the hour might help you guess when infected patterns repeat. Maybe at certain hours they roam certain areas. Or maybe it helps you know how long you have rested, how long since you ate or drank. If no watch, you can still learn to read the sun's path or the length of shadows. If a doorway creaks when you open it, try applying something oily on the hinges. Even pressing a piece of oily food or rubbing a bit of grease from old canned goods can help silence it. Work the door back and forth gently until the creak lessens. Every small improvement in silence pays off in the long run. If you find old medical wraps or even strips of cloth that smell clean, store them in a sealed bag if possible. Moisture and dirt can ruin them, and you may need them later for a wound. Keep them dry and hidden. Medical supplies are rare and precious now. If you must sit in darkness for a long time, keeping watch over a path, try to relax your eyes. Staring too hard can cause your vision to create shapes that are not there. Blink slowly. Shift your gaze slightly now and then. Listen for clues as much as you look. If luck allows you to find a small patch of edible plants, maybe you learned which are safe, harvest them quietly and leave the spot looking undisturbed. If infected or others come by later, they may not guess you took anything. Always leave nature as you found it if possible. Standing broken stalks or trampled leaves can show you were there. If you store water in bottles, check them before each journey. A crack in a bottle can cause it to drip, and dripping might make a faint but steady sound. Even a drop falling onto a hard surface can sound louder in quiet surroundings. Wrap cloth around the base of a bottle to catch any leaks and muffle drips, or store it where drips fall onto something soft and silent. If you share your shelter with another person, establish signals for waking each other without words. A light tap on the shoulder, 2 gentle taps means wake up. 1 tap might mean quiet, danger near. Agree on these beforehand so you do not startle them into making noise. If you must handle rusted metal, do so gently. Rust can flake off and fall, making tiny sounds if it hits a hard surface. Better to do such tasks over a piece of cloth spread on the ground to catch flakes. Thinking ahead saves you from sudden noise. If your shoes wear out, consider wrapping your feet in layers of cloth or soft leather if you find it. Soft, padded steps help you move quietly even over rough ground. Just ensure it's tied well so the wrapping does not slip off mid-step and cause you to stumble. If you rely on a hidden stash of supplies, remember to rotate what you use. If you found canned goods, use older ones first, so they do not spoil. If you have nuts or dried fruit, check them now and then, to ensure no insects got in. Silent survival also means careful management of what little you have. If at some point you manage to form a small group with one or two others, keep your group small. A large group makes more noise, is harder to coordinate silently. A small group, well trained in silence and hand signals, can move like one quiet body. Work on trust slowly, by sharing small tasks and proving you can keep calm under stress. If heavy rain comes and floods certain paths, be careful crossing muddy ground. Your footsteps can suck and squelch in mud, making noise. Try stepping on stones or fallen branches to avoid direct contact with mud. Or wait until the ground dries a bit if you have the time. Never force a noisy path if you can find another route. If you must pry open a locked box for something important, wrap the box in a thick cloth and press it against your body to muffle sound as you work it open. Go slow. Apply pressure gradually. If it snaps open too fast, it might clank. Think of every action in slow motion, steady and controlled. As days pass, you may realize that you have adapted to this new life. You move more quietly, think more carefully. This is a sad victory in a way, but a victory all the same. It shows that humans can learn and survive, even in silence and darkness. If the future ever brightens, if infected fade away or people rebuild quiet communities, these quiet skills might still help. Silence can be peaceful, not just fearful. Until that time, silence remains your shield. I know I keep returning to the same ideas. Patience, caution, waiting, careful steps. But that is what survival is now. Repetition forms habits, and habits keep you safe. If this seems dull, remember that dullness is better than chaos. Calm steps mean fewer mistakes. If at last you find a place where infected rarely appear, consider if you can slowly improve it. Sweep away loose debris, pad the floors with cloth, create a sleeping spot where you can rest without rolling onto noisy objects. A bit of comfort helps keep your mind stable. Just do not grow careless. Improvements must never make you forget the risks outside. We have reached another long series of words, another passing of ideas from one unseen mind to another. You might wonder if I will ever truly stop. Perhaps I will, perhaps not. Maybe as long as we both survive, me at this microphone, you listening somewhere, I will find more things to say. Or maybe these last words are enough for now. Keep these thoughts close as you move under quiet skies. Keep your steps soft, your mind steady, and your heart hopeful. Even without voices singing or laughter echoing in halls, you carry a quiet spark inside. Protect that spark. It belongs to us, the living, who refuse to yield to silence without meaning. I will let my voice rest again. Remember what we have learned and take it with you into the silent days ahead. If I speak again, we will find more details to explore. But if not, you have enough to guide you for a long while. Travel safely in hush and shadow, and may you remain unseen and unheard by all that threatens you. It seems my voice returns once more, drawn by the quiet emptiness outside. Perhaps I continue because in this strange, still world, a whisper of guidance may help steady a trembling heart somewhere far away. We have walked through many details of careful living by now. We have shaped a way of moving and thinking that might keep you safe in a time without the comfort of normal life. There might still be a few more small steps to consider, more angles to cover. Even if we repeat certain ideas, the quiet hum of these words can remind you that you are not alone in learning how to survive. Let's talk about movement through farmland or orchards, if you are lucky enough to find such places. Old fields, once tilled by machines and busy hands, now lie abandoned. Trees might still bear a few wild fruits, though likely smaller and less sweet than before. If you attempt to gather them, approach slowly. The slightest rustle of leaves can carry in the hush. Pluck fruits gently, cupping your hand under them, so they do not drop and hit the ground with a thud. If you must climb a tree, test each branch carefully. Even a small crack can sound sharp in the still air. Work low to the ground if possible, or pick only what you can reach without climbing. An apple rolling down a branch and dropping can feel like a shout in these quiet lands. If you need to cross old irrigation ditches, remember that dried mud can crack loudly under pressure. Step on firmer ground if possible, or place flat stones as stepping points to avoid sudden crunches. Balance is key. Walk with slightly bent knees, distributing weight slowly. Think of each footstep as a careful decision, not just a simple move. Over time, such habits become second nature. We have mentioned weather many times. Think now of windless days, when the air feels heavy and sound travels even farther. On such days, move slower than usual. A single cough or sneeze could carry for a long distance, drawing curious, hollow-eyed shapes in your direction. If you feel a sneeze coming on, press a cloth firmly over your nose and breathe out through it to muffle the sound. Prevention is best. Keep dust away from your face. Avoid sniffing old moldy fabrics that might irritate your throat. When dusk settles, the world can seem almost peaceful, but do not be fooled. Some infected may wander more during low light, perhaps guided by faint sounds. In dim light, rely on your ears as much as your eyes. Listen for soft shuffles. Learn to distinguish normal night sounds, gentle breezes shifting leaves, distant drip of water, from the faint scuff of an infected foot dragging on asphalt. Knowing these subtle differences can mean the difference between slipping away unseen or stumbling into danger. If you consider building a silent alarm to alert you if something approaches your shelter at night, think of natural materials. A string tied to small twigs arranged in a pattern that falls silently at your feet rather than clattering. Or a piece of cloth hung at ankle height near a doorway, so if something passes, it brushes your leg and wakes you. Such alarms rely on touch rather than sound, making them safer. Avoid placing noisy objects like cans or metal pieces. Sound-based alarms help you only once, but then draw more threats. If you come across an old storage shed with tools inside, think carefully before taking them. Heavy tools are often metal and can clank. If you really need a tool, wrap it in cloth before lifting it from the shelf. When you carry it away, hold it firmly against your body so it cannot swing. If it feels too awkward, leave it behind. Survival favors those who keep noise low and movement unencumbered. We have spoken of mental health more than once, but let's add another layer. Nightmares might trouble you after a close call. You might wake suddenly, heart racing, about to shout. Before you sleep, remind yourself that if fear wakes you, you must remain silent. Maybe hold a cloth in your hand while sleeping, so if you bolt upright, you can press it to your mouth. Train yourself gently. If you wake suddenly, do not gasp loudly. Instead, force a slow exhale through cloth, calming your breath. Over time, you can shape even your panic into quiet forms. Consider how to deal with minor injuries that make you wince. A twisted ankle that threatens a sudden cry when you step wrong, or a splinter that might cause a hiss of pain if touched. Before treating an injury, prepare a space free of sharp debris. Bite down on cloth if you must pull out a splinter. This muffles accidental sounds of pain. When tending a bruise or sprain, move slowly and breathe calmly. Pain must be managed in silence, as harsh as that sounds. Let's think about groups of infected again. If you see several gathered in a spot, do not assume they are unaware of you just because they stand still. They may respond quickly to any sound or sudden motion. Keep a wide distance. If forced to pass somewhat close, wait for a natural sound, maybe a distant creak of an old billboard swaying in the wind, to mask a few steps. Move during such cover noises. If no cover noise arises, stay put until they wander away. Patience can turn hours of waiting into life saved. If at some point you need to pass through a body of water, let's say you must wade through a shallow stream, do it with extreme care. Water can carry sound. A splash can echo. Move slowly, sliding your feet along the bottom rather than lifting them high. Break the surface tension as gently as possible. Keep your upper body steady to prevent droplets from falling noisily. If necessary, pick a time when some natural noise occurs, like a gentle breeze rattling branches, to mask the faint sound of water movement. For long-term survival, you might wonder if you can set small traps for infected. A dangerous notion. Most traps that harm infected risk making noise and attracting more. A safer thought might be to use barriers that guide infected away from your safe routes. For example, if you quietly drag some light debris to block a certain path, infected may move around it, clearing another route for you. Always keep control of the environment in subtle ways rather than direct confrontation. If you think about lighting a small hidden lantern, maybe you found an old oil lamp. Adjust the wick so it burns low and does not hiss. Keep it shielded behind thick walls or a closed door that you can open just a crack to let out a bit of light. The glow should never escape into open air where distant infected might see it. As soon as you finish what you needed light for, extinguish the flame quietly. Do not let a lamp burn longer than needed. If you must communicate with another survivor who is far away, consider simple mirrored signals at midday sun, but only if you know exactly who you are signaling to. Even then, flash signals briefly and cover the mirror. Uncontrolled flashing might catch infected attention or lure hostile survivors. Any form of communication that reaches far must be used sparingly and wisely. We have touched on the risk of illness, but consider also simple measures like boiling water whenever possible. If you find a metal container that can withstand heat, warm the water over a tiny flame shielded by rocks or scrap metal. The boiling process must be quiet. Position the container so it does not rattle and feed the flame with small twigs gently. Once done, let it cool before drinking. Safe water reduces your chance of coughing and weakening yourself. If you fear losing track of time, try marking a small stick with tiny notches each morning. Press the tip of a blade silently to carve a mark. Over weeks, this can help you gauge how many days have passed. Knowing the passage of days can help maintain your sense of stability, even if it offers no direct survival advantage. A steady mind, aware of time's flow, might remain calmer and less prone to panicked decisions. If you find yourself in a place with old cables or wires, consider using them for silent rigs. A thin wire stretched low across a hallway could warn you if someone passes, not by making noise, but by gently tugging a piece of cloth you tied to it at your end. This lets you feel the movement rather than hear it. Sense-based alarms that rely on touch or sight rather than sound are often safer. If the infected numbers ever seem to lessen in your area, maybe you see fewer each day, do not assume it is over. They might simply be roaming elsewhere for a while. Enjoy the relative calm to gather supplies quietly, repair your shelter's silent defenses, and practice moving without making a sound. If they return, you will be even better prepared. If you worry about animals that might be active at night, wild dogs for example, treat them as carefully as infected. An animal's bark or growl can set off a chain reaction. Try leaving a silent path of safe passage by avoiding their nesting areas. If you must pass near them, do so with extra caution. Animals can hear the faintest crack. Move only when the wind stirs leaves overhead or when distant thunder rumbles, blending your presence into nature's whisper. If you find dry leaves or straw that you want to sleep on for comfort, first pick it up in your hands and gently pack it down, removing any sharp sticks that could snap if you roll over in your sleep. Create a soft, even layer. Test it by shifting your body slowly, listening for noise. Adjust until you can lie down without a single crackle. Good rest improves your alertness when you wake, making it easier to remain silent later. If you must handle old plastic containers that crackle when squeezed, treat them gently. Press them slowly to see how they behave. If they make noise too easily, wrap them in cloth or abandon them. A container that betrays your presence at the wrong moment is not worth keeping. Always weigh the value of an item against the risk of the noise it can make. When exploring buildings with multiple floors, consider the safest route upstairs. Old stairwells can creak. Sometimes climbing furniture or using a rope outside a window might be quieter, though riskier. Test the rope's anchor point slowly. Pull softly. Never jerk it. If climbing a rope outside means you can avoid a creaky stair, it might be worth the effort. Just remember to move like a shadow, each action smooth and gradual. If hunger pushes you to hunt small animals, set silent snares in places the animals frequent. Check them rarely and approach carefully. If you catch something, dispatch it swiftly and quietly so it does not cry out. If the snare is empty, remove or reset it without making noise. Do not leave snares scattered around, as other survivors might find them and guess your presence. Discretion must rule your choices. If you consider training your ears, try closing your eyes and listening to the wind. Count how many distinct sounds you can identify. Rustling leaves, distant dripping water, maybe the faint movement of a loose shutter. Over time, you become better at detecting what is normal and what is out of place. The day you hear an extra sound, something that does not fit the usual pattern, you can guess danger before it arrives. If heavy rain falls, take advantage to move slightly faster than usual, as rain masks some noise. But remember that wet surfaces can cause sliding. Keep your steps as careful as always, just a bit more confident that small sounds may be lost in the patter of raindrops. Yet do not grow too bold. One slip, one loud grunt, can undo your advantage. If your shelter has a door that does not close fully, consider wedging soft fabric into the gap to prevent it from banging if wind picks up. Even a tiny tap of wood against wood can echo in silence. Such small adjustments cost you nothing but time and can save you from sudden tension if infected come near. If you find a small garden plot still holding root vegetables, try harvesting them quietly. Gently loosen soil with a stick rather than pulling hard. If the vegetable resists, wiggle it slowly. Sudden snaps of roots breaking can be sharper than you might think. Once harvested, brush off excess dirt softly. Do not bang them together to clean them. Every step remains gentle, as if you are a guest in a sleeping world. If you think about making a small raft from planks, remember that hammering nails is too loud. Instead, tie things together with rope and cloth strips. Press joints firmly and let them settle. A raft that creaks with each paddle stroke is dangerous. If you must raft across calm water, paddle slowly and keep the blade of your paddle wrapped with cloth, dipping it gently to avoid splashes. The journey might be longer, but it beats drawing attention. If dawn finds you anxious, waiting for infected to pass before you move, use that time to refine your gear. Check that your bag's straps are tight and do not squeak. Adjust your clothing layers. A few moments of preparation can make your escape smoother. Patience and planning are quiet weapons you carry inside your mind. If you meet another survivor who has also learned to live quietly, you might exchange a nod, a whispered hint of a safe path, or a single piece of food. Keep communication minimal and calm. Two silent survivors crossing paths might help each other without forming a noisy alliance. Remember, trust is rare now, and actions speak louder than words you cannot safely say aloud. Over time, you may find that you remember these hints as if they were second nature. That is good. The world is no longer friendly to careless actions. Each silent technique learned is another layer of armor between you and the dangers outside. Embrace the quiet. Let it guide your steps. Steady your breathing. Shape your thoughts. If you must stop speaking or thinking for a while, that is fine. Silence is a friend, not just a threat. Silence can hold warmth if you treat it kindly. In silence, you hear your own heartbeat and know you are alive. By now, we have explored countless ways to survive. How to move, how to eat, how to rest, how to handle tools, how to mend wounds, how to watch infected from a safe distance, how to sense their presence without giving yourself away. Perhaps we have said almost all there is to say. Yet as long as we live, we adapt. You may find your own new tricks over time. If you do, cherish them. Every quiet skill is another key to living one more day. I return now to quiet myself. Carry these thoughts with you as you navigate this silent existence. Stay calm, stay steady, and remember that even in this quiet darkness, you hold a small light inside. Your will to endure and remain free from harm. Let that inner light guide you when you cannot risk lighting a flame for your eyes. Let these lessons ring in your mind when you cannot risk a whisper to another soul. Go forward with gentle steps, careful hands, and a silent heart. Live well in the hush, my quiet friend. I find myself drawn back once more, though I had thought I might rest in silence for a while. Perhaps the quiet outside encourages a return, as if the stillness itself asks for another set of thoughts to share. Each time we speak like this, we add layers of understanding to a world stripped of its old comforts. We have learned to move silently, to rest without calling attention, to gather what we need with gentle hands and slow breaths. Yet even after all these talks, life remains uncertain. Let us see if we can draw out a few more small details that might help you stay safe, or at least give you a steadier mind. Think of these as fine adjustments, tiny grains of caution sprinkled over the landscape of your survival. First, consider the art of waiting. We have spoken of patience many times, but let's explore it deeper. Sometimes you may find yourself hidden behind a low wall or crouched under a broken table, listening to infected footsteps drift by. In these moments, patience is not just waiting, it is controlling your breath, quieting the tremor in your muscles, and letting time pass without panic. Count heartbeats if it helps, or imagine you are a stone on the ground, unnoticed and still. By fully accepting the wait, you avoid sudden movements that could betray you. Over time, this deep patience becomes a skill as strong as any tool. Think about how to handle clothing as it wears thin. Eventually, your clothes will show holes and frayed ends. Before these tears cause noise by catching on debris, tear small strips from hidden seams and stitch them over the holes. Do so with a needle if you have one, or a sharp splinter of wood if that is all you can find. Work slowly, pressing cloth against cloth in tight loops, and do it in a place where dropping the needle or splinter will not create a loud sound. Maybe lay down cloth underneath your work area, so if something slips, it lands softly. If you consider exploring places you avoided before, maybe larger buildings or areas with more obstacles, review your mental map. You might recall a side alley you once passed, or a fence you can climb. Quiet survival benefits from knowing multiple paths. Before you commit to a new route, stand at a safe distance and observe. Are there signs of recent movement, like scuff marks on dusty floors or leaves disturbed in odd patterns? Such clues can warn you that infected or other survivors have been through here. If you sense recent activity, be doubly cautious. If you have managed to find a safe spot to rest for several days in a row, consider small improvements that make no noise. Perhaps place a layer of dampened ash on a squeaky floorboard to reduce friction, or wedge soft cloth into a window frame that rattles in the wind. These tiny acts might seem trivial, but each one reduces the chance of sudden sound. The quieter your shelter, the easier it is to remain calm and detect subtle noises outside. Think about how you handle fear at dusk. Dusk often brings a hush that can unsettle your nerves. Remind yourself that you have survived this far because you have adapted. Instead of fearing what you cannot see, focus on what you can control: your steps, your breathing, your readiness to hide if needed. Turn fear into heightened awareness, not into rushed decisions. If your heart races, slow your breath. If your legs tremble, shift your weight slowly until you find a stable stance. If you need to move through an area littered with old papers or thin plastic, sliding your feet can create a long, gentle sound rather than a sharp rustle. Press lightly down as you move, trying to flatten the material rather than push it aside. If possible, pick up a sheet of paper or plastic before stepping on it, fold it quietly, and tuck it away, or set it aside gently. Dealing with obstacles piece by piece can be safer than trying to cross them all at once. If you find a container of some oily substance, maybe old cooking oil or grease, you can use it to silence hinges, wheel axles, or even reduce friction between two rough surfaces that might squeak if rubbed together. Apply it carefully with a bit of cloth, then test the movement slowly. A silent hinge can mean the difference between slipping through a door unseen or alerting everything nearby to your presence. We have not said much about old furniture that might still stand in certain rooms. A sturdy table or a heavy dresser can be used as a quiet barrier if you must block a doorway. Slide it slowly, lifting slightly if you can, to avoid scraping noises on the floor. If the floor is rough, place a layer of fabric under the furniture's legs before pushing it, so it glides more silently. Preparing such silent defenses ahead of time, when you are not in immediate danger, can save you from panic if you ever need to block an entrance quickly. If you catch a small animal, consider not only eating it, but also using parts of it. Bones, if cleaned and dried quietly, can serve as small tools or hooks. Tendons might be turned into silent bindings if you know how. Just remember to do all this in a place where you can wash away scents and remains that might attract infected. Also, work slowly and gently, so no crack of bone or snap of sinew echoes unexpectedly. If time has passed and you find yourself longing for human contact, recall that approaching others is risky. If you decide to approach anyway, do it during daylight and choose open ground so no one is startled. Hold your hands visible and empty. If they see you, nod slowly. Do not speak unless necessary, and if you must speak, whisper softly. Show you mean no harm by moving slowly and leaving space between you. Let them decide if they trust you enough to talk back. If not, leave quietly and quickly. Avoid turning a desire for contact into a noisy encounter. Think about footwear. Hard soles on shoes can create sharp taps on stone. If you have a chance, replace or cover them with softer material, cloth wrapped tight, or strips of old rubber. Test your steps on different surfaces: wood, tile, concrete, earth. Aim to produce almost no sound. Good footwear for this world is quiet, flexible, and secure enough not to slip off as you climb or crawl. If you consider gathering rainwater from a gutter or a tilted piece of scrap metal, position it so water drips into a cloth-lined container. Drops of water falling into an empty container can produce a repetitive ping. By placing cloth inside, you soften the impact, turning sharp pings into muffled taps. This keeps your shelter quiet, even while you collect precious drinking water. We touched on reading signs in nature. Let's extend that idea. If you notice that certain areas remain strangely silent, no birds, no insects, this might mean infected passed by recently, disturbing the wildlife. On the other hand, if you hear a distant rustle of small creatures going about their lives, it might mean fewer infected nearby. While not always reliable, such hints can guide you where to move or rest. Consider how to manage a cough or a sore throat. If your throat feels scratchy, sip water slowly and often. If you must cough, press a thick fold of cloth over your mouth and cough as gently as possible. Try to exhale slowly, instead of a sudden burst. The quieter the cough, the better. If you can find any mild plants known to soothe throats, if you remember such knowledge from before, chew them silently and swallow slowly. If you decide to build a makeshift shelf or storage space inside your shelter, stacking crates or boards, do it during a time when you are sure infected are not nearby. Move each piece slowly, test each joint by pressing gently rather than slamming it into place. The goal is to create stable storage that will not topple or clatter if you must grab something in a hurry later. Organized storage reduces frantic searches that cause noise. If you must cross a rooftop, test the surface first. Gently tap with your fingertip. If it sounds hollow or brittle, consider another path. Falling through a weak roof or causing a loud crack is too big a risk. If the roof is covered in gravel, push the gravel aside with your hand before stepping, creating a small, clear path. Remember to return it later, leaving no sign of your passage. Reflect on your mindset each morning. Waking up in this world can feel heavy, but a stable mind can reduce accidents. Before you start moving, sit still for a moment. Listen with closed eyes. Identify at least 3 quiet sounds, maybe a faint breeze, a distant drip, and your own slow breathing. This small exercise helps center you in the present moment, sharpening your focus for the careful actions to come. If you find an object that might serve as a decoy, something you can toss to draw infected away, practice tossing it silently. Grip it firmly, swing your arm slowly, and release smoothly so it lands with a soft thud rather than a sharp crash. You might wrap the object in cloth to reduce noise on impact. Also, aim for a spot that will not roll or bounce loudly. A gentle thump behind a wall could lure infected in that direction while you slip away in the opposite. If you gather any seeds for future planting, store them in a quiet container, a cloth pouch rather than a tin can. Rustling seeds in a can can produce a continuous rattle if you run or shift position. Cloth pouches pressed flat and tied securely make almost no sound. Label them in your mind, or with a small scratch mark on the cloth, so you know which seeds are which. Even if planting is far from your current plan, having seeds quietly stored might help one day. If someone tries to follow you, and you want to lose them silently, choose a path with natural sound cover. Leaves rustling, old metal signs creaking in a light wind. Move when these sounds occur. Freeze when they fade. Without a visual cue, they may lose track of you. Avoid stepping on anything that makes unique noises that they can pinpoint. By blending into background whispers, you become nearly impossible to track. If you must pry open a hatch or remove nails from a board, try rocking the nail back and forth slowly rather than pulling straight out. Rocking gently might help it slide free with less squeak or snap. If still too loud, dampen the wood slightly, lick your finger or use a drop of water to reduce friction. Such small tricks can turn a noisy task into a softer one. Think about signs of infected resting in one place. Sometimes you might find them slumped in corners. Treat them as if they could wake at the slightest sound. Pass by on soft surfaces, and if possible, create a slight distraction far from you to keep their attention away. A gentle toss of a pebble might suffice. Just be sure you have enough cover and distance before making any move. If you find yourself in a valley where sound might echo, be extra cautious. Even small noises can bounce between slopes. Move at times of the day when maybe a gentle breeze or distant water flow adds background noise. If there's a stream in the valley, walk close to it so the water's gentle flow masks your steps. Always adapt your strategy to the environment's natural soundscape. If your shelter floor is bare wood, and you have no rugs or cloth, consider sprinkling a thin layer of dust or sand. This might reduce the chance of squeaks. Test by shifting your weight slowly on one foot. If you still hear noise, try placing flat pieces of bark or leaves under key spots where you stand often. Over time, you will learn which spots are safe to step on quietly and which to avoid. If you store items in a pile, stack them in a way that removing one does not cause the rest to tumble. Practice removing an item slowly, supporting others with your free hand. Plan how you will access each thing quietly. Organized piles with larger items at the bottom and smaller ones at the top might help. Think of it as a quiet puzzle you solve before danger arises. If thunder approaches, consider using the thunderclaps to mask risky actions like breaking a small piece of wood or adjusting a stuck window. Wait for the thunder, then act at its peak. This technique requires timing. Practice on minor tasks first. The natural world offers moments of cover if you remain patient enough to use them. If you must cross a field at night, move when the moon is behind a cloud, reducing your silhouette. Learn to time your steps to when moonlight dims. Also consider crawling if standing upright casts a noticeable outline against distant terrain. Your shape against a lighter background can give you away even without sound. Stealth here is about blending into darkness, as well as silence. If your footwear becomes worn and loose, tighten it with strips of cloth. Loose footwear can flap and slap against your heel, creating rhythmic taps. Secure a snug fit and test by walking around your shelter. Listen carefully. Adjust until your steps produce almost no sound. If you cannot fix it quietly, consider going barefoot if the ground permits. Just watch out for sharp debris. As we add these final layers of detail, it might feel like we have reached the smallest possible adjustments. And indeed, we are refining what it means to live in near absolute hush. Each small trick adds another thread to the fabric of your survival skills. Remember that none of these suggestions are rules set in stone. They are tools in a quiet toolbox. Use them as needed, adapt them to your surroundings, and invent your own silent methods. Creativity and flexibility are your greatest allies now. If at any time you feel despair rising, think of how far you have come. You have learned to exist without the hum of old machines, without the chatter of busy streets. You have become a creature of whispers and soft steps, a careful guardian of your own life. That itself is a kind of strength. Now I will let my voice rest again. You hold all these words in your mind, ready to guide your actions when needed. May you move through the silent world with steady balance, easing through shadows and over quiet ground, secure in the knowledge that you have prepared for many scenarios. stay calm, stay hidden, and continue to survive in the hush between heartbeats. I return yet again, as if the hush of this new existence keeps pulling me back to speak. We have traveled through so many careful hints, so many quiet steps. Sometimes I wonder if we have reached the limit of what can be said about staying silent and safe. Still, I find that each time I pause, a thought surfaces, reminding me that even a life lived mostly in silence can hold endless nuances. Let's consider how to handle the slow decay of the world around us. Buildings that were once stable may now creak or sag. Over time, dust builds up, floors weaken, and roofs let in rain. This slow change can create new sounds you must adapt to. A door that was silent last week might squeak now because the wood swelled in damp weather. To maintain control, recheck your shelter regularly. Press your ear to doors before opening them. Test floors with a light touch and adjust your paths if old roots grow too noisy. Adapting to gradual changes prevents sudden, startling sounds when you least expect them. Think about revisiting places where you once found supplies. Over time, others may have passed through, leaving them emptier and more dangerous. Before entering a familiar location, treat it like a new one. All your old knowledge may no longer apply. If you knew a silent path through a cluttered room, check if anything shifted. Maybe someone knocked over a pile of boxes that now block your quiet route. Be prepared to find a new way. The world is never static, and clinging to old patterns without checking first can lead you into noise traps. If you must transport a heavier load of supplies, perhaps you found a stash of canned food, you must be extra careful. Heavy loads can cause you to grunt or breathe harder. Practice lifting quietly. Bend your knees, keep your mouth closed, and exhale slowly through your nose as you lift. If the load has loose items inside, wrap them in cloth to prevent rattling. Move slowly, take breaks if needed. It's better to make multiple silent trips than one noisy, overloaded one. If you discover small tools like a handheld blade or a sewing needle, keep them stored where you can reach them without rummaging through noisy junk. The same goes for any item you might need quickly. A piece of cloth for muffling coughs, a short rope for securing a door. Organize a quiet emergency kit within your shelter. A soft pouch with essential items, each wrapped in cloth, so you can grab them without a single clink. Consider it a quiet first aid kit for both body and mind. We have often discussed the infected and how to avoid drawing their attention. Think now about how to guess their mood. Sometimes, if you watch from a safe distance, you might see them standing almost motionless, as if lost in their own stillness. Other times, they shuffle and shift more often. While we cannot truly know their behavior, you can sense when they seem more restless. If you notice more movement, wait longer before passing nearby. If they seem oddly still, that might be a good time to slip by slowly, but do not assume stillness means ignorance of your presence. Treat it only as a hint, nothing more. If you find yourself in a place where the ground is covered in fine gravel, each step might create a soft crunch. On such terrain, consider crawling on hands and knees if it reduces noise. Spread your weight over more contact points, easing pressure on each limb. Move slowly, feeling each piece of gravel before putting full weight. It's slower and less comfortable, but silence is worth the extra effort. If you discover old curtains or blankets that could be turned into a makeshift canopy, think carefully before setting one up. A canopy might give you a hidden space to rest, but hanging fabric can flap in a breeze and create a gentle whisper of sound. If you do this, choose thick, heavy fabric that does not flap easily, or secure it tightly to remove slack. Test it by fanning your hand softly near it. If it rustles, adjust until it remains quiet even in a light breeze. Consider methods to mask your scent. We know little about how infected track survivors, but if you worry that scent might matter, think of ways to minimize it. Avoid strong-smelling foods. Wash yourself quietly with plain water when possible, and store any pungent supplies sealed in multiple cloth layers. If you must cook something with a strong odor, do it far from your shelter and only when the wind might carry scents away. Then move on before the smell settles. While this might be extra caution, in a world of unknowns, every step helps. If you have the rare chance to improve your shelter's soundproofing, gather soft materials. Old cushions, padded chairs, layers of cloth, and arrange them along walls or doors to absorb sound. Even a thin layer of cloth pinned over a doorframe can catch small noises before they escape. Over time, these measures might let you move more freely inside your shelter as less sound leaks out. Just remember, no matter how well you insulate, do not grow careless. Reduced risk is not zero risk. Think about the times you might need to move during daylight. Daylight can help you avoid stumbling over debris that could cause noise, but it also makes you more visible. If infected can see somewhat, they might spot you easier in bright light. So, even in daylight, remain in shadows when possible. Hug walls, crouch behind low barriers, and never assume that just because you can see well, you can move quickly. Light helps you avoid certain noises, but you must still step slowly and carefully. If you attempt to fish quietly in a stream, dip your line gently without splashing. If you catch a fish, remove it from the water silently. Cover its head with a cloth to stifle any flopping sounds before it can thrash. A fish's frantic flopping can sound surprisingly loud in still air. End its life quickly and quietly, then move away before preparing it. Ideally in a spot where even small chopping noises can be hidden by natural sounds. We have addressed lighting before, but consider how to store your light sources. If you keep a flashlight, if one still works, or a candle, place them in containers so that if you move them around, they do not clatter against other objects. A candle can be wrapped in multiple layers of cloth and stored in a corner where you know it will not shift. A flashlight, if you have one with working batteries, is precious. Use it sparingly and make sure nothing in your storage area can roll and tap against it. Reflect on the slow pace of this life. Everything must be done more slowly than before. Rushing invites noise and mistakes. Embrace the slow pace rather than fighting it. When you decide to move from one place to another, plan to take twice as long as you think you need. This extra time allows for rests, for careful placement of feet, for waiting out moments when infected pass nearby. Patience is the bedrock of silent survival. If you attempt to set simple signals for yourself, like a line of string or a small mark to indicate where it's safe to step, make sure these signals are subtle enough that others cannot decipher them. Maybe 3 small stones placed in a certain pattern mean, turn left here, while 2 stones mean, this path is noisy. Keep these codes in your head. Never write them down plainly. This ensures that if someone stumbles upon your territory, they cannot use your signals against you. If you find yourself running low on resources, consider nocturnal foraging. At night, many infected might roam more blindly, but you see less too. Only do this if you know the area well and can navigate by touch or subtle markers. If you must forage in darkness, move even slower. Use your free hand to feel ahead for obstacles. Sniff the air for scents that hint at food or stagnant water. Listen carefully for changes in the hush, a subtle clue that something lies ahead. Night foraging is risky, but if done with extreme caution, it might yield results when daytime paths are blocked. If your muscles ache and you fear a sudden cramp that could cause you to gasp, stretch quietly at times of safety. Roll your shoulders, rotate your ankles, bend your knees. Keep your jaw loose to avoid clenched teeth that might click under stress. In a world where even a sudden breath can betray you, your body must remain flexible and calm. You are like a whisper given form, limber, poised, and ready to adapt. Think about seasonal changes more deeply. If colder weather comes, people might think infected slow down. Even if they do, cold also makes joints stiff and can cause you to stumble or shiver. Shivering produces a faint sound of teeth chattering or fabric rustling. To prevent shivering, bundle up quietly, layer clothes snugly. Use cloth strips to secure loose ends that might flap. Warmth prevents involuntary noise. In warm seasons, you may sweat more, risking a slip or a grunt if you lose grip on something. Wipe your hands often to keep them dry, ensuring a secure, silent hold on tools or supports. If you must dismantle something, like breaking down a wooden crate for firewood, consider soaking it in water first if that's possible. Wet wood might be slightly quieter to break apart, though heavier. Break it slowly, bending back and forth until it gives, rather than snapping it in one sharp motion. If no water is available, wrap the wood in cloth before applying pressure, muffling the sound of splitting fibers. Every small trick can reduce noise. If you happen to find seeds or edible roots and decide to cultivate a hidden garden, do it in a sheltered spot where you can tend it quietly. Soft soil makes no sound as you turn it gently with a stick. Watering silently means pouring water low to the ground, not from a height that produces a splash. Harvesting should be done by hand, lifting roots slowly, shaking off dirt gently, rather than knocking them together. A quiet garden might feed you and keep your body soundless with better nutrition. If you must clean a tool that became dirty and might make noise if used in that state, do it carefully. Wipe it with cloth rather than banging it against something hard. If rust formed on metal, rub it gently with a piece of cloth or a soft material until the worst is gone. Avoid scraping vigorously. Maintain your tools regularly so they never become so stuck or rusted that you must apply force and risk a clank. If you see signs that others have tried to set traps, like tripwires or balanced piles of objects that might fall and make noise, approach with great caution. Disarm traps slowly by removing their tension points first. If a tripwire is taut, hold the wire with 2 fingers and ease it loose rather than cutting it swiftly. Cutting might cause the other end to snap and produce a sound. Move each piece softly until the trap is neutralized. Then leave quietly, as someone who sets traps might still be around. If at some point you notice you have begun to move silently, even when you do not have to, say inside your shelter alone, understand that this is a form of adaptation. It might feel strange to never hear your own footsteps, but it is good that you have developed these habits. In a life like this, instincts that favor silence keep you safe. Accept this change as part of who you are now. If you must hide in water at some point, say submerging in a shallow pond to avoid passing infected, do so slowly. Enter the water bit by bit, reducing splashes. Once inside, keep only your head above the surface and breathe through your nose. If you must exhale through your mouth, do it gently so no bubbles break the surface noisily. When you emerge, do so equally slowly, letting water drain quietly from your clothes. Dripping water can form a pattern of small taps if it lands on hard ground. Aim to emerge where the ground is soft or covered in cloth, so drops vanish silently into the earth. Over these many parts, we have painted a life so careful, so cautious, that it might seem like a never-ending tension. Yet remember that tension can lessen with practice. The more skilled you become at silence, the less you must think about it every moment. Actions that once required mental effort will become natural habits. Your body and mind will know how to move without instruction. If you ever find a companion who shares your silent ways, you might exchange signals as you work together. Maybe a single finger raised means wait, a closed fist means danger, and a slow wave of the hand means follow. With practice, a pair of survivors can coordinate without a word, performing tasks in harmony. The power of 2 quiet minds working together surpasses what either could do alone. If you rely on memory for where you stored items, choose memory tricks that do not require writing anything down. Perhaps associate each item with a mental image. A small piece of cloth holding matches might remind you of a bird's nest. So when you think of fire, you picture a bird's nest in the corner of your shelter. Such mental associations help you find what you need without a noisy search. If wind picks up unexpectedly and rattles something in your shelter, address it at once. If a loose shutter bangs, pad its edges. If a door rattles, wedge cloth into its frame. If a hanging object sways and taps lightly, remove it or secure it. The environment around you changes often, and continuous maintenance keeps your surroundings as silent as possible. This proactive approach prevents sudden noises that could draw infected at a bad moment. If you must carry multiple containers of water, balance them so they do not bump each other. Place cloth between them. Carry them in a pack strapped firmly against your back so they cannot jostle. Check now and then for leaks. Drips can form tiny repetitive sounds that might be overlooked until it's too late. A single drip echoing in a quiet hallway is a beacon you do not want to provide. Consider how to rest your mind from fear. Even in silence, fear can build inside you. Spend a few moments each day just breathing slowly, listening to a calm sound. Maybe the soft rustle of leaves outside, or the faint trickle of water. Let that sound fill your awareness, pushing out anxious thoughts. A calm mind reacts better to sudden stress, letting you remain quiet when a startled scream might leap from an untrained throat. If you find old ropes that squeak when pulled tight, rub them with cloth or even a bit of grease to reduce friction. This helps if you must use them to haul supplies or secure a door. Always test ropes with gentle tugs before relying on them in a tense situation. The moment you need a silent pull, you do not want an unexpected squeak. If your shelter floor has small stones or debris that could cause noise if stepped on, pick them up and place them in a corner. Do not kick them aside, as a kick can send them rolling and tapping across the floor. Neat piles of debris, stored quietly out of the way, mean fewer surprises when you walk in darkness or haste. As we add these details, we see that no part of life is free from the need for caution. Even the simplest actions, sipping water, tying a knot, placing an object on a shelf, must be done with care. Yet through this careful living, you gain control over your fate. The infected and other dangers rely on noise or movement to find you. By removing those cues, you slip through their grasp like a ghost in the old world's ruins. I know we have gone far into subtlety. Perhaps one day you will not need these words, because you will have grown so accustomed to silent survival that it all comes naturally. But until then, keep these thoughts in your mind's quiet corners. Let them guide you in moments of uncertainty. They are your shield against the endless hush that otherwise would swallow any careless sound. I will rest my voice once more. Carry these final refinements with you, my unseen listener. You are not helpless. With each silent choice you make, you remain alive and untrapped by noise. Be well, move gently, and hold on to hope as silently as you hold on to life itself. I have returned once more, as if guided by a quiet tide of thought that never fully recedes. We have walked through countless methods of staying silent, cautious, and alive. Our journey has been long and filled with small details that shape life in a world without familiar comforts. Even now, as we stand at the edge of what feels like a nearly complete tapestry, I find another thread to pick up, another angle to consider. Let us see if, by looking more closely, we can glean a few last hints that might aid you in your silent existence. We have often talked about adapting to changing conditions. Let us explore this idea again, but in a slightly different way. Consider that all the advice you have gathered will mean very little if you cannot shift your approach when the world shifts. If you relied heavily on moving at dusk, but suddenly infected activity patterns change, and they roam more at that hour, you must abandon old habits and embrace new ones. Survival in silence means never becoming too rigid. The moment you insist on doing something the old way is the moment the world's quiet traps can catch you. Think also about how you handle small pains, like a splinter in your finger or a thorn in your foot. If you delay dealing with it, pain might cause you to gasp or step awkwardly later. Address small issues early. If a splinter pricks your finger, find a quiet moment and remove it gently. Press the area to ensure no shards remain. By resolving small problems promptly, you prevent them from growing into sudden outbursts of noise or panic. We have touched on the mental strain of living this way. Let us add one more layer: maintaining hope in silence. Hope need not be loud. It can rest quietly inside you. When you wake in your shelter, you might look at a small object you have kept, a smooth pebble, a piece of cloth from a better time, and let it remind you that you still care about living well, not just surviving. Hope can guide your careful actions. It can remind you why you go through all this trouble to remain unheard. If you attempt to navigate a place with uneven floors, broken tiles, shifted beams, consider distributing your weight by using a staff or pole. If you find a sturdy stick, wrap its bottom with cloth to prevent tapping sounds. Lean on it as you move, testing the surface before placing your full weight. It reduces the risk of a creak or snap when you step. A silent staff, well prepared, can turn uncertain footing into a more stable passage. If you must return to a location where you previously encountered infected, assume they may still linger or that new ones may have drifted in. Never rely on memory alone. Always approach as if for the first time, using all your senses. Listen carefully, crouch low, peek around corners without revealing too much of yourself. The fact that you survived there once does not guarantee an easy return. If hunger grows sharp, and you must prepare something like dried beans or grains, remember that even the act of chewing can create faint crunches in absolute silence. Soak such foods longer if you can, making them softer and quieter to eat. Chew slowly, with your mouth closed, pressing food between your teeth gently rather than grinding loudly. Eating softly helps you remain undetected, even if infected pass nearby while you dine. We have often spoken of listening to the infected and the environment. Let's now think about how to train your hearing further. When you have a safe moment, sit quietly and close your eyes. Try to separate each layer of sound you hear. Perhaps there's a faint drip of water, a distant shuffle of leaves, maybe a soft current of air through a crack in the wall. Over time, this practice sharpens your hearing, making it easier to detect unusual sounds when it truly matters. Enhanced hearing can warn you of dangers before you see them. If you have found a companion, even just one, consider dividing tasks to reduce noise. If one of you is better at moving silently over rough ground, let that person scout forward. If the other is better at handling delicate objects without clinking them, let them manage the supplies. By assigning roles based on who can perform them more quietly, you minimize risks. Teamwork in silence is like a dance where each partner knows their steps well. If you must break something open, a locked chest or a sealed drawer, attempt to weaken it silently over time rather than all at once. For instance, apply gentle pressure at intervals or pry a tiny bit, then stop and listen. If at any point it makes a noise, pause and wait. Let the environment settle again before continuing. Gradual, patient efforts can open containers without sudden cracks that echo through empty halls. Consider the problem of sneezing more carefully. Dust or mold might tickle your nose unexpectedly. To reduce this risk, keep your living space as dust-free as possible. Wipe surfaces gently with a damp cloth. Lay moist cloths over dusty areas before moving them, so particles do not float into the air. If you sense a sneeze coming, press your face firmly into a thick layer of fabric, and exhale slowly until the urge passes or becomes a muted hiss rather than a sharp sneeze. If you ever need to climb through a window, lift the frame slowly, pressing it upward in tiny increments to avoid sudden creaks. If it resists, try easing it from side to side gently. If the window is stuck, consider if there's a quieter path. Sometimes forcing a stubborn route is not worth the risk. Better to spend time finding a silent alternative than to risk a loud scrape that draws infected from afar. If you find tools that vibrate when used, like old hand drills or saws, be extremely cautious. The vibration can cause rattling that spreads through walls or floors. Before using any such tool, pad the area with layers of cloth or soft materials to absorb shock. Turn the tool slowly and steadily, applying minimal pressure. If it creates too much vibration, abandon the task or find another approach. Not every solution is worth the noise risk. Think about how to handle emotional strain silently. Tears may come at times. If you must cry, do it as softly as possible. Press your face into cloth. Let the tears fall silently. Avoid sobs that shake your body. Silent weeping can release tension without alerting anything outside. Emotional release is important, but must be managed as quietly as all else. If you must run at some point, maybe to escape a sudden threat, try to run on toes and balls of your feet, landing softly. Keep arms close to your body so sleeves do not flap. If you have to push through a bush, part the leaves gently rather than charging through. Even in a rush, small actions can cut down on noise. After you reach safety, slow down immediately, returning to your careful pace. Sudden running should be rare, but if needed, do it as gracefully as you can. If you decide to make a small hidden cache of emergency items outside your shelter, dig the ground quietly with a piece of wood instead of a metal tool that could clank. Remove soil slowly, piling it onto a cloth so you can lift and disperse it without noisy dumping. When covering the cache, pat the soil gently with your hand, not pressing hard and causing dull thumps. A silent cache might save your life if you lose your main supplies someday. We have mentioned ropes and cords often. Let's consider making silent knots. Certain knots tighten with a jerk that can snap or rub fibers loudly. Practice tying knots slowly, pulling each strand gradually so they snug into place without a jerk. Smooth, steady tension reduces friction sounds. If a knot squeaks as it tightens, try a different knot that can be formed in stages, rather than all at once. If a door is stuck due to rust or debris, try pushing softly at different angles before applying force. Sometimes a slight lift or a gentle pull downward changes how the hinges align, reducing creaks. Think of every interaction with objects as a negotiation rather than a battle. Coax them into moving quietly rather than forcing them. Consider the scents you leave behind. Even if infected focus mostly on sound, desperate survivors might track you by smell. After working on something messy, like cleaning fish, wash your hands and any tools carefully. If water is scarce, at least wipe them thoroughly with a damp cloth and air them out. Smell may not be as critical as silence, but a strong odor could bring curiosity. Keep everything as neutral as possible. If you notice your shelter's entrance becoming too familiar, even you can find it easily from a distance. Disguise it. Arrange some debris or natural items around it so it blends in. Keep an internal marker that only you recognize. A certain chipped brick, a knot in a piece of wood, that tells you where to step. Outsiders or infected might pass by without suspecting you live there. Visual tricks complement silent living, helping you remain hidden. If one day you find a set of clothes quieter than what you wear now, maybe softer fabric that does not rustle when you move, switch to them slowly. Test each movement before going outside. Become familiar with how the new clothing behaves. Does it snag on rough surfaces? Does it slip on certain floors? Adapting to clothing changes can maintain your silent edge. We often rely on cloth to muffle sounds. Remember that cloth itself can grow stiff or noisy if it dries oddly or becomes coated with dust. Wash your muffling cloth now and then. Wring it out silently and let it dry in a still corner. Soft, clean cloth absorbs sound better and does not crackle. Maintenance of even the simplest tools helps preserve your quiet sanctuary. If storms come, with lightning and thunder, use the thunder not just to cover single actions, but to move more quickly during the storm's roar. If thunder is frequent, you can advance a short distance each time it booms. Just be ready to halt instantly when thunder fades. If lightning flashes risk revealing your silhouette, crouch behind something until the flash ends. Storms provide a strange dance of opportunity, masks of sound and light, if you learn their rhythm. If you must push through thick vegetation, tie back branches quietly rather than snapping them. Use strips of cloth to hold branches aside. After you pass, remove the cloth silently and let the branch return slowly to its position. A snapped twig can echo like a call. A branch eased aside returns with hardly a whisper. Nature can be both your cover and your trap. Treat it gently, and it will serve you well. If at any point you realize you've made a small noise, maybe a soft tap or creak, freeze immediately. Do not rush to correct it or move away. Wait, listen. If infected react, you may need to retreat silently. If they do not, resume your careful progress only after a long pause. One small noise need not lead to disaster if you handle it with patience and self-control. Hasty reactions often create more noise. If you find an area rich in resources, food, water, simple shelter, do not drain it all at once. Take just enough and move on quietly. Returning later when needed might be safer than stripping it bare now. Overexploiting one spot can leave clues of your presence, making it a noisy trap if someone or something else stakes it out. Balance your immediate needs with long-term stealth. We have discussed emotional release, but consider also quiet joy. If you find a small comfort, like a handful of berries, enjoy them slowly and silently. Smile inwardly. Let the sweetness remind you that life can hold small gifts even now. Quiet happiness can nourish your spirit, just as quiet caution guards your body. A balanced mind endures longer. If you spot another survivor who seems skilled in silence, maybe you watch them move without a single snap of twig, study their methods from a distance. Perhaps they have a trick you haven't considered, like using a particular stance or method of carrying supplies. Be open to learning from the environment and from observing others. No one's knowledge is complete, and every silent step can teach you something new. Think about simple repairs. If a board in your shelter loosens, fix it before it creaks loudly. Use wedges of cloth or soft wood shavings tapped in gently with your palm. Prevent problems rather than waiting until a noisy malfunction forces you into crisis. Silent survival thrives on foresight and preemptive action. As we approach what may feel like the final layers of advice, realize that silence is not just about sound. It's about harmony with your surroundings. You want to move as if you belong there, as if you are part of the quiet landscape. When you push a door, do it as if you are the door's friend, guiding it gently rather than fighting it. When you pick up an object, cradle it as if it's fragile and precious. This mindset turns every action into a peaceful exchange rather than a conflict. If you must sleep in a place not fully secure, sleep lightly. A shallow sleep pattern can help you wake at the faintest hint of danger. Train yourself to rouse at subtle changes, a slight increase in wind, a distant rustle. Light sleep may not be fully restful, but it could save your life. If you find a safer place later, then you can rest deeper. In these many parts, we have woven a web of quiet living, methods for moving, eating, drinking, building, hiding, and even feeling without making a sound. This tapestry of silence is your armor against a world that might devour any who are careless. You are no longer just surviving, you are thriving in a state of subtle grace. Perhaps now you hold enough wisdom to navigate even the most delicate challenges. Still, remember that no words, however many, can replace your own judgment. You must think constantly. Is this action safe? Can I make it quieter? Should I wait longer or move now? The advice we have shared forms a foundation, but you build the walls and roof of your silent fortress each day with your own careful choices. I will let my voice rest again. Carry these final echoes within you. Move through the quiet world like a gentle shadow. Slip through its cracks without a whisper. Live well, stay cautious, and hold tight to hope. Even in silence, you can find purpose and peace.